Welcome, everybody, to episode number 30 of the Dragon's Den podcast. My name is Eric Hopkins, a.k.a. Jill. Welcome to the show. We've got an invisible Sir Spoopington III up there in the top right. He'll be back at some point here soon. And we've got Miranda on the bottom left and Matthew in the bottom right, soon to be joined by Aaron at some point tonight as well. We got a lot going on tonight, including a big fight feel here tonight on Friday night. So how's everything going, everybody?
Going great.
Going good.
We all sound a little tired, for sure. It's a long week, but
it's been a long week.
Been glad for the weekend though. Yeah, as I mentioned, if you couldn't tell by the scrolling on the side of the podcast there with all of our subject matter, we do have a big fight tonight, and I'm sure a lot of people are watching that show on Netflix right now. But that is, of course, the big fight between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, which is going on Netflix. And during that fight, we're going to do something a little bit different here on the podcast that we normally don't do. We're going to take a pause from our normal topics, and we're going to actually do a live watch along of that fight whenever it does take place. So we're monitoring Netflix right now and the fight card that is going on currently. But before then, we're going to talk about our normal movie news and football and things like that. So just stick it right here if you want to check that watch along out as we move along. We're not going to be able to pull up the fight on the screen, obviously, to show you. Obviously, that would break all sorts of copyright laws and things like that. So we're not going to do that, but you'll be able to see us, and we'll talk about the fight, and we'll be going over it as it happens. So you can watch Netflix and join us right there with that as well. So I hope you guys will stick around and do that with us too. How's everything going? I know, like I said, it's been a long week, but anything important going on?
Not really. That first fight was trash butter. The second one was actually pretty good. It was a banger.
Trash butter, he said. Okay.
It was trash butter.
I like that. Kathy and Mike are in the chat as always. Thank you guys for watching. Kathy said, hello, go Ty. Been a hell of a week, no doubt about it. Mike said, evening gang. Hopefully the fight is better than the ending of Cobra Kai. We talked a little bit about that before the show started. He's not a fan of the end of Cobra Kai. I need to watch it. I've not gotten a chance to check out the Cobra Kai series, but I've heard it's pretty good, all things considered. But for some reason, it always seems like television shows have a hard time, sticking the landing at the end of the series. I don't know why that is.
It's a lot of because I didn't watch all of Game of Thrones, and I was getting into it, like, it was, but then like I heard the ending of it was just ass, so I just stopped watching it because I was like, I'm not about to watch it just to get disappointed. I felt like that with another series that we watched. It was anticlimactic at the end. I think the only other than like what Supernatural, I think the ending for me lived up to the whole series. And like, I
think that's the last full freaking show I've watched.
Yeah,
Supernatural.
And we went back and watched episodes of that because like I think the first time I ever watched Supernatural was like the Christmas episode, and I was like, what is this show? And then it was on Netflix, and like me, Miranda, and her mom for like, I don't know, a good 3 months just binge watched episodes, big dog, of Supernatural.
Yeah.
I always heard that was a good show, but I never got a chance to check that one out either.
It was actually a really solid
I think
show.
Jaden even watched that one all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mike said he said, like he told me in our private text, that he wonders if the ending is playing into the upcoming movie. All I know about the upcoming Karate Kid movie coming up is, of course, that Ralph Macchio will be reprising his role for the original films and Cobra Kai, and it's going to integrate itself with Jackie Chan's version of the mentor figure. I can't remember. I don't think his name was Mr. Miyagi, obviously. No, but anyway, somehow those universes are going to collide, even though they were kind of like two separate Karate Kid timelines. I always understood it. So I don't know how they're going to play the Cobra Kai series into it or at all. But Mike seems to think that maybe the ending might actually do that. So if that's the case, I need to get caught up on Cobra Kai before next year's Karate Kid movie comes out. So we'll do that as well. But like I said, tonight is pretty much all about the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight. Obviously, they had their weigh-ins the other night. Obviously, both guys are in shape. And Mike Tyson, who's 58 years old, is 31 years older than Jake Paul at 27. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see between these two guys. Mike Tyson, who's not fought in a sanctioned match in over 2 decades. But, yeah, obviously, during their weigh-in. Oh, go ahead.
What is Paul's record?
10-1.
Fight-wise.
Yeah.
10-1.
How many?
Yeah. 10-1.
10-1.
And he just had
Mike
a fight
Tyson's
in July.
record?
Brandon, who we were talking about? Who did he fight? And lose
So
to?
he fought.
It was Dylan,
he lost
wasn't it?
to, I can't remember. Yeah, and
Dylan.
yeah, and that guy I believe didn't have that many fights under his belt or whatever. A lot of look. I will say this: the Paul brothers themselves, as a collective, from what I understand, they've been boxing a long time. Like this isn't just something he started to do on a whim.
No,
they actually were boxers. They're, you know what I mean? Like this is something that they both do. So
he's put in the work, is what Brandon's trying to say.
But what it is it's weird because it's like gimmick fights. You know, he found a lane that profited him, and it is what it is. Now, a lot of those fights that he fought that we've seen, you know, they were against, again, older guys, retired guys. Some of them weren't even boxers. A lot of them were mixed martial artists and stuff like that. But he did fight a couple boxers, but those boxers were well over their prime. You know what I mean? And I get it. He was a huge, and still is a huge Mike Tyson fan. Like, so this, you know, is for him. It's like, oh, an idol. I want to fight him.
Yeah,
I get
dream
that.
come true for him.
I get that. I understand that. But like at the end of the day, he's 27. Mike's 58. But at the same time, I don't think you lose the motor functions that you train your whole life for. You get what I'm saying? Like, we've seen countless workout videos, and again, those are workout videos. But we've seen, you know, Mike Tyson, like that punch at the weigh-in. That shit was quick. Like,
oh yeah. Oh, and as Brandon pointed out, I guess during the weigh-in, Jake Paul actually stepped on Mike Tyson's foot. So Mike Tyson responded with a quick slap to the jaw. And to Jake Paul's credit, though, he did not really budge too much. He got up, just kind of, you know, patted his cheek like, hey, I got a strong jaw. So again, a little bit of showmanship. Obviously, this is for show. A lot of this here, no doubt. And it leads a lot of people to speculate whether or not this is all on the up and up, and it's all kind of staged.
Quicker than what I thought he was going to be.
Who, Tyson?
Yeah.
He's always had
fast was not slow.
Training video has been absurd.
Oh, speaking of the training video, here you go. Here is the training videos that both these guys have been going through. Turn down the audio though, because we don't necessarily need that. But so yeah, this is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's funny to me how like a lot of people online are like basically acting like Mike Tyson's got this in the bag. I mean,
I wouldn't go that
is there
far.
a world Jake Paul gets the win here though? Like
there is
a world with that.
Jake Paul is still 27 years old. Youth is youth, brother.
Well, and as Mike pointed out, he said if this fight is legit, here's his thoughts. If Jake Paul wins, he beats an old man. If he loses, he lost to an old man. Yeah, that is kind of like the lose-lose situation.
That is what I said. It's a lose-lose situation for him.
Yeah. But
like at the end of the day, Mike Tyson loses. His legacy is what it is. Like nothing changes that. Nothing affects that. This doesn't hurt him in the slightest. It doesn't. It doesn't do anything to Mike Tyson's image. Mike Tyson is still fucking Mike Tyson. Like you can't take away anything he did back then. This is still a man who went undefeated for years in the boxing world. We've seen that fight. Today, I showed you guys that fight. 15 years old, Miranda. 15 years old, had 5 fights, won all 5 of them by knockout, 5-0, and then he knocked out another 15-year-old kid in 8 seconds.
Brandon, did you see that training video for that Mike that Eric just showed? Mike Tyson doesn't look like he's lost a step at 58.
He almost hit his trainer. Did you see that?
I do not.
No, and the way nutrition is right now, and how Mike Tyson isn't a 58-year-old like normal guy.
58, yeah, you're right.
Oh no!
Just look at RFK. The way he works out,
and 70.
Health is a hell of a thing. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd kill to look like that now, and I'm in my early 40s.
And that's the thing too, like. You know, Mike Tyson training, first of all, getting your body in a position to then train your body for another thing. That's 2 separate things. First, he has to get himself mentally prepared and physically prepared to even be able to train. You get what I'm saying? So At 50-something years old, he got himself in that position, cut weight, and then trained. That's weightlifting on top of all this conditioning, running. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot to do. You hear, I'll put it in terms of where we can understand it. You hear a lot of wrestlers when they talk about like getting back in the ring. There's a difference from training and then training to wrestle. There's a huge difference.
Oh, yeah. Ring shape and just being in shape. It's two different things.
Football players. JJ Watt was just talking about this with Pat and a few. They talk about it every football year where they try to get JJ to go play for some team somewhere else every fucking time. But JJ said, I'm still training, but I'm not training like I did to play football because that's two separate things. And he looks like he's in great shape.
Yeah.
But getting ready for football is a totally different shape.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So you're getting ready to put your body through something you haven't put your body through for 2 fucking decades.
Yeah. It's mentally tough, and then there's physically tough.
8 years old. So again, whether he loses or not, he's already accomplished more than any of us sitting behind a fucking screen can say. You get what I'm saying? Like, but if there's any chance you see, that Mike Tyson that you saw holding up 2 belts and walking around a fucking ring and bashing people's faces in, I'm here for it.
Yeah. I mean, Mike Tyson definitely got more money for sure. And that's the thing about Jake Paul too. Yeah. If he loses, he gets beat by an old man, or if he, if he wins, he beats an old man. If he loses, he loses to an old man. But at the same time, Jake Paul's getting paid.
Yeah.
So, and that's what a lot of this is. Now, obviously, the boxing has kind of got this stigma like it could be kind of staged a little bit. Now, professional wrestling is just flat out open with it, saying, yeah, they're staged. But the narrative, at least, if you're telling a story here, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for Jake Paul to go over, as it were. It would be more about the seasoned veteran coming back after 2 decades, getting a big win. So it would make a lot of sense that Jake Paul could be like, man, I thought he was going to beat me, but he ended up being better than me on this day. So kudos to him. He's a legend. I'm just so glad I got to be in the ring with him. So it would be a great story, and it will definitely sell tickets. But if Jake Paul ends up winning, it kind of would actually lead to the credits that maybe it is more real than not. But there's a lot of people think that fights are thrown and things like that for the betting odds.
Because that's a thing that, like, whether we want to believe it or not, that's a legit. Boxers have been paid off to throw fights before. Like, it's a cash grab for some. But I mean, I don't care though. Yeah, I think for a lot of us, it's getting to see. I don't care. Mike Tyson in the ring one more time. I'm cool with that.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, this is such a big fight field. It's a marquee matchup to where I don't care if it's rigged or not, as long as I come away as a happy fan seeing this fight. I mean, I would love for it to be real. Obviously, that makes more sense. But I watch professional wrestling, and I got no problem with the fact that it's staged. It's a story that's being told to me. So if that's the case, that's perfectly fine with me. But yeah. But what are your guys' thoughts, real quick, on strategies for both guys and who is going to win?
Well, Mike Tyson, if you've ever watched him box ever, and I had the great fortune of watching him train years ago, which was, again, a dope experience for me. Mike is always up close. If you let him get into striking range, that's an issue. You don't want him to get close to you. And if you've ever seen Mike fight, he gets low and in. You know what I mean? Jake probably wants to keep him at a fucking distance. So if I'm Jake, I'm using all of my reach against Mike. I don't want him to get close to me.
You know what else I do if I'm Jake Paul? And I think Jake Paul's even said this. He wants the fight to go 5 or 6 rounds. Then he's going to go in for the kill. Because the longer it lasts, the cardio for the younger would mean a lot. I think Tyson wants to end this fast and very well could if he connects. No doubt about it.
It takes one good fucking shot.
Yeah, all it takes is one.
I give him 2 rounds.
Jake Paul?
Yeah.
You think Tyson's going to win that fast, huh?
I
mean, it's not like it's unheard of.
It's absolutely not unheard of. You've seen this guy knock out people before. Tyson could absolutely do it.
Yeah.
Mike in the comments says, what if they follow the Rocky Balboa Rocky 6 script? The old man shows he can still hang by going the distance, but he still loses by decision. That's kind
I
of
thought about that too.
In like wrestling terms, it'd be a way of protecting Mike Tyson, but at the same time putting Jake Paul over.
But I feel like that'd be anticlimactic.
You think so?
Yeah.
I thought it worked in the movie just fine.
It would. That's a movie. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But like,
but if it's staged and it's a story, it kind of is a movie, you know.
People want to see Mike Tyson knock him out.
I'm more
here's the
worried
thing.
Yeah,
about
they do.
Jake
That's for sure.
There are
than
more
Mike
people
Tyson.
who want to see Jake lose than anything. You know what I
I'm
mean?
one of those people.
Doesn't matter who it's against. They're
Me too,
more
man.
against seeing him
I
lose.
hate him. He's an arrogant.
You think he's arrogant? I ain't gonna lie. I'm starting to come around on Logan Paul a lot more.
Mhm.
I don't know much about Jake
I like
as
Logan.
much, but
There's a
Logan
difference.
as a wrestler and some of his, interviewing, our favorite candidate in politics recently, things like that. Yeah, I mean, I
I don't know.
I mean,
Logan still has a little bit of ground to make up with me.
He
after
does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Logan. They both need to.
what
clean
did
it up.
Logan do?
the whole.
Don't want to get into it.
No,
That's fine. We can move on. No, I do think that this is going to be the ending of this whole fight here, probably most likely. But that's just me. So
whatever. Say what you want. That was the hardest fight in that game.
hell yeah, it was. I never got to Mike Tyson in Punch Out
Man.
ever. I got
If
a
you
hard time
did-
getting like Soda Popinski.
If you did get to Mike Tyson, you were losing. Oh,
See, Mike said, can he also punch out Logan just for the hell of it? I mean, sure, why not?
Sure.
I mean, I imagine. Well, I mean, isn't he and Jake getting along a lot more now?
I don't know. They was beefing pretty hard for a little bit.
They were, but
Yeah,
I think
he's still
he
beefing.
said that they were getting along a little better. By the way, if you all of you Mike Tyson's Punch Out fans, this is Jake Paul apparently, Last Joe from back in the day. So yeah, definitely fun. But yeah, we're looking forward to this fight. If you can't tell, it's just something a little different we're going to try here on the channel. So hopefully you guys will enjoy us doing a little bit of watch along.
It's one of those nostalgic things, I guess. Like again, I grew up watching Mike Tyson. I mean, he was obviously already boxing by the time I was able to understand what boxing was and shit like that. But like, I was telling Miranda this a little bit earlier tonight. Like, I remember vividly Saturday night fights on HBO, watching them with my mother. That was like one of the times that she would let me stay up with her to watch something late at night, and it was boxing. It was either Saturday night fights or boxing after dark, and I would just
Saturday night's main event for me.
Yeah, and just watch these. I remember the day we bought a pay-per-view fight, and I got to tell you, if you're buying a pay-per-view fight and Mike Tyson was the main event on that fight, you better had it like another fight on that card, because that Mike Tyson fight was not going to be that long.
Well, and that's the problem sometimes with like even in like NFL Super Bowls or big boxing matches or UFC. Sometimes they don't live up to the hype because it just goes so fast. It's over in seconds, or it's just not a good fight, or sometimes the game sucks in the NFL or whatever it might be. That's why some people kind of like professional wrestling, because it's more of a controlled environment where you can give the fans more of what they want. That's kind of why professional wrestling is a popular thing. But yeah, it's one of those things. Hopefully, it actually lives up to the hype. Mike also said prime Mike Tyson versus prime Muhammad Ali. Who wins?
Yeah,
Muhammad Ali.
Yo,
Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, I would have to.
Like, and I'm not taking anything away from Mike Tyson, but
No.
Muhammad Ali was the king of "you're not gonna hit me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you tire yourself out, and then I'm gonna beat the shit out of you."
Yeah.
And that's what
like
he
a
did.
butterfly, sting like a bee.
and he did.
He did it to Foreman.
People.
Now,
He
Mike
didn't
Tyson-
bite Foreman's ear though, did he?
No,
No.
and that was Holyfield that got bit.
Oh, Holyfield. Sorry, I'm not a big boxing fan. Sue me, but I am excited about this one for sure. Kathy wrote The Dancer. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, it took a second for me to figure out what you're talking about. Also, going back to our earlier conversation, Mike had a chat or super chat question, or it's not super chat. Anyway, question for the crew on TV finales, if that's okay. What was the worst and which was the best in your opinions of TV finales of all time? I can pretty much sum up my favorite ones were probably Big Bang Theory was up there. I thought they did a pretty good job. The Office was okay. I would say the worst ones, though, hands down, it's Roseanne and Seinfeld had a really bad finale. Seinfeld, about every single episode of that series I loved, except for the one where the show went backwards in time in the final season and the finale. Every other episode, I love that series. But Roseanne, also when you find out Dan's dead, and for the last season or so, it was depressing. Then of course they ended up killing Roseanne off in the reboot. So how about that?
Not like it didn't suck like how it ended. It just sucked to say goodbye.
What was that?
Friends.
Like
it was sad that way it ended. Like it wasn't. I don't mean like it sucked. Like it sucked. It just sucked that it was the end of that. That was a good series.
I think Family Matters was one that sucked when it was over.
I don't remember how it ended though. To be honest with you,
Jaleel White. They were moving out of the house, and
I know he got married to Laura at one point. Yeah,
and they were standing around reliving the memories of the house, and like Urkel busting through the door and all this other shit. And it's him closing the door for the last time after everybody, like and it was like, damn.
Well, that reminds me, and again, this was a good finale. It wasn't a bad one, but the end of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where they all moved.
Yeah.
And Carlton's last one running down the stairs, but well, it was a good ending.
He was running across the set, dragging himself. No!
It was hilarious, but that was a good one. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was just a good series in general, in my opinion. But Miranda, got thoughts on that? Or
I agree with all what you guys said. I don't know that I've even seen the ending of Big Bang.
Yeah, Big
and
Bang.
That, like,
no bad. My sister hasn't either.
Yeah.
I mean, the last couple seasons, it was. I mean, it didn't fall off enough to where it hurt the show, but I just thought it had a nice, solid ending to the show, and of course, it got 2 spinoffs after that. But it was just one of those series that I was glad that it didn't have a horrible ending. Like a lot of them just can't. But in that case, I thought it did a pretty solid job, so I can't complain. But yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of any others. But if we do, we'll mention it. So yeah. So all right. Well,
like I said, Supernatural had a good fucking ending.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a good ending.
I'll have to watch that, so we'll see how it goes. But apparently, Cobra Kai did not, according to Mike. So, so those of you out there who like Cobra Kai, we'll ask that he doesn't ruin it here for sure. So those of you who can go watch it for sure.
Yes, please, Mike, don't ruin it.
All right. Well, let's move into the first bit of stuff we're going to get into before we get into the fight itself, and let's talk about a little bit of movie trailers that come out this last week. So going along the lines of television, I guess we could talk about some movies. And this week we had a couple movie trailers that come out that I wanted to go over. And the first one was the brand new trailer for Captain America Brave New World. Definitely something I'm looking forward to on Valentine's Day this year. So let's check that out real quick. We'll react to it, let you guys know what we think about it. So here we go.
You asked for me. Here I am. You want to help me? Is there anything you remember?
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Thaddeus Ross.
Oh, Winter Soldier programming kicked in.
Whatever this is, Cap, be careful. What do we know?
There were 5 shooters. This was a coordinated terrorist attack, sir.
I was a wartime general. Now I'm a wartime president. Your inner circle's been compromised. Let me fix it. Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not.
I'm bitter. Oh, that was dope.
That was dope.
Oh, nice sound wave. Yeah.
We're on the brink of war. We can't trust anyone. Nothing about this feels right. Captain America. You ever ask yourself, who's playing who? Someone's been pulling the strings on everything.
You're under arrest.
I don't want a variable out there that I can't control.
Stop!
Captain America caught without his wings.
You like to play dress up and blindly execute the state's orders.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
What if this is a trap? You don't even know what this is.
There we go.
Since when were they red?
It's good.
You want me? Come and get me.
All right, okay. So it's actually definitely the first time we got to see the new trailer with some of the special effects completed, obviously for the new film coming out here in February. I'm loving the feel, I'm loving the vibe. I think everything looks really good. Some of the stuff that they're doing on like the battleships and things like that, with the fighter jets and everything in the air look great. Any thoughts on what you guys just saw?
Positive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a lot of people who've pre-screened the movie, they're saying it's not as what they wanted it to be yet. Like maybe it's not living up to what they're hoping for, but there's still some time to maybe work on the movie if that is the case. However, a lot of times you get some of those pre-screenings and stuff done that for audience reaction so they can kind of tweak the movie. Doesn't always go great, and the film ends up being just fine. So I'm hoping this will look and be as good as it looks in the trailer. So if that's the case, I'm definitely looking forward to getting back to some of that Winter Soldier vibe and Civil War vibes that we've had in the past in the MCU. So I'm definitely looking forward to that, and I think it looks good in my opinion. So, yeah, I know we've talked a lot about Marvel here and stuff on the channel, but I'm a big geek, so I hope you guys like that. So, but anyway, so all right, we have one more trailer I thought we would talk about tonight, and that is, of course, the new Mission Impossible trailer starring Tom Cruise, which I guess Paramount is kind of wanting to bill it as potentially the final Mission Impossible film. So let's check that out real quick, and we'll talk about it as well.
Our lives are not defined by any one action. Our lives are the sum of our choices.
Everything you are, everything you've done,
Calling back all the way at the beginning.
come to this.
When the need for certainty is absolute and the odds are deemed impossible, the mission falls to him.
Should he choose to accept?
For every life you tried to save,
Ving Rhames.
you gambled millions more. And now the fate of every living soul on Earth is your responsibility. That's the pattern.
There's
isn't
always
it?
that running shot of Tom Cruise in every movie.
You refuse to sacrifice the ones you hold close.
There's another one.
You've always been on the right side, brother. I have no regrets. Neither should you.
Psychopath.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
Kind of interesting to see Tom Cruise. I think finally starting to age a little bit.
It's old.
Yeah,
the guy-
he's so weird.
He's definitely weird. And I'm not gonna lie, if you'd have told me that I thought that the most sane guy in Hollywood was Tom Cruise, I'd have said you're nuts. But he is one of the few actors in Hollywood who understands he's an actor first and foremost. He's not a political activist, number one. Number two, he always puts everything he can into his films to make it the best it possibly can be without adding in all that extra, political garbage. Top Gun Maverick, I think we all on this channel love that movie. We watched it together.
That was actually pretty good. Yeah.
It was, I mean, in my opinion, one of the best movies in the last 10 years. So if you've not seen that, definitely go check it out as well. Was we
Yeah,
welcome in Aaron to the show as well. So
that was definitely a good movie. And
Yeah.
he does a good job of keeping his personal life out of it.
but his personal life is
weird.
right. Absolutely. And that's the thing. It's like of all the people that because of the way his personal life has and publicly as that, that's kind of why I have a hard time, understanding why he's the one who seems the most sane in Hollywood in some respects. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But the mission, go ahead.
I'm not trying to change topics, but this kid is the most arrogant, selfish.
Oh, Jake Paul.
I hope he knocks his ass out.
What's he saying? Should I ask?
He's talking right now.
He's talking
15
trash
minutes before he fights him. He says he's going to knock him out.
Well, he's got a
I mean, they're all going to say that.
There's another fight in between it and the main event. So
okay, but yeah, Tom Cruise is showing his age. Mission Impossible. All the movies are great. My father's a big fan of them. You're not going to hear me say a bad thing about them. So.
Well, I mean, me personally, I'm not going to say they're all great. One was probably the weakest. Two, it's okay. It's ironic to me how this series actually parallels the Fast and Furious movies to me. And that's because the first three, the third one and Mission Impossible starts to get pretty good. But just like Fast and Furious, 4, 5, and 6 are the best in the series. I mean, it's like it aged like a fine wine. Now 7 started to fall off a little bit with Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning a little bit. Hopefully 8 can kind of round it out and give it a good ending. Unlike Fast and Furious, I think it may kind of understand that now may be the time to kind of end it. However, Tom Cruise has also talked about how he doesn't necessarily is not ready to put an end to this franchise publicly. He's talked about how he wants Glenn Powell, his fellow Top Gun Maverick co-star, to potentially replace him in the Mission Impossible series. However, Glenn Powell's come out and said that his mother wouldn't approve of that because it's a death trap. But at the same time, I thought Glenn Powell did a great job in Top Gun Maverick. What was his call sign name? Do you remember? It was the guy who was on standby. It was the arrogant a-hole.
Shit.
Was it Rooster? Rooster was
no,
it was the other guy. Crap. I love that movie so much, and I can't think of his call sign name.
I know, I can't remember what it was all.
Anyway, he had a breakout performance in that movie too. And he was good in, I thought, Twisters this summer as well. So he's definitely got a bit of a star-making career on his hands as well. But Mission Impossible, obviously, not many people are going to want to do the stunts that Tom Cruise does for Mission Impossible because Tom Cruise is just a psycho who will literally hang off of airplanes, jump off of skyscrapers and do stupid stuff that he shouldn't be doing. But at the same time, it's what makes the movies great, and I'm looking forward to it. Aaron, since you're here now, do you got any thoughts on these films? If you're there, buddy.
I have not seen a single one.
Never, really. Well, you and Michael are in good company with each other, I guess. Or no, I'm sorry. Mike said he never got into them, not that he never saw them. Well, it depends on which one. What was the last one you watched, Mike? If it was the first couple, I understand why. But like I said, they get dramatically better, starting with 3 and definitely in 4. So I highly recommend maybe you go back and check those out.
I'm gonna be honest here. I don't think I've seen one past the first one.
Really? Well, like I said, you've seen the weakest. And like I told you, when Top Gun Maverick come out, the reason why I thought that was so good is Tom Cruise kind of put Mission Impossible into Top Gun with the mission that they had to pull off in that film. So in that regard, I thought they did a pretty good job with the writing as well. Mike said he saw the first one, but just wasn't my thing. Well, and I understand that too. It's kind of the American version of James Bond to some degree.
Yeah.
So in that regard, some people, if it's not for you, I totally get that too. I mean, a lot of people don't like them, but I know ever since 4, they've been on my top must-see list whenever there's a new one coming out. So I definitely recommend it. And hopefully the new one will be good, and maybe it'll end on a good note, and we'll see what they end up doing going forward. So yeah. So what's up, Aaron? How you been, buddy? Where you been? Oh yeah.
Just shopping and doing adult stuff.
Doing Friday things. Yeah. You got your Netflix ready for the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight?
Oh yeah.
Here a little bit.
I can get that ready.
All right. Well, we're waiting on that fight to start anyway, so we're just talking about some stuff before that starts. So yeah, I got to reopen my Netflix. There we go.
Eric or Aaron, have you ever watched a boxing match?
No. I'll be honest.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're more than just guest number 4 to us, by the way.
That's wild. That's
I couldn't think of anything for today, so I was like, I'm just gonna be like weird and do guest number 4, and I think
That's crazy work, right?
I was gonna do guest 3, but I was like, maybe Matt's on me, so maybe I should do number 4. So I'm glad I went with 4.
Kathy wrote earlier too. Matt is feeling pretty grown these days, so yeah. So he's a big boy now. He's got himself a home and all. He's got one up on me. I'm still living in an apartment, so it's
that big boy attitude gonna get Matt fucked up. He keep talking to me like that.
Yeah, he was like throwing some shade and all sorts of.
Matt gonna get pieced the hell up. What?
Man, in that fight, I'm taking Brandon straight up.
Isn't the Green Lantern the weakest of the DC heroes?
You know what? Those are fighting words. You know, come from a fellow comic geek over here. Just saying. I'm sorry that Green Lantern's not been like done properly on the movie screen or television screen yet, outside of animation.
I say it all the time, Matt. On Baby Jesus, Matt, I'm gonna fuck you up.
You'll be praying like Ricky Bobby and Talladega Nights. Good old Baby Jesus.
We'll come at you like a spider monkey, Matt.
Yeah, come on, Chip.
Come on, Chip.
Seriously. Bruh. Yeah, Mike says Matt's feeling 4 feet tall now.
Yo,
and here we go.
That's
hey,
wild,
man,
big dog.
We gotta have fun with it, you know.
That's wild, big dog.
Hey, it ain't much fun being tall either. I'm just gonna say, put that out there.
I wouldn't know.
You would know. Well, you're taller than he is, but
I mean, a lot of people are.
Watch this.
So is Napoleon.
Yeah,
but,
so is my daughter.
Bruh. We love you, buddy. We're sorry to pick up so much, but anyway.
I know.
All right.
You know you're my man's man.
So hold on.
Oh well, that's fine.
Oh God.
You
They're
got a
having
little
issues. They're having issues.
well, mine's working fine.
There was a lot of people bitching.
Yeah.
Oh really?
You got to think about it. How many people are tuning into this? This is their first time doing a live broadcast,
a live
right?
stream, yeah. Is it the first one they've ever done?
I believe so.
Oh wow. What in the world is okay? Aaron dropped out of one, and I guess we'll kick this guy from the. We'll remove him, and we'll bring that one in. Hey, what's up, man? What?
What happened?
We saw it for 2 seconds. He goes and hit himself. What the heck?
Outside.
I don't know why you had two brought up
for the camera.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Oh well.
Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't think they're bad movies. It's not that like it wasn't my thing. I think I just seen the first one and they just never got around to watching the other ones. So like,
well, that's the thing too. In the first one, I mean, it was so kind of in depth with some of the things they were doing. It's like it was almost insider baseball to the television series back in the day. So, and after that, it kind of started branching off, becoming its own thing a bit more. And I think it started to bring more people in. But yeah, I mean, I see why some people would watch the first one just be like, nah, it's not my thing.
Oh, look, there's
I get
Jerry
it.
Jones.
Well, it is his stadium. I mean, shoot. By the way, Mike's also in the chat wanting to cause another battle. Who wins the fight of archers, Green Arrow versus Hawkeye?
Man, that's the only win you're ever going to see in Cowboy Stadium this year.
Man, I hope Nate's watching so he beats you down when we see you.
No, I did that just for Nate.
Hawkeye.
Hawkeye
still wins. Hawkeye's, regardless of anything, Hawkeye is still a trained fucking killer. Green Arrow is literally a rich kid who decided to take up superhero. Granted,
was he trained by like assassins too, though?
No, he was trained by Black Canary.
Well, in certain iterations, the
who
Arrow
was trained by
wasn't.
Who learned how to fight from Black Cat.
Green. I have to go with Green Arrow because
Black Cat's I don't know.
My wife loves Green Arrow.
Black Cat is also a big dude in the DC universe.
No, is it Black Cat or something?
You're talking about Spider-Man.
Tiger Cat?
It might be
Tiger Cat.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think it's something different.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. See, Mike, you're causing trouble now.
Yeah. Shut up.
You know, don't make me kick you from the chat. You're going to cause a war on the podcast. You know, it's not good.
Hawkeye still wins though. Fuck that.
Hawkeye still wins. All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, let's get into the next topic before we get into the fight. I don't think they've even started the women's boxing fight yet, have they?
Yeah, we're okay.
Okay, so we've still got a little time. My plan is to hopefully get everything caught up besides the politics before the fight starts. So
we can skip this next part though. Nobody really cares.
What part?
The IU part.
No,
Oh
we're gonna
yeah,
talk
well,
about
we got a few other things besides.
Oh,
that.
okay, I was about to say.
We got a few
We're
other
gonna
things.
talk
We're not
about
going to go
this.
right into football just yet, but yeah. Anyway,
skip that
and Mike's
part.
like, by the way, 2 Fs in a fight. It's like a double fight.
That's
So
wild.
yeah, like a foot fight.
A foot fight.
Like,
It's a foot fight.
B5 for fight.
Yeah, he wasn't very good either.
Why'd you say that?
B5 for fight. Yeah.
Michael Irvin, he wasn't a very good football player either. Neither was.
He's also a cowboy, man. I swear. Go get.
Matt, if you don't shut your mouth.
You know what? You know what? I bet the Cowboys win a Super Bowl before the Yankees win another World Series.
You willing to bet that?
I don't know.
You
But
put
it's
your
been a
money
while
where
for
your
both.
mouth is there, Snowman.
I mean, I may not be around long enough to see it, but I don't.
Wow.
Hey, the Colts won in 15 years either, so.
Yeah,
Well,
actually, man, what was it? 2006.
Oh, they haven't won in 17 years. God, it's even longer.
Oh man, that was
Yeah.
their only Super. That was their only Super Bowl, right? Yeah, win it
No, they won one at
27
Baltimore.
times, and you can come talk to me.
Yeah. Well, it don't work like that in the NFL. Well, unless you're Dallas, I guess we've won what? 6?
Well, in Eric's defense, and me and Eric has talked about this before. Baseball does not have a salary cap.
Yeah, that's my problem with baseball.
And football does.
Basketball, same way.
If football didn't have a salary cap, then it would be like the Cowboys that win it every year.
Who are the
No, they
Yankees buying
fucking
next year?
wouldn't. If you
They
watch
would
the Cowboys
pay
play,
every team player.
they paid them and they still fucking suck.
Yeah, the Eagles. Remember the Dream Team? Yeah, that didn't go nowhere. But,
And like,
yeah.
I'm not just sitting here talking shit. I like because they're a friend of ours team. That has nothing to do with it. I'm just being real. Like they paid their quarterback a shit ton of money. They paid their best wide receiver who can't catch a ball because the sun's in his face because they built a fucking stadium where the sun comes.
Well, the
through
Colts did
time.
that too, by the way.
Oh, God,
So I
yeah.
can't say too much. But by the way, Mike, you're wild for this chat. I swear. Cowboys win a Super Bowl before Matt finally gets a growth spurt. Damn.
All right.
Matt, you're gonna have to start fighting back with this guy. I'm telling you.
No, I'm just.
Hey,
Well,
Matt, it's got to be on site with him next
The
time.
problem with Mike is I can't talk trash to him because he's beat me twice in fantasy this year,
Yeah.
and he's just
Yeah, so
running
is
away
Aaron.
with it. So I'm just letting him have it. So you know what? If the quicker he gets it out of the system, the better off I will feel.
Aaron,
So-
Brandon said you jinxed her.
How's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Aaron, what is that? Like a chicken hawk with a hat?
We went over this last week. It's an
Oh
eagle
my
with a
God.
cowboy
Why
hat.
is he-
Oh,
what is a
okay.
chicken?
Miranda.
Oh my gosh. You disrespectful American.
So, Aaron, the way you jinxed it is because you already said that I was going to win. And Jalen Hurts looked like crap apparently last night after I went to bed. And yeah, you are so nice in fantasy football that it's just weird playing you. You gotta it's like
He did that
watching
to me
Matt
too.
and was, huh?
He did that
I
to me too.
know.
Now to think about it, he texted me.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know, man. It's gonna be close. And I was like, no, man. You've got like 4 guys left, and I've got like 2, and they've been sucking. So you got the man
Yeah.
advantage. And sure enough, he beat
And
me. I'm
like your
I
quarterback
think it's
got
strategy.
45 fucking points last week,
Damn.
and they play my team this week. Do you not realize this?
I think
Yeah,
Aaron.
those
is
Little
players-
hustling.
nervous, Aaron.
I think
They
Aaron's
played your
hustling us.
team. The last time they played the Steelers, they lost. And
Yeah,
he
they're
didn't
gonna
do so
get-
good.
I
They're gonna
get
get
that.
the
I get
bulldozer.
that. History
yeah,
doesn't need
we're-
to like
we're-
always repeat itself. Your team looked pretty darn good last week.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry. We're going to talk about the Steelers and who they play here this weekend too. Here in just a minute.
Mhm.
Here comes
I'm
the
just
bulldozer.
like my mind in that is both D. Smith and McLaren. They both did under 5 points.
Mhm.
So
wow.
I barely got 6 points out of 2 guys. So I'm just saying
Yeah.
that's not looking good for me.
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
you play the game I played. Both 2 players ended up with 50 fucking points apiece in the first damn game.
No,
and
Jamar
wasn't
Chase had
even the weekend.
59. All right.
Yeah.
200 some yards plus like 3 scores. Yeah.
I lost
but-
the game on a Monday night
Thursday night.
or Thursday night.
Yeah.
No shot.
He had no shot of winning. That's demoralizing when it does happen. Mike, the chat you just put in there about the Colts, I'm going to bring it up here in a minute when we talk about the Colts. So hang in there.
All right, can we talk about IU?
Well, yeah, let's go. Let's move into the sports section here real quick, and
Nobody
we'll,
wants to hear.
even though we
about
kind of
it.
already started it anyways.
Nobody wants to hear about it.
I know we
at all.
football transition, but we've got a few other things to talk about besides just football this week. First and foremost, with a tear in my eye, I will be scratching off something on my bucket list this February as Mike, our buddy Chris, and I will be going to WWE Royal Rumble in Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope.
Ticketmaster app and won the fight because it was difficult to navigate that app due to technical issues, due to all the people trying to get tickets for this thing. But for me, this is a big deal because the match that made me a fan of pro wrestling was the 1992 Royal Rumble in which Ric Flair won the undisputed WWF Championship, entering at number 3 and competing for over an hour in that match with greats like Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, Macho Man Randy Savage, Roddy Piper. The list is on and on in that match. It's probably one of the more star-studded ones throughout the history of the match itself. That year, I also went to WrestleMania 8 in the old Hoosier Dome up in Indianapolis, and for 32 years since, I've been a fan of pro wrestling. And as awesome as this is going to be, I'm hoping I'll be able to attend another WrestleMania as well in a few years. So when it comes back to Indianapolis at Lucas Oil Stadium as well. So I'm ecstatic about this. Mike and Chris are definitely going to be going. I wish everybody else could have got to go with us too. But these tickets were not cheap. They were definitely on the higher end for professional wrestling. With WWE's second biggest show of the year. This is a picture of WrestleMania 8 in the Hoosier Dome. So I expect it to be about this full for the Royal Rumble as well. About 70,000 fans could fit in Lucas Oil Stadium on the floor as well. So it's going to be a big show, but yeah.
Yep, that's the RCA Dome.
Yeah, before they tore it down. Also it was announced breaking this week that John Cena will be competing in his final Royal Rumble match in Indianapolis as well. So a lot of rumors out there going around that potentially maybe he wins the Royal Rumble and goes on to challenge Cody Rhodes for the WWE title, potentially breaking Ric Flair's all-time world championship record of 16 championships at WrestleMania 41 this year, or next year, I guess. So we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being the case. Or it could be a Roman Reigns thing. Maybe he challenges The Rock if The Rock somehow takes the title off Cody or something. A lot of different things that could possibly go down. But, yeah. Are you guys excited for the Royal Rumble, even though, you may not be able to go to it in person? Even though I told Brandon, I was like, if you guys give me a little bit, maybe I can get something for your kids or something, while I'm up there.
We talked about that.
I would definitely like to do something like that because I hate that they can't go and all that sort of stuff. But it's rough, man. Because we spent over $500 a seat for this, and literally anything on the floor was $1,000 plus.
That's crazy.
That's insane, dude.
It makes you really put it in perspective when you watch the show at home, going the amount of money that is on the floor itself. And WrestleMania, I'm guessing, is going to be twice that at least.
And I was talking about this with one of the guys at work who he spent even more money on tickets to sit where he was sitting.
Well, the funny thing was, I talked to him today, and he's actually in the exact same section we are. But he's he's 22 rows in front of us, but it's $300 more.
Fuck that, dude.
In a way, it was like we almost lucked out because we got the higher seat. We might be able to see better. I don't know. So it might actually benefit us, but at the same time, it's like I couldn't believe he was in the exact same section.
That's
wild, Eric, dude. You were young when you went to the other WrestleMania, but do you remember how much tickets were then?
No, because I had nothing to do with that. That was all my parents in that regard. So but I imagine it at the time wasn't great, but yeah, I wouldn't imagine it's nearly what it is now. Clearly,
it was probably $125.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing my parents would have spent that much money for 4 tickets to a big wrestling show. I'll never forget though. It was the first wrestling show I ever went to, obviously, because I was 10 years old. And my mom, and my dad didn't really care for professional wrestling. Neither one of them did really anyway. They just thought it was kind of silly, but it was something I wanted to do, and my sister kind of liked it too, so they wanted to take the kids, right? Well, my mom, about an hour into WrestleMania 8, looked at my dad and goes, "Is it about over yet?" He looked at the match card going, "No, it's got to be." And she's sitting there going, "How long is it going to last?" So after 3 hours, she was exhausted. I remember that for sure. Yeah, Mike also went to WrestleMania 8, though. He said he was a little older than me. He said he thinks his ticket to WrestleMania 8 was like $40, but don't quote him on that. So,
Jesus.
Where were you sitting, Mike? We were in like the nosebleeds of nosebleeds, like before big screens were invented. Like you just had to squint and hope you could see the ant wrestle.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Now they've got
hold on.
things to help.
You got to think about this too, dude. this was an experience for you. Obviously, something you still remember.
Of course, and some
So it's like, and I think like for us, that's what we wanted to do because it was like, all right, yeah, these are expensive, but like at the same time, this is something that they won't forget. You know,
right.
especially Jackson. Like, and like that's what sucked the most about not being able to do it. But at the same time, it's like if I want to do it, I want him to have a great fucking experience. Like I want that, you know, to be one of those big core memories of I went to the Royal Rumble with my mom and my dad, my brother and sister, and it was awesome. You know what I mean?
Well, not only that, it's the first Royal Rumble in the state of Indiana ever. The concept is, by the way, probably my favorite match in all of pro wrestling. So it's one of those deals where, to me, this is definitely a bucket list thing for me. I was willing to pay whatever it took just to get a seat somewhere in the building. So in that regard, it's going to be fully worth it. Now, with WrestleMania coming around, I know I was talking to Chris and Digger a little bit about this too. Sounds like we got a little more time to save some money. Probably wouldn't need the money for that till at least next October. So if you guys are interested, if it comes around in 2026, we got a little time to maybe script and save for that one. Because like you said, it would be, trust me, as a kid who went to one, and it was before all the, you know, the fireworks and the strobe lighting and all the stuff that they do nowadays. It was just guys walking up and down the aisleway and doing great matches. So for a kid today, oh yeah, it would be totally worth it, I'm sure. So we'd love to have you guys go with us too. Mike said he was on the camera side. Oh, I'm sorry, across from the camera. So he was across from the hard cam. But were you on the floor or you were a little higher up? I'm assuming you were probably closer than I was then. Yeah, so you might have even got on camera a little bit. You have to let me know if there's a match that you're on camera. Maybe I can try to find you in some of the old videos for sure. But yeah, definitely something I'm looking forward to. So.
But yeah, so like I was saying, though, as much as those tickets are right and that you pay for, you got to think about it. There is a group of people that you see that always are facing rings. They're always ringside and hard camera side, like
family charity things.
It's the same people every time. Like, and I'm like, how much money do you have? Because I promise you, those tickets ain't cheap.
No. They're probably the most expensive tickets in the entire, because the wrestlers face you the entire time. All that sort of stuff.
But they're always, it's the same dude's face every time. Like I can point him out from TV tapings to pay-per-views. He's there.
It's got to be like family members of those who work there. Things like
something, dude. Because like I cannot imagine how much those tickets are. And if I don't know if they have like a you know, like you can buy season passes for the games and shit, like, you know, football games, when you're a season ticket holder. I don't know if WWE has something like that and you just pay into it, you know what I mean, to get these amenities and these seats. But like as much as the seat costs you for where you're sitting into where we were when we watched the football game, and you're just down a tier lower than where we were from the football when we went to the football game. That's absurd, big dog.
Yeah, I mean we're on the first incline from the floor in the end zone, about right behind the aisleway. But in a way, we think it's going to be a good seat because it's going to be a direct eye line to the ring, so that'll be a good thing. Mike said section up from the floor. Don't remember the row, but he never found himself on camera. But either way, that's you know, outstanding seats across from the hard cam. You know, on the incline to where you could see over people. That was one thing I was actually happy to get, seats on an incline, so you don't have to worry about kind of looking over people on the floor. You get someone tall in front of you, it's hard. Even in a Colts game when we went, sometimes people get up excited. It's kind of hard to see the field sometimes. Just one of those deals, you kind of got to get up and move with them. Otherwise, you ain't going to be able to see.
But we didn't have like terrible seats.
No, not at all. I mean, everything's kind of on a pretty steep incline, so you can see pretty well. But at the same time, wrestling is a lot smaller than a football field for sure. Mike said also attended WrestleMania 22 and 25. Don't remember what I paid for those, but seeing Undertaker Shawn Michaels live was priceless. Not only that, it was the best Shawn Michaels Undertaker match too. WrestleMania 25 match, no doubt about it. And I believe that was in Houston, right? Or I know it was in Texas. So yeah, that would have been outstanding.
But they are doing like a I don't know, like I want to say like tailgate, but that's not what it's called.
Fan experience, I believe. I'm assuming there'll be a fan experience at the Indianapolis Convention Center as well. That's the case. I'd love to go do that. They definitely will do something like that for WrestleMania.
For sure.
For sure.
So
maybe you guys can go to that. Huh?
Who are the people that competing in this?
Well, right now we don't fully know yet, since it's still a little under. Well, it's around 3 months away at this point. But the rumored matches right now is potentially Cody Rhodes versus The Rock. That's a rumored match.
Which one of these people on screen is Cody Rhodes?
The blonde guy
the blonde
right next to
ear
Roman
above
Reigns.
the two.
I don't know who Roman Reigns is.
Okay, he's the guy on the other
left.
side of that guy.
Yeah.
That's not helpful at all.
Okay, from left to right, it's Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley, Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, Liv Morgan, and CM Punk. So,
okay.
Netflix.
You have no idea how Rumble works, do you?
oh, dude, you'll have to watch the Rumble with Brandon. I mean,
Okay.
if you
Like
can
I
watch the pro
said,
wrestling, I think you'd like it.
The first
Netflix is
ever
having a moment.
the first ever wrestling thing I watched was when we were at
Yeah.
what was his name? That guy's house.
Uh-huh.
Why did I speak?
The first time you ever seen a wrestling match was at when we
Yeah.
went down to Jasper.
Not
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Okay.
That was the first
Well,
time.
that's the thing. We've been showing you clips and stuff, or Brandon has on Break and stuff. I honestly think you'd probably enjoy it. It's
Hey,
just,
do you see his face when we?
I know. He's like a kid who doesn't know all the little ins and outs like we do. So he's seen it like with fresh eyes, and I kind of envy it a little bit.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
because I said like his reactions to it is genuine because he hasn't watched it before. So like to see some of the spots and the bumps that these people take and his reaction to it cracks me up every fucking time. So how a Rumble works, Aaron, that there's 30 wrestlers, right?
Yeah.
And one by one they come down to the ring in 2-minute intervals.
well, some years it's been a minute and a half or 2 minutes. It just depends.
Yeah, it depends.
So,
So
two
you'll
guys start
off
the ring.
with two guys start off in the ring. And then a minute and a half or every 2 minutes, another guy will come to the ring.
And you don't know who it is as a crowd.
You don't know who it is. Inevitably, there's always one celebrity and then like 2 surprise entrances. And those genuinely are like midway through, you'll get your first surprise or your first celebrity. And then usually the 30 spot is saved for your big surprise.
Or a guy who's like Cena, who's old and doesn't want to wrestle the whole match.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That too.
But
so it's hard to it gets a little chaotic the more people get in the ring.
There's obviously less room to move around.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
But once they start clearing it out, that's when it really takes off.
It's just one of those types of matches where anything can happen literally at any given time. And it's very chaotic, but at the same time, very unpredictable. So exciting on top of it. So I'm
calling it now.
Yeah.
Either Xavier eliminates Kofi or Xavier is the reason why Kofi gets eliminated.
Assuming they're still together at that point. Either way, I can see him going nose to nose in the match for sure. But yeah, I mean, obviously the top could be, John Cena, Roman Reigns could win it. There's I guess, Cody,
is Roman even in it?
Well, we don't know yet. I mean, but with Cody being the champion, I would imagine Cody's not going to be doing it again and winning the 3rd time in a row, which I don't believe has ever happened. But we've definitely had, two times in a row like Cody did the last time as well. But so I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see who all's in it. But like I said, we'll probably know more about that come early January once the new year hits. They'll start building up to that show as well. So all right. Well, go ahead.
How did somebody get eliminated?
To get thrown over the top rope.
Yeah, you have to be thrown over the top rope. Well, I guess you could technically jump out yourself as well.
Pat McAfee did.
Both feet have to touch the floor in order to be eliminated.
Yes.
So if you just fall out and you're still on the ring, you're still in. Or if you go under the rope or over the middle rope, you're still in as well.
Yeah, if you roll under the bottom rope and get out of the ring, you're still in the match. You have to go over the top rope and both feet have to touch the ground.
So, man, I'm having issues on my Netflix too. Anybody else having some trouble right now?
Yeah, I haven't been able to connect for some time now.
Well, everybody's getting on now because they know the Tyson fight is coming up before
getting close,
about another half hour or so. So we'll keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, we'll be able to watch that for you guys. We're still planning on doing that.
Yeah,
Netflix has got to start boosting their servers. That is definitely going to be a thing. So we'll have to see how it goes. But let's move on to the next topic, which is something that Matt wanted to bring up. So, Matt, why don't you tell us a little bit about, is it Live Golf coming to Indianapolis?
Now, I've heard about this before.
Westfield,
but which is basically Indianapolis.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're coming to Westfield. And it is going to be their championship. For people who do not know, that is their championship. So that was their final. That is their final golf, what they were called tournament of the year. They have these elimination tournaments for each division. Each golfer is a part of a team as they go along, and they're what they call their playoff format.
Okay.
They get eliminated each week until there's none left. But you have to make like the top 50 to retain your card for the next season.
Jesus.
Okay. Man.
Yeah, Live Golf is very competitive. And I was very excited. I told my dad, I said we'd have to go to it because it'd be a once in a lifetime thing. By the way, if you start the Mike Tyson fight over from the beginning, it actually works. So just letting you know.
Well, the Mike Tyson fight hasn't started yet.
And no. When you start the whole thing from the beginning. Anyway.
Well, yeah, we're not going to do that because we're going to watch it live.
Yeah, well,
unless you fast forwarded, you mean? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. No. You don't know what I mean. Oh, I know what I mean. Anyways.
I don't think anybody knows what you mean.
Anyway,
Did it lose yet? Because Netflix won't load on my phone.
Yeah, I know. I'm having the same issue.
In Westfield, it's a very pretty golf course. It's very nice. It's a professional course. I mean, I'm very excited. I think it's going to favor a lot of the power players. I really think that if you're a good ball striker, then you're going to succeed in that tournament. I do not think that it's going to favor the iron players more than the others. That's my opinion. Okay.
What are some of the names that might be showing up?
Phil Mickelson, Bubba Watson.
So top to top.
Bryson DeChambeau. A lot of people like DeChambeau. Miranda does because he's a Trump dude.
All right. I don't know who the hell you're talking about, but
all I heard was Bryson DeChambeau.
He was there. He's a big Trump dude.
Okay.
DeChambeau.
Then he's okay guy.
The only reason I know any of this is because of Pat McAfee, and they talked about him.
You know what? Golf pisses me off because, like, I want to be able to be good at it, but I don't think I'll ever be.
Oh, my swing is terrible.
Well, we know how Miranda feels.
My golf swing is trash butter, but
like, to see Trump have more hip action than I could ever even dream of, it pisses me off.
I think my golf swing's pretty good.
It's not.
And for his
pretty good
granddaughter,
we are not going to be able to watch this live.
Brandon, we need to buy the kids golf clubs for Christmas. Maybe they can become like millionaire golfers. And
there you go.
Jackson likes golfing.
Yeah.
And all them golf carts.
Mm-hmm.
Be their caddy.
Yeah, I'll be their caddy. Fuck it.
I don't know.
Netflix sucks.
This dropping the ball. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Netflix.
I even turned off my Wi-Fi and it's still not working. It tells you it ain't the internet.
I got a picture, but it ain't gonna do shit.
I'm just getting the little rotating.
I'll see how long this lasts. Anyways.
Well, let's see if we
People
can.
are like, Netflix, you should have been streaming this on X. Why were you?
Yeah, Elon would never let us down.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
This wouldn't happen on Elon's watch.
Let's see what old X is talking about Tyson versus Paul while we're just kind of killing the time here. But we can always move on to our next topic too. But yeah. Here sums it up right here. The caption reads: "This Tyson versus Jake Paul fight is exciting." So yeah, it's kind of rough going over there at Netflix right now. I mean, yeah. Mike says he's having better luck with his iPad than his TV right now.
Oh, I got a video.
Yeah, I don't know about you. I'm not even 95%, 99%. It's just spinning at this point. So that's
Dude,
mine's not live. It's about
got so many belts that they have to carry them.
Who does?
This girl is fighting. She got so many belts that this guy had to carry them.
I'm not live, but every time I hit live is when it. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so looks like the women's fight is about to start. So if that's the case, we got a little time still. So that's a good thing to hear. All right, well, let's try to finish up the sports section here before we get
IU's
to the
better
fight.
than Ohio State.
Ah,
Shut up,
you
Matt.
shut your mouth.
No.
Well, he did have a good transition though. The Indiana Hoosiers are not Indianapolis. Indianapolis football team sucks right now. The Indiana Hoosiers, though, from Bloomington, though, are now ranked number 5 in the country, in the nation. So yeah, this is the best year, as far as I can tell, in Indiana Hoosiers football history. So yeah,
Well, they're about to jinx themselves as a school if they don't shut up.
Oh, are they talking? Oh God, don't talk.
Well, no, it's going to get political if I keep going. But IU as a school right now, they've got some learning to do. And
are you talking about the political side or the football?
Yeah,
side?
yeah, the political.
She's
side.
probably not wrong about
because
that.
I really don't care about the political side of it. So,
well, I don't either, but I'm not gonna like.
It's hard to
that
support
school
someone.
in general. They're producing our doctors and shit, and they need to get their heads out of their asses.
They are a liberal arts school.
Well, they're
Liberal
very
arts.
well. They also do a lot of healthcare and stuff in their schools.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of doctors.
I mean, the hospital's named after them, Matt.
I know they are.
But as for the football team, though, they're definitely 10-0. They were number 8 last week through week 11, but now they moved up to number 5. And as we'll probably talk about a little bit more and preview the game next week. But next week they face off against Brandon and Miranda's Ohio State.
Yes, they do.
Since they are both from Ohio, so that's going to be a big game. But yeah, I mean, I'm nervous. I'm not gonna come closer to Saturday next week. I'm going to be even more nervous as we go along.
I get it, but I watched that game against their last game they had against Michigan.
Yeah, it was a little shaky. Yeah, if they play like that against Ohio State is going to cream them.
It wasn't the blowouts that they played in before.
First game that Indiana has lost or has won by less than 2.
I don't want to blow out. I just want to win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if it's close or not. The win is a win, but at the same time, they did not look as good as they have been looking against Michigan. And if they do that against Ohio State, so that's going to be rough.
Now, Eric and Brandon, you know me very well, and I've been real quiet.
About
yeah,
what?
you have.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
About everything, honestly.
Just between now and Sunday next week, just shush, please. But yeah, in regards to, sorry.
Yes, I'm having issues with my network.
Well, mine's running at the moment. We're just now starting the women's fight, so we still got a little time. Hopefully, it'll hold. So I'll keep you updated as best I can if it's works.
Cool.
Moving into the NFL, though, can somebody please beat the Kansas City Chiefs? Just saying. Speaking of undefeated teams, the Kansas City Chiefs are the lone undefeated team in the NFL still after 10 weeks now, as they are now 9-0.
Brandon ruined my Christmas the other day talking about how Pittsburgh plays Kansas City on Christmas.
Yeah,
on
Netflix.
Netflix.
Win the Super Bowl too.
Yeah, on Netflix.
We're talking about Super Bowl here in a second.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Kansas
Mike said, win or lose, though, he is happy with the Indiana Hoosiers season more than I ever expected.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Even if they lose to Ohio State, they might still be able to compete for the Big Ten title and maybe even the college championship regardless. So it would be a loss on the record, but at the same time, gotta love what the Indiana Hoosiers have done this year.
That's what I said.
No matter what happens the rest of the year. But if they lose to Purdue, we got a problem. Okay. Purdue's what, 2 games, maybe 1. So
Ohio State beat the dog shit out of Purdue.
Oh, I know.
That game, they play home tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
No, I use off this week.
I use off.
Oh, okay.
So, which is hopefully going to be a big help
We're going to be
against Ohio
rested
State.
up.
Hopefully, but that could also make you a little cold, so you don't want to come out cold.
No.
You know, I worked at Four Winds when they were in the 1 year, and when they did home games, the little bastards would stay the night at the hotel. And the year I worked, there was a group of them that threw up in the bathtub.
Oh no!
Yeah, they were little party animals.
Oh my gosh, that was a bit fun. The Kansas City Chiefs, as I said, are undefeated, and they beat the Denver Broncos this week on a blocked field goal where the Broncos were driving to win the game as time expired. But it was almost like the entire Broncos offensive line on special teams or whatever it were basically broke down, and about every single Chief jumped up and blocked this ball. It's like even when things go rough for the Kansas City Chiefs, they still somehow find a way to win. So yeah, you could, there's gonna be some people out there saying, "Well, it's rigged." Maybe
Yeah,
not.
Mahomes, I bet he voted for Trump, but if he's rigging shit, he better get his head out of his ass.
Yeah, we don't
It's
like
not.
that.
First of all, it's not him. He has no fucking idea. If the game is rigged, like we talked about today too, with the referees.
Yeah, there was apparently a referee has been assigned to the Chiefs Bills game this Sunday. Apparently is known for calling a lot of penalties, and the penalties he calls is something that the Bills are known for doing a lot. So it's almost like they strategically placed him there to help the Chiefs. But that's it's a theory, whatever you want to call it. But it is interesting to at least point out. But yeah, so
it's in the script.
It's in the script. If they win 3 in a row, I'm really going to start to be a little suspect or sus, however you want to call it. But yeah, I can't imagine them winning 3 straight. But speaking of wins late over with field goals, the Lions mount a comeback versus the Houston Texans on Sunday Night Football on a game-winning field goal drive with no time remaining. Big win for the Detroit Lions, and they are now 8-1 on the season, the best record in the NFC. So there's a big potential, possibly at this point, that the Super Bowl matchup in New Orleans this year could very well possibly be the Kansas City Chiefs versus the Detroit Lions, which is a matchup some people wanted to see last year. So it would stand to reason that could potentially be the matchup this season. If that's the case, you think that'd be a good game?
The Detroit Lions losing that game.
Bullshit. Like, I don't see how you can sit here and just shit on the Lions losing that game. The Lions have come from out of fucking nowhere and have been playing. Jared Goff has been playing.
It's Taylor Swift
out fucking football.
Taylor's got nothing to do with the game now.
To win that game just to piss off America, and you know it.
Anyway,
he has something to do with the game.
Maybe from the NFL's perspective, but the play itself.
There's got to be some kind of money switching hands somewhere.
Brett he can't deal with it.
I know. I'm just pissing him off more and more. It's working.
They have the Lions. Loki, not right now. The Lions have played fucking hard. Just drop like that hasn't been Dan Campbell's MO.
More details.
Or this team's MO since he got there. Like Dan took a team that no one fucking believed in.
Netflix server 2
it took them like it. No, if the Lions go to the Super Bowl, I'd be pumped. Honestly.
Yeah, if the Lions went to the Super Bowl, I would be ecstatic, but I would still be sad because that means they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, and
they're not looking too shabby
talk
either.
about the Lions.
Yeah, and that's another team right now.
See, that's the thing.
Let's wait until we get there to see.
Yeah, let's maybe hold. That was where I was going with this. Actually, not so fast on the Chiefs Lions Super Bowl though, because. Don't look now. The Pittsburgh Steelers are 7-2, coming off a huge win against the upstart Commanders, Redskins. I'm sorry, Aaron.
It kind of made me giggle the other morning when I woke up and I seen Bob had picked up Russell Wilson.
Well, when Bob picked up Russell Wilson in our fantasy football league, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I started Sam Darnold last week. What the hell was I thinking? Jordan Love's my starter, but why did I knew he was out there. I just didn't think anything of it. So I'm an idiot.
Did you not think that one all the way through?
No, I did not. And it would have been a much better start than that guy. So
and then that guy.
Who I ended up dropping this week. I'll watch Sam Darnold go off now. After
it's
be good for Mike.
Quarterbacks round. See, what happens is the one I start is the one that does nothing, and then the one I put on the bench does something, and then the one underneath him goes off for even more.
Welcome to fantasy football, brother.
So yeah, there you go.
Plight of every fantasy manager right there.
Well,
this week,
I changed my team name too.
Yeah. Well, who the
Matt was upset.
I think.
Let's go Ravens.
I think you should get to be able to switch one player from your bench that totally screwed you over at least once a year.
One mulligan a year. I mean, I'd be all right with that. But hey, I mean. We could always, I don't know if that'd go well with the rest of the league, but we might discuss maybe bring it to the
middle. We just voted on it. We're good.
I'm here for it. Yep. Make it happen, Captain.
5 of us here. That's a majority. Well, it's half the league. But the Steelers have a big, brutal matchup against division rival, the Baltimore Ravens, from Aaron's side of fandom there. Always a hard-hitting affair this week on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yeah, that's going to be their first matchup this year between the two division rivals. So definitely could be a good one. They're both teams are really solid right now. Both looking at a playoff run. So yeah, that could be one of the best games of the weekend.
I don't know.
As many fights as we've almost seen on the field lately, these two being real rivals, they better not get ejected.
Yeah,
yeah,
and the fact that they're both in contention will only add to that.
Yeah,
if they were both at the bottom of the barrel, no one would care. But
yeah,
I don't know if y'all know
they're
this.
fighting.
TJ Watt shaved his head, so
really,
that means he's ready for fucking war. Yeah.
But yeah, so it was interesting too. The Baltimore Ravens just secured a trade for the Steelers for Deontay Johnson. I'm sorry, did Deontay Johnson? Yeah, no, he went to Panthers.
Yeah, he went to Carolina.
Yeah,
Deontay
now
Johnson was
the
on
Ravens
Steelers
have him.
before.
Yeah, the Ravens now have him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I want to make sure I got it right.
Yeah,
The Ravens
cool,
have
cool,
Deontay
cool.
Johnson, and Mike Tomlin was asked about Deontay Johnson this week and whether or not he would be game planning for him. And here's what he had to say. Let me know if you think he's throwing a little subtle shade here.
To be honest with you, I hadn't thought a lot about it. He's not on a lot of their video, and so, at this stage of the week, I don't know that I've weighed, what he might mean to the matchup. They got more significant pieces of goals that are occupying my attention at this part of the week.
They got more significant pieces with larger roles. Now, I don't think he's throwing shade here.
No.
I really don't.
He's being honest.
Yeah.
Deontay Johnson has not played with the
Not
Ravens,
much.
right?
Yeah,
So
he was on the team last week, but he didn't do much.
So he's like, I don't.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do today? Like, I'm more worried about Lamar Jackson,
Rashad
Zay
Bateman, Zay Flowers, the tight ends, Derrick Henry.
Derrick
So
Henry.
yeah,
Like
I get what he's saying.
Like, I have no concern for him. You know what I mean? Not that he's dogging the man. He's just being honest. Like, what do you want me to say? There's other key players that I need to focus on, and Deontay Johnson ain't one of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was funny because there were some people online literally going, he's literally, disrespected Deontay. I was like, no, I don't think that's what he meant. But there's, how the internet is.
Well, hey, the Pittsburgh Steelers has a former Raven also on their team.
What was that?
Patrick, I said the Steelers have a former Raven on their team. Patrick Queen.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, so that right there, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's on my team.
Yeah. A defensive player at that.
Yeah.
So
either way, I think it'll be a good game for sure. Probably the best hard-hitting matchup of the week, if you ask me. So defense galore plus some decent offense too.
Do you think they're gonna run towards JJ or TJ? You think Derrick Henry will run towards TJ?
I think if they put more than two guys on TJ, they're cheating. Having three guys block one person is not the way you play football.
But here's the thing: if you do block that side and he doesn't run that side, that means he's running against Highsmith.
Yeah,
Patrick
pick your poison. I mean,
yeah.
If he rushes and you can run past him as he's already beyond you, that would be okay. But it just depends on how you get TJ Watt.
I think they're going to stay away from Watt for sure.
Yeah, as much as they can. I don't blame them there. Quick
the king
aside,
of punch outs. And nah.
Mike said he hopes Netflix gets it together before Monday Night Raw moves here in January. Surely they're not going to have the amount of traffic that the Tyson Paul fight has tonight, probably. But
this is just dumb. I've been sitting at 25% for like a half hour now.
Try it again, Matt. Completely get it because mine's working just fine now on my phone. So
okay, that's great. I mean,
we'll keep going. You're fine still. Nothing's happening just yet, so we're fine.
I'm at 51% now.
Okay.
I moved up in the world.
To wrap up the football stuff, so hopefully we'll be done by the time the Tyson fight begins. Let's talk a little bit about the Indianapolis Colts. And we'll bring up Mike's last chat.
Matt, don't talk about my last place.
He said, by the way, Mike also mentioned earlier he went to WrestleMania 22, 25. He was at the Hall of Fame ceremony that weekend. Briefly made it on camera with Stone Cold Steve Austin when he came out for his induction. So that was cool. Then he also said about the Colts. By the way, Aaron and Matt, how did the Joe Flacco experiment go for the Colts?
It went well.
Yeah, it went great, didn't it? So sure. That is obviously the story for the Indianapolis Colts. Obviously, they lose a pretty bad game against the Buffalo Bills, 30-.
Because you're part of this.
No. Oh, you're the Flacco guy, the Ravens guy.
Yeah,
that's why.
Just saying.
Don't act brand new. Don't act brand new to this fucking conversation. You're the one who was like, I mean, it's Flacco, dude.
Don't disrespect my name.
Don't disrespect.
Or Flacco. Don't disrespect Flacco.
Poor guy. The Colts lose to the Bills 30-20. They dropped to 4-6 on the season. Before they announced Anthony Richardson coming back as a starting quarterback, in my head, the Colts deserve everything it gets at this point, and they still kind of do, due to poor mismanagement, in my opinion. The team will never admit they made a mistake, but at least they corrected it and decided to put the young kid in. Because in my opinion, the Colts simply need to lower their expectations for this season. Playoffs or a Super Bowl run should have never been in their purview. You've got to ride or die with Anthony Richardson, in my opinion. Find out what you got with the kid. Let him spend the rest of the season learning. Now, they got a chance to maybe beat the New York Jets this Sunday, in my opinion, because the Jets are not much better than we are at this point. So that's a game that's actually potentially winnable. Now, next week against the Detroit Lions, we're losing that game by hook or by crook. I don't care if it is here in Indianapolis. And then after that, it starts to get a little easier with the Patriots and Broncos, but even those games are not slam dunks at this point. And then we get like the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Titans, the Giants. Yeah, I know.
Good.
So, I mean, the Colts are probably not going to be in playoff contention. Let's just be real here at this point. But like I said, I've been saying it for weeks now, too. I would rather have the guy in Anthony Richardson who was losing games by less than one score by 3 points, a touchdown, than Joe Flacco, and with Richardson also with the ability to improve. With Joe Flacco, after 17 years, is not going to improve anymore, probably regress at this point, and was losing by multiple double digits points and stuff. So I would rather have at least the potential to get better with Anthony Richardson. So hopefully the Colts have finally seen the light and realize that too. But it's not all Anthony Richardson's fault. It starts with the coach, with the general manager, with the owner, all the way down. The other players, the receivers have got to catch passes. The offensive line has got to give Richardson more than 3 seconds to throw the ball. All these things have to come into place here. And if it doesn't, you just can't put it all on the young kid. So he's going to have his struggles as well. Sure. Mike said oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I just think that there was nobody in his corner, and that would deflate anybody.
He had some teammates back him up.
Yeah, he did have some. He did. And even Kenny Moore come out and talked about how other players on the team, it seems like there's some people not giving their best effort, some things like that. Even Jeff Saturday, former player and mid or interim coach at one point, even said something's going on in a building where someone's not wanting to take accountability or is fighting for their job, and it's not what you should be doing at this point. But I do agree with Mike. If he does tap out again, it might spell doom for AR. He can't be doing stuff like that either. He's got to show a little more maturity than that. And hopefully he learned his lesson with the 2 weeks he did have off. So in that regard, hopefully his maturity level has gotten better. And Shane Steichen did say when he announced him as a starter again for this week and the rest of the season that they saw some improvement, but that to me that felt like coach speak because they're not going to admit they're wrong. They're just trying to come out and say now things have changed. Well, the Colts are notorious ever since Peyton Manning had that neck injury where they said he was going to play and be ready for the season. Then he didn't play the whole season, and then he ended up leaving the following year when they drafted Andrew Luck. The Colts for a lot of years have not been the most forthright when it comes to information, when it comes to some of their players and what's going on inside the organization. So take it for what you will, but for right now, Anthony Richardson is back. Thoughts on this, Colts fans? You guys?
I think, and I get it. There's some people who like Shane. There's some people who, I don't know. This seems like it's more than just a him problem, like a Richardson problem. Like it really does. It seems like we honestly need to take a look at everything, and again, starting from the top and then work its way down.
As an outsider, I just want to say this: y'all look almost as bad as the Cowboys. And living with a fan last week, I am pretty sure he said he was done with the Colts. And he was supposed to tell you, Eric, that he was done with the Colts.
I did. I texted Eric.
I'm not sure you said you were done, though, ever.
I did.
I'm just saying, I don't recall that text.
I'm over it.
But I feel your frustration. Even there was a point, even like last week before, where Flacco they got beat by the Vikings. I'm going. I was watching the game on the phone with my sister, and I was just laughing every time they had a bad play because it was like, you deserve it. I mean, at this point, you guys need to get the picture, So I was kind of happy every time they had a fumble or an interception or lost yards or something stupid. So it's just kind of like, at this point, you got to throw your hands up in the air, and the organization has got to take responsibility and accountability for what they're doing. So,
but it's one of these things, like, dude, like, we're not giving this kid a fair shot. We're not. We're not playing to his strengths. We don't know what those strengths are because we're doing shit that doesn't make sense. And again, it's not all on him.
No.
Our receivers, they have moments too where they're like, "Oh, this is great," whatever. Then it's fucking not. Our old line, there are times where it looks like they can block, but then there are times it's like, maybe not.
The week alone that he got the game after which he got benched, the old line, literally, you go back and watch a lot of those pass plays that were incomplete, is because he was running for his life because he had 3 seconds to throw the ball. That was it. Not only that, every single pass play that Shane Steichen called in that game, where he had 10 completions out of 30-some passes, were all downfield over 40 yards. Those are very low percentage pass plays to begin with. So how is that on Anthony Richardson? That's on the coach and on the players.
Do they not watch tape? Do they not see their mistakes?
I don't know. I think they honestly thought they had a shot at winning or going to the playoffs. But even so, I said it from the jump. What was the long-term plan here? You put Flacco in, you go to the playoffs. Let's say you lose in round 1, or for some freak chance you go to a Super Bowl and Flacco retires. Then what do you got next year? Where was the long-term planning? It was non-existent. So I hope they finally pull their head out of their you-know-whats and finally hopefully have something here. And if you don't like what Richardson's doing at the end of the year, you can move on. That's your prerogative. But I think you probably the kid deserves a little more than a full season playing to show that he can improve. I mean, he's not going to do it when he only missed most of the season last year and only, he's hopefully he'll play the rest of the season too. So he's still technically a rookie.
It's also like, bro, like, look, me and Chapman were talking about this today too. Think about these teams that have, I'm not saying they need to do this, but there doesn't seem to be someone in that locker room who could go, hey, how about we get our heads out of our asses? Like, think about the teams that are doing good right now. They're all being coached by former players. And I know where the Texans are sitting at right now, but they're kind of they're hitting a little rough patch. Like,
they got some injuries, and they'll get one of the receivers back this week probably.
But think about what DeMeco Ryans has done for that team.
Yeah.
He's a former player of that team. Think about Dan Campbell, the biggest fucking example of a player who's now a head coach and what he's done for the last 2 years in Detroit. And it sucks because, like, I'm not saying that's what we need, but there's something is obviously fucking missing here.
It's something in the culture.
Obvious.
Literally.
And I know there's not that many. I know there's a couple veterans in that locker room, but there's not that many veterans in that locker room. And I'm not saying that's what you need to pull in more. Like, me and Miranda had this conversation too about Ben. This is when Kenny was there. Well, why not have Ben come up and help the kid out? Ben went to some Super. You saw, like, there's this big disconnect now too with these quarterbacks in the NFL.
Yeah.
Nobody's sitting behind anybody anymore.
Well, not only that, even when like Peyton Manning's case, I remember when he was in Denver, there was a kid in behind him. They were maybe thinking about him for the future, and Peyton was like, "It's not my job to train my replacement." He didn't say those words, but there was other quarterbacks and him included who at least act like that. Like, they're not worried about, because it's their job. They're not worried about the guy backing them up because they don't want him to come in and take their job. I get all that, but at the same time, if you want to do what's best for the organization, don't you want everybody on your team to be the best they could possibly be?
Yep.
That's part of where the unselfishness has to come in. It's a hard thing to manage, I'm sure, but
I don't know, man. Like, I think giving up on it, and hell, Bryce Young has had a hell of a comeback story in the sense, like, he went from being, they were talking about shipping this kid out, and he looked so dejected on the sideline. And then they played 1 game, 2 games, or 3 games with Andy Dalton, and was like, all right, never mind. But that's how it was here. You know what I mean? Oh, like, we'll give all our hope to Flacco. And like I said, Flacco was great in his time. Sure, he went to the Super Bowl. Great. The guy, you can't take anything away from him. But he's also, in his later years, he's not what he was. No. Now, that's not saying,
like a 40-something.
all that knowledge that he has and that wisdom he can then impart on Anthony Richardson. But it's up to everybody to kind of, it's a team fucking sport. And when nobody wants to act like a team and everybody's out for me, then it's no fucking point.
Yeah, that's when you get, disasters that happen in the game.
Yeah.
Not only that, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. How many times have we seen the Colts bring in veteran quarterbacks that just did nothing? Flacco was the same way. And again, I'm glad he's there as a backup, but that's what he needs to be. Impart that wisdom, as you said, and hopefully it will continue to pay off and will bear fruit. But, he was never brought in to be the starter. Why they thought that was a good idea was beyond me. But what do I know? I'm just a fan. So,
I don't know.
Go listen to me.
And that's another thing, too. Like, I was so pissed off these last couple of years when we brought in fucking Phillip Rivers.
Okay, what's wrong with Phillip Rivers?
Well, he was at least brought in to be the starter. I'll at least say that. But
how do you do?
Actually, compared to some of the other quarterbacks that we brought in, though, Rivers did better than most of them.
Rivers, I was
not saying it was great. I'm not saying it was great, but
I wish we would have gotten Rivers when he was younger.
Well,
Matt Ryan?
Ryan was no good. He was beyond.
Matt Ryan wasn't good when he was young.
That's not when he had Julio Jones. He was pretty damn
good.
He
wasn't.
That was Julio Jones.
Well, that's a lot of Julio for sure. Throw it up, Julio's going to get it. Yeah, it's like Sam Darnold right now. I think it's Sam Darnold because he's got Justin Jefferson.
Yeah,
Justin Jefferson triple covered. Sam Darnold was ass like he was last week. Trust me.
Let me tell you something about Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz had one chance. He had one chance to go to the promised land, and then he got hurt, and that was his chance, and he never got it again.
Well, and Carson Wentz was another one. Yeah,
he never got back to that again.
No,
and with Anthony, it's like, you would love for him to have that connection with Pickens, but you took him out, and he was hurt the first year.
Yeah, he
comes back, gets hurt again, out for a game or two. You put Flacco in there, and it's like, oh, this is a great, this the new page here.
Yeah,
and then you get this fucking goose egg that happened, and
yeah, I hear you. It's hard to watch. It really is. But we'll have to wait and see what they do. Hopefully, it will improve. Maybe this week they'll get a win. But at the same time, I kind of don't want them to win a whole lot, so we'll have higher draft picks as well. So
why? Did we draft somebody and put them in the same fucking position? Like this, unless
you're getting more help, I think.
Unless there's real change that happens in this organization, this is going to be a repeat process. Like, think about the reason why we lost Luck. Seriously, because we didn't do anything to fucking help him.
Well, here's the problem: we have the highest paid offensive line in football, and 3 seconds or less, time. Now, at least Anthony can shed off tackles and sacks, but he can't do it every time. He can't. And you want him to get better accuracy wise, he can't do that when he's running, around all the time. He can't set his feet.
So play to his strengths and what he's got for right now.
Yeah.
Draw up some better fucking plays for him to actually.
And that again, as Shane Steichen said, is on him. Yeah. But
not these 50-yard fucking balls. Like, never mind.
Yeah, not every time. If he can't throw 5 to 10 yard crossers, he needs to get working on them. It has to improve.
How about a screen pass every now and then? How about a little? Let me tell you something. Josh Downs and Pittman, they probably are one of the best at that. I know Pittman is because I know.
Well, Josh Downs, in my opinion, is the best receiver on the team. I've said forever. Look, I don't hate Pittman, but Pittman to me is a strong number 2. Pierce is okay, but it's their deep shots most of the time.
I don't think Alec Pierce is used the way Alec Pierce should be.
Alec Pierce has improved this year, though. I'll say
no player on this fucking team is used to their. It's the same.
And where are the tight ends, by the way? We've got a bunch of tight ends, and nobody's throwing to tight ends. I don't understand that. So yeah,
you watch college football. So
we got Miley Cox, though.
I know I can talk to you about this. Do you remember watching Clemson play when they had Deshaun Watson?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a wide receiver? He played in the NFL. He played for the Raiders. His name was Hunter Renfrow.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Little slot receiver. Yeah.
Little slot. That is how we should be using Alec Pierce.
No, we should be using Josh Downs.
Yeah.
No, we should be using Alec Pierce.
Pierce too, maybe. I'll give you that. Okay, fine.
Alec Pierce. Okay. Josh Downs.
Adonai and Pittman on the outside.
Who's the best route runner on our team?
Is like T.Y. Hilton. You should use Joshua Downs like T.Y. Hilton. Little out in the.
Well, T.Y. went deep a lot of times too. But, I mean, Matt's just disappeared.
What I'm saying is, who's the best route runner we have right now?
Well, that may be Pittman just because of his experience, but I don't know.
Okay, he ain't done shit this year. I can attest to that.
I know, and a lot of that, and I hate to say it, Miranda. I'm not judging or anything, but he's never been the greatest fantasy receiver, unfortunately. It's just one of those things. Like I said, I think he's a solid, good number 2, but we've not had a strong number 1 probably since Reggie and Marvin have been.
Yeah,
here. You know what I'm saying? And we've tried, but we've not had a great one, and that's what Richardson needs. Somebody who can just throw it and go get it. You know what I mean? But right now we don't have that because we've not had the draft collateral.
Unless we start fucking playing to his strengths, we're just setting him up for failure. Period.
Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, Matt's
So,
back.
I'm sorry, I lost.
He's 22 years old, and we could get the kid's talented for sure. Anytime he's on the field, he's very electrifying. But we're not playing to his fucking strengths, and we're making him look like garbage because we play like garbage. Like, if we don't have change, and I'm not saying fire fucking their coach but do something.
Yeah, something's got to change.
Ballard should have left when fucking what's his name?
Ballard's should have left about a couple seasons ago, I would say, to say the least. It's just no big free agency moves. They don't trade for nobody. They get the draft, which I have no problem with. And there are times he's drafted well, and there's other times he hasn't. But yeah, I mean, you gotta do something. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, I don't want to linger on the Colts too long, but we are trying to kill a little time.
Frustrating to fucking like on Sundays, dude. Like
these.
Oh, man.
Mike did say a quick personal aside though. Please send some positive energy to one of my girls. She's having surgery scheduled for Monday. So, Mike, thoughts and prayers are for your little girl. Hopefully, whatever it is, it's nothing major. Obviously, surgery is still surgery. So, but yeah,
big dog.
If you need anything, by all means, let us know. We'll do what we can, and definitely thoughts and prayers to her. Hopefully, everything goes well. No doubt about that. But before we looks like this ladies' fight is coming to a close here. Before it looks like maybe going into the final round. Well, before we get into that,
out this fight.
These last 2 rounds have been brutal.
Yeah, these girls have just been waylaying each other. But let's talk a little bit. Go ahead.
He said I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know.
Are you still loading?
I'm still at 47%.
Hey, if it comes in for the Tyson Paul fight, that's all that matters. But just keep trying, man. But let's talk a little bit about Week 11 in the NFL. Let's preview it a little bit. Obviously, Thursday Night Football was last night. The Philadelphia Eagles defeated the Washington Redskins, aka Commanders, just to make Aaron happy. Of course, the Redskins. The Commanders. It's hard. Whatever. The Washington Football Team, as they once were called. I did not personally watch this game. Didn't get around to it last night, but I saw the Eagle. I know Saquon Barkley had a good game because he played me in fantasy football.
Apparently, he always has a fucking good game.
Yeah, and I think that's why Chris may be going back to back this year.
Who knew if he left the Giants, he would be. Listen, Saquon Barkley is a freak of fucking nature, and me and Miranda talked about this the other day.
That reverse hurdle he did 2 weeks ago.
The thing was, he said it was an accident. He was doing another spin move, decided not to do it, and just jumped.
Oh wow, man. Mike said he followed up on the surgery chat. He said won't say on here which one, but it's the one that had issues from birth. This is to help with that. You'd probably, I'm sure you don't want to talk about it live on air, and that's perfectly fine. May have to refresh my memory on that. It's been a while since you've talked about it.
Regardless of the situation, seriously.
Hope everything goes well, regardless. Definitely. But as for the NFL this week, we've got a slate of games coming up. Obviously, with the Eagles game down with the Commanders. Like we've mentioned, the Ravens and Steelers is a good game coming up. Sunday Night Football was supposed to be the Colts and the Jets, but after the Colts got walloped by the Vikings, the NFL said not going to do that again. And they flexed them down to 1 o'clock, and now the Bengals and Chargers are the Sunday night game, which could be interesting. Jim Harbaugh against, Joe Burrow and the Bengals. I mean, it's interesting.
I will say the Bengals have, kind of turned it around, but they need to win this game, every game after this one. Like, they have to be in contention for anything. And, like, it sucks because the Bengals have always started out, like, really slow. I don't know why. It takes them 2 or 3 games to get going, but, like, it sucks because Joey Burrow's a hell of a QB, and Jamar Chase seemingly can catch water in a bucket. Like, it's crazy work. Like, Joe has a way of and I think I feel this way too about even Josh Allen. Like, they have a way about being put in a situation and then immediately going, nope, Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah, I
yeah,
agree.
that should be good. And Justin Herbert is really
He's turning it around a little bit this year.
Boy, ain't
A
he?
lot of that again. Jim Harbaugh comes in, the college championship Michigan coach comes in, and now they start to play a little bit. But you give them a few years with the Chargers, and maybe the Chargers are contenders like the 49ers were under Jim Harbaugh. I mean,
I will say this: I would love to have a coach that believes in a player as much as Jim believes in fucking Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
That's the only reason he took that job is because of Justin.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was like, brother.
I always wondered why of all
gotta
teams
watch-
the Chargers,
like Pat McAfee show is where I find all this shit out. Okay, and like I know
how now coming from a guy
Bro.
who don't listen to Pat all the time.
Dead
What was Pat's response with the Anthony Richardson thing being he asked for them or he thought it was the right move for benching him, and now I heard he had to walk it back.
No, he didn't walk. It's not that he walked it back.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking.
Brandon and Eric.
Huh?
Why did he not get Corum?
Blake Corum. I don't know.
Oh.
Why? Corum is playing as a special teams player on the Rams. I mean, I picked him up on my team, on my fantasy team.
He's a rookie, man.
And
I mean, wait, Blake Corum? I thought he played for the Niners.
No, he plays for the Rams.
Oh, you're right. He plays for the Rams. My bad. One of those California teams. Calm down.
Anyway, so to answer your question, the whole thing, it's not that he walked it back. It's not that he still said what he said. Like he stands by what he said, but it's like at the same time, if he's supposed to be the guy, then you have to treat him as such. And he hopes that Anthony learned from what he did, because you can't be a star quarterback and do what you did. It just can't happen. But he also says the same thing, and everybody else is saying too. Is this a bigger problem? Is there something else going on? Because like he's very upset that this isn't the Colts that he knew. You know what I mean? This wasn't the locker.
But he's also at times this year saying they're going to the Super Bowl. Come on,
obviously.
Pat.
Why wouldn't he? Like,
why? Because he's a fan.
Yes.
Just because he's a fan who used to play for him doesn't mean you like throw all reality out the window. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no. Cowboys fans do it every.
Don't get me wrong.
Cowboys fans do it every year. Why wouldn't he
Um,
stand behind his team with that belief? That's just crazy work. Like, I understand, and then he gets it too. But at the same time, why not put that full belief out there? That's his whole MO. If he's trying to manifest destiny here, like, yeah, I believe in him that much. Does it happen? No. Like, even today, he was talking about like the rest of the schedule and like knowing full and well that the Colts will probably lose some of these games. That's not how he thinks. That's not how he talks, because he doesn't want the negative out there. He's like, no.
Well,
Like,
and when it comes to a football player, you have to believe in yourself when you go out on the field. So I understand that too, and he's probably coming from it from that mindset too. So
like,
makes some sense.
The whole thing with Anthony Richardson, the guy was on his show. I mean, he has high hopes for the kid. Like, he really does. But it's like, you can't do certain things. But then it's like, then you had what's his name? Who was the guy who said something about the rest of the team? I can't remember his fucking name now. The player on the Colts team.
Oh, Kenny Moore.
Yeah. He goes, well, maybe it's not just Anthony Richardson. Maybe it's a whole, locker room issue. Maybe there's no one there who showed him how to be a fucking professional. Like, what if that's the case? Like,
well, put it this way: when they benched Anthony Richardson, from all reports were every team basically in the league was sending trade offers to the Colts. The Colts were declining all of them, but there was clear interest for Anthony Richardson around the league
because Matt,
they obviously see the talent.
Yes, and it's just that's the thing. We haven't brought it out of him because we haven't given him the opportunity or the fucking weapons to do so.
And that's why that's my biggest fear.
I see 2 dud games on that schedule on that week 11.
Oh, before you say that, my biggest concern with Anthony Richardson is we cut him loose or we trade him, and then he goes and becomes the superstar we all wanted him to be, and he comes and kicks our ass for the next 15
That's
years.
like I'm saying. Why trade him?
Doesn't that happen every time?
I don't think it's going to happen. But anyway,
Sounds like the Colts need to look at management and coaching. Then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
go ahead. I know Aaron started.
Your two dud games there is L.A. and Patriots. And
the
Colts
Why
and
do
the
they
Jets.
keep putting those Monday night games, Cowboys and?
Yeah, it's because
it's America's team, Randall.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, had Dak Prescott not been basically done for the season, it probably would have been more interesting. But
that game is not interesting.
What are you talking about?
That game was
now in
interesting.
Cooper Rush,
Many
buddy.
games. Good.
Cooper Rush is a guy, buddy.
Yeah. I will
Is
say
Netflix
that.
working for anybody?
Yeah, I've
was
got it
for
working
me.
fine on the phone. So for now,
It was for me. It just stopped.
It's very grainy, but it's working.
I turned off my Wi-Fi on my phone. I don't know if that's part of the reason or not, but I'm using data at this point.
I don't think
The other game I thought that is kind of interesting. Obviously, the Chiefs and Bills. That should be a good one. Atlanta and Denver could be good too. That could be sneaky interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's some good. There's a couple of them. I don't know if they'd be very fun to watch. But at the same time, those are the ones that usually ends up surprising you. So you just
And Matt, I get what you're saying about the whole Rams and Patriots thing. Why is Matt yawning and frozen on my screen? That's wild. Yo,
that's a very unfortunate thing to say.
Looks like you got bit in the ass by something. Like, quick, somebody meme that.
Screenshot that. That's
Isn't that bad?
I'm going to
work.
screenshot that, and that is going in the intro. I swear,
Bro, that's crazy work, bro. Oh my god! I looked over.
It almost looks like he was so bad at his Wi-Fi sucking, and it
is
finally
it
sent him.
Eric,
I think so.
Eric, please
That'll
tell me you
be the
screenshotted that.
meme for the
I'm gonna do
Netflix
my
not
best.
working.
That's
Hi, what's up?
crazy.
Oh,
He did.
No, he got cut off. He'll be
what
back.
I'm saying is like that.
There he is.
Am I unfrozen now?
Yeah. You can talk shit about the Patriots all you want, but Drake May's been fucking.
That's the only bright side of the Patriots.
I told Logan this week or today at work, and he's one of those who's been uber optimistic. He always thinks the Colts are going to win. And don't get me wrong, nothing against his opinion or his fandom. He has all the right in the world to be uber optimistic. But I'm more of a realist. So I'm just like, we might win against the Jets. We'll probably lose to the Lions. And I told him, I was like, I think New England could beat us. And
dude,
at the beginning of this year, I didn't think that was going to happen.
No, but Drake May has really been playing well. Dude.
He's been
it's
improving.
Crazy.
So, and that game's in Foxborough. So that's not a winnable game on the schedule anymore.
And he's throwing balls to people that nobody knows who the fuck they are.
Well, it's been a while since I've watched boxing, but they've got way too many people talking in the ring after the match is over. I'm just gonna say it takes. I know UFC does that to some degree, but come on, get to it. But apparently, Mike has another hypothetical time killer question: who's faster, Superman or the Flash? Obviously, we've seen them in the movies and multiple comic books have a race to determine that.
Yeah, they did race in the comic books, and I want to say was it Flash with the Speed Force?
I would assume so. He can run so fast. Superman can go back in time too. So I don't know. To me, I always kind of looked at that as they tied. They're both just as quick. But I don't know. That's a good question, though.
This question comes up a lot, and I just think it makes more sense that the Flash is faster.
He is,
because that's his thing. Whereas Superman's got like a bunch of other things. It's like let the Flash have one. Come on, man.
It says the Flash is faster than Superman. He's won 5 of their 9 races.
Oh wow!
With 3 ties.
He won the rubber match at the 9th race. Huh?
With 3 ties, only Superman winning 1 race.
Oh wow!
So, yeah, there you go.
Well, there you go.
Please,
I did not know that.
Please.
Matt's not. I guess Matt's more of a Marvel than a DC guy.
I mean,
I am. Batman is only DC I watch.
Well, I hope that the new universe changes your mind on that. DC's got some killer characters. They really do.
Going off of the DC movies.
Oh yes.
Yeah, when everybody had to kind of they tried to calm down Superman and the Flash was going to join in, and then Superman took a swing at him. I mean, Flash dodged that. So
yeah, he did.
If Superman was faster than the Flash, he would have hit him and probably killed him. But and he didn't.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And it wasn't like Superman was holding back at any time during this fight. So
Oh, he was uber mad.
yeah.
Who from Marvel would match the Flash, according to Mike? I'm trying to think of who the.
Oh, what the fuck is his name?
There's a character in Eternals that's basically the Flash. Can't remember the
I
character.
mean, there was also Quicksilver too.
Yeah,
But
Quicksilver
again,
would probably be.
you
Yeah.
can't access the Speed Force. Like the Speed Force. is
Oh, that's
something-
true.
So hold on.
He definitely slow. He can move fast and slow down time, but well,
I
not
think I
slow down.
remember-
Slows down for him.
I think I remember that we looked this up and the Flash won that against Quicksilver.
I would think so too, but matching him, there may not.
There may not be anybody actually.
Not that I can think off the top of my head. There probably is, because it seems like Marvel and DC, believe it or not, Matt, Marvel and DC have basically, the same kind of characters. They're just polar opposites, or they're the same thing,
I'm sorry, dear. I will let you watch your fight in peace.
Well, like
Sierra-
Batman and Iron Man are kind of similar.
Sierra is like, me and Sierra are in the same room because Netflix is being goofy in her room. So the way we've been watching it is through her phone.
Well, you're using Wi-Fi for the podcast. You're using Wi-Fi for a couple of Netflix. It's probably bogging it to a degree.
And Sierra is really rooting for Mike Tyson to win.
Oh yeah.
So
I think
for
we
the
all are
viewers
just
out there that are curious.
Looks like they're
Okay.
starting to build up for the fight, so we got
If,
to start here.
if anybody is rooting for Jake Paul to win, you're dumb.
I'm just curious.
Those are the same people. Those are the same people who voted for Kamala Harris.
Bruh, okay.
I was just about to say it.
now, Mike is obviously trying to stir the pot now in regards to this Marvel talk. Thoughts, Miranda?
I ain't getting into it. Nope. Nope.
What
Will
was
you
that one?
stop with the Marvel versus DC crap?
Mike is just trying to.
You don't
cause
want to
a
know
war.
my thoughts on hypothetical superheroes.
Yeah. No.
Hey, you
I
know, you knew
can't
what
get
you were
into
getting
real
into
fights
with this
about
group.
it. I know. I know.
It's going to be nerd sweat all down this place, like I said before. So get sweaty in it. Which I know you guys thought was a weird thing, but it's a term. So yeah, we're just now waiting for the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight to begin. We've got promo packages being played for it right now. So we'll probably go ahead and switch over the new banner, and it's a little bit random. We'll do a transition here. How about that? I meant to do that, and I wasn't fast enough. Here we go. Got a little bit of a little extra on the
I like the intro.
Yeah.
I just feel like that would be better as like an anime bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not gonna get an anime chat here, okay? Like, let's not do
God.
that.
I'd be out of the loop on that one. I'll be right there with Miranda.
Miranda has suffered through some animes.
Okay.
Sword Art Online is the best anime ever.
You got no argument for me there, Aaron.
I mean, if anything, I know people disagree with me with that.
I would say one
but-
of the best, not the
Yeah.
best, but one of
the best. And one complaint I have about animes is the love triangle. stuff.
But that's a cliche.
It's such a cliche. I hate it. It's like, especially when you have somebody in there that you want the main character to be with because they just work well together, and the guy's just completely oblivious about it. It drives me up the wall.
Matt,
Just
you
saying.
doing that to the camera like that is what got you frozen.
It could be like Chi-Chi's and
I don't
Goku's
care.
relationship where he's never around to raise his kids, but an alien does it.
What are you talking about?
None of your
That was
fucking
Dragon Ball
business,
Z.
Matt. If we wanted you in this conversation, we'd have included you.
Well, I just was talking. What's it about? I mean, I
can't
was lost.
watch
Anime, Matt.
Well,
just
I
talked
don't
about
watch anime, so I don't know.
All right, then. Shut your face.
Neither do me or Eric, but it doesn't stop Brandon and Aaron from talking about it.
Well, while you guys are talking about
it in the
anime,
middle of
since
the
this is
podcast.
about to start, I'm going to go to the bathroom right quick. So you guys keep talking about yourself. Hold on.
I'm about to
He's
come watch it
He had to get out
upstairs,
of that.
Brandon.
Okay.
Next
I
annoying
might have to put it
thing.
on the TV.
I wouldn't do that. It ain't gonna look.
Oops, my bad. I didn't work out at all.
That was a quick bathroom break.
Yeah, I was trying to just go to the
I hate Seth's not on here for this one.
Did you pee in the cup, dude? What happened? That was quick as a hail.
How do you go to that screen?
Maybe he has a bag around his waist.
Oh, I've been drinking water. Anyway,
Maybe you have a Mountain Dew bottle or something.
Yeah. No, but Aaron, how do you turn on your little avatar?
What?
How do you turn on your avatar?
Turn off your screen.
I thought I did. Just stop cam. Is that what it is? Oh, okay, there we go. All right, be back.
Yeah. I'm the noob here. You're asking me what to do?
What?
I want Jake Paul.
Oh,
yeah,
everybody knows now. Oh,
so does everybody.
all right.
Okay. I can't see anybody.
I'm not sure who won the ladies' fight.
Okay, can I put like a screen up so I can hold on?
A background.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry. Oh, okay. Hold on. I figured it out. Okay. There's a catfish I caught a long time ago. There we go. There. All right. Cool.
There you go. You can't. Nice.
Everybody just leave? What the hell?
I did.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is great for our viewers. Man.
It's a short intermission while we wait for the Tyson Paul fight.
Well, I understand. That's why I wanted to do it, because I was like, we ain't got nothing else to talk about.
I put the picture of me with the giant catfish that I caught as the background.
Did anybody see who won the women's fight?
The one with the 50 belts.
50 belts?
Taylor?
Yeah, Taylor.
I wasn't paying too much attention to it, to be quite honest with you. So
was this an international fight?
No, there were some that were, yeah, earlier.
Because I think one of the fighters was from Puerto Rico, I think, and then the other one, I'm not quite sure what the flag is. I want to say Italy.
I have no idea.
Okay.
I want to see this.
I could be wrong.
It's gonna happen. If I have to go knock on Sam and Laura's house and bring them a
Okay.
can here.
My wife has gone bye-bye. So
Okay.
Speaking of which, where'd my wife go?
I don't know. There she comes. She's coming back. What's it? Yeah, that's me. There we go. There's
there's
she comes.
Miranda.
Yeah.
Internet.
Here, I'll let you be by your bride. There you go.
Tanking right now, bro. I still can't get anything to pop
Anyways,
up.
back to
Mine's working
anime.
on my phone, so.
Yeah, Shaq.
Yeah.
That is Shaq.
Yeah, Shaquille O'Neal's in the crowd, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
Shaq.
Everybody's fucking there. Like, why wouldn't you be there?
Yeah. Yeah, Mike said at least this podcast is free for the loyal viewers. It's free for everybody because nobody
We
pay
should
for it
start
right now.
charging. You know what? That's a good idea, Eric. We should start.
Yeah, we
charging.
should charge the loyal viewers. You're the only ones who would pay for it consistently.
By the way, in this picture with this
This
giant
is
catfish, this is now my
insane.
permanent background. Just let
If
everybody
we
know.
started charging people to watch our podcasts, it would be cheap comparatively.
Well, we'd have to have more followers, I think, before we could even get away with something like that.
It
We
is
should
not
get-
loading.
including Kathy.
Mine's been working. Hey, Rob Gronkowski's there with Shaq. That's a duo.
Oh, there's Gronk.
Yeah. I hope we can start. Who has it working? Just Matt and Aaron?
Just me.
Yeah, mine's working, surprisingly.
I'm sorry. My wife has it working. I don't have it working.
How are you seeing it?
Clear as crystal.
On my phone.
Oh, she's got it running for. I got you.
She has it on her phone, and that's the only way we were watching it.
Well, that's the only way it may work in some respects.
That's right.
We're gonna keep trying
won't
for
work on
sure,
my
but
phone.
sounds like a Netflix problem more than it is anybody else. So
Yeah, it's a Netflix issue.
it's definitely a Netflix
Are
issue.
you and Miranda not able to watch it?
Mm-mm.
Is this the first time they've done a live stream thing?
Yep.
I didn't know that, but yeah, that's the thing too. Like we've seen, even Elon Musk had a little bit of an issue the first time him and Trump talked and stuff. You don't expect the amount of volume of people when it happens, and I think it's something they just have to adjust to. But you got to start somewhere. But this is one of those things. Like I would rather start with a smaller broadcast than I would something huge like this because you put yourself behind the eight ball. But, so Mike said, so far I've had to restart the iPad a couple times, but it got it going so far. Yeah, mine's been good ever since the start of the women's fight.
You know, this is the latest I've seen Mike tune in, so I'm glad he's sticking it out with us. And
yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to get the politics in. I know. Once
just
the
as long
politics
as he
hit, it'll be
keeps
out.
just as long as he keeps the short jokes to a minimum.
Now, if this fight goes too long, I may have to truncate the politics a little bit, but we'll see. How
Why? It just to a minimum of 3 feet.
Eric has Aaron over here has the chicken hawk with the cowboy hat with the firecracker in the background.
Disrespect.
Chicken hawk.
Canada with that mouth.
Disrespect our nation's national bird.
Looks like a Canadian turkey.
Oh. I hope an eagle poops on your car tonight.
No, poops on his head when he walks out to the car in the morning. Then you salute that eagle.
Salute the poop.
Brandon, did you ever get it working?
No.
Well, see, there's a benefits to living in Bloomington.
Shut up. Mine's working in the now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're killing a little time between fights to work on it. I mean, let's see if there's any more funny stuff
As
online.
I said that, it froze. Never mind.
Exactly.
Right now, they're showing a clip of.
Are you live, Aaron? Because
you're not live.
I think you need to fast forward it to live or something. Because right now it's showing 3 people at the little booth.
Miranda, I texted you.
So Eric got into it, so Eric can see it.
You texted me?
Me? Yeah, I've been in for a while.
Okay. I guess I was behind.
Eric, you should have the best internet of all of us. So I don't understand why.
And yet I've had times where the podcast goes down the middle of the stream.
I know.
It's been better of late. Let's knock on wood.
Well, Eric, the most of those times that it's happened, also in your it's been in a storm or it's been raining.
No, it's been perfectly good weather.
I've not noticed it though, so I don't know.
Well, it looks like apparently we got some Netflix maintenance workers hard at work here working on the Netflix stream. Apparently, they're really putting forth their best effort here. So that's
wild.
So there's always that.
There's one of Tyson. If you see that one, it's funny.
Okay, I'll see if I can keep an eye out for it. Right now, we're just killing time for this fight start. And again, we apologize, everybody. We're not going to obviously be able to show the fight on the stream for those of you who are tuning in and for the watch along. But we are going to react to it live when we watch it ourselves, when you can react to it with us if you are able to get Netflix to load, unlike most people in this country right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, we may want to stream it. Antonio Brown had his phone out, was live streaming. He says this is the only stream that works right now.
Oh wow! And here you go. If Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul was in Wii Boxing, that's awesome. So
that's crazy work right there.
Sometimes the internet's gold. What can you say? I mean,
that guy looks like Brandon.
Bitch.
What are you trying to say, Matt? Anyway, we're moving on. We're not gonna leave
Matt,
it there.
You're gonna get beat the fuck up, bro.
You're gonna get canceled is what he's gonna get.
Man,
he's gonna bring us down with him.
Nah, that's a solo trip. I'm not going.
Mike said, I'm seriously only awake still because 1, the fight, and 2, I just finally got the little one to go to sleep. So yeah. He's hoping the fight ends quickly so he can go to bed. Let's see. What though? Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys saw this, by the way.
Let me know if you give me an echo.
Oh, you're good.
Well, I was going to try turning the volume up on our phone.
Oh, I got it. Well, you might hear the TV, but it won't be an echo.
Okay, try it. Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Like how he's looking over, like, did it work?
This is
yeah, it's too loud. Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Okay, how about now?
It's not bad. I can still hear it.
I think it broke again. Gosh.
Apparently there was a clip of Mike Tyson apparently in the back who was wearing nothing but like a jock strap So
Chat
apparently, the
function.
Minions memes are
That's
now out.
hilarious.
That's basically what Tyson looked like when he was walking around
Mm.
backstage a while ago. So for the youth out
Yep,
there, we're not
I
going to put
seen it.
that photo out there. Is that the one you were talking about?
No,
No,
that was a video, but the meme is him talking about the Netflix issues.
Yeah, Netflix accidentally, quote unquote, showed Mike Tyson's butt live on live. Yeah.
I wonder what their Twitter's like right now, or their X is like right now.
I'm sure there's a lot of people pooping on Netflix.
The Netflix X right now.
Oh, I'm sure it's lit up.
Twitter, I'm sure is crazy.
Looks like they're getting ready for the entrances here, so
They better fix it.
Yeah. Mike said, "How much would it take for any of you to step in the ring and try at least 3 rounds with prime Mike Tyson?" Nope, I'm good. That's a question I don't need answered.
I'm a girl. I'm gonna stay out of men's sports.
That's awesome.
That was an easy out. That's unfair. Now the rest of us are gonna look like chumps.
Who wasn't it?
Prime Mike Tyson?
Yeah. I wouldn't step in the ring with him now.
No, I wouldn't do it now.
Yeah, in my younger days, though, I did break up a fight at the bar, and I'm not gonna say it was Mike Tyson by any means, but
who was it at work today? It said that during the hangover that Zach Galifianakis literally took a punch from Mike Tyson. It was like a dream of his to be able to do so.
I was.
Was it you? I hadn't heard that, but if that's true, that's insane.
I heard that during the hangover, that was on his bucket list. And that scene actually was legit when they stole his tiger, and he literally took a punch from Tyson.
Oh wow, that's insane.
It didn't knock him out like it did in the movie.
Yeah,
I think
it was a dream that he was going to take that.
not that it matters. But Tyson's house in Southington, Ohio, was like right around the corner from my aunt's house.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Like Mike Tyson lived like mad close.
I don't think I'd want to be anywhere. I'd be afraid to have him as a neighbor. Just be afraid to be staring at me like you're mowing the lawn wrong. It's making the neighborhood look bad. I want to come over there and want to beat you down.
He would do his when he would jog and shit. Like there'd be people who would be driving by in the mornings, either like on the way to school or on the way to work, and they would like ride past him while he's outside doing his jogs and shit.
Ohio has everything except for a 2-loss football team.
And then Drew Carey, I believe, is the one who moved into Mike Tyson's house.
No, Drew Carey bought the mansion out by the Eastwood Mall out on. 46.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think he ever moved into it.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with Mike on this one. I might take a work punch from Jerry the King Lawler though.
I'll take that.
I would maybe do that.
For money or just for? I ain't taking a punch from anybody. I don't care who the fuck you are.
I mean, when he says work punch, I'm assuming he means not a shoot punch, obviously, which is the real deal.
True.
So in that case, I'd take a work punch for sure.
It seems to be working right now for me, at least.
Logan Paul just hugged his brother, so Logan Paul's in the building.
I turned off my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's what I did. I turned off my Wi-Fi. I don't know if that has any bearing on it, but
I must be behind though because I'm watching him beat up somebody in the ring. They're going through his shit.
Yeah, you may have to fast forward to live. I'm not sure.
Well, I don't want to touch it.
I don't blame you there. That's the thing.
Yeah, my phone kicked me out of it, and now I'm back to trying to get it loaded.
Ugh. Scintillating, podcasting right now. But what can we do? We're just trying to. We're kind of in a holding pattern right now. We paused our regularly scheduled programming.
We should all get Starlink and maybe it'll all work better.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, Elon, hook us up.
Mine's live now. We're showing Mike Tyson's.
Yeah, fighting Burbick. Yeah.
Oh,
God, he was fucking
86.
Well, I'm just now to where Logan is.
He was head checking people back there, dude. God, he was a monster.
Oh, Thomas.
Wait. Jake Paul fought Anderson Silva in a boxing match?
Yeah.
Well, Anderson, again, is out of his element there. I mean,
and out of his prime.
Ever since Anderson Silva broke his leg across another guy's leg, he was never the same.
All right. I think I'm just going to watch it a few seconds behind because I'm not going to keep fucking with it and freezing at the live part.
Oh, you're all right. Oh man,
God, dude, who is that? He's punching like that. Whoever it is, just oh my lord.
yeah, they're just showing all Mike Tyson's fights in the past. See, that guy just kind of gave up. It's like, I'm just gonna sit in the corner.
Took one. No, he got him in one hit.
Well, yeah, he did, but
damn.
Surely Jake Paul watched some of Tyson's old fights, and what part of his brain was like, "Oh yeah, I could do that."
not the same part.
Yeah,
dude. Kyle at work, Brandon and Eric. Kyle Turner at work said that he thinks that Jake Paul lasts 12 seconds.
12 seconds. Wow.
Kyle said 12
I think he'll last
seconds.
longer. I think he'll last longer than that because he's not going to let Tyson touch him as much as possible.
Braden said he'd last 15. He'll last 15 seconds.
Names.
To answer your question, Mike, because I can see it.
Yeah. Don't be saying a lot of last names.
If
possible.
Man, who would my dream opponent have been if I was still wrestling?
Oh yeah.
Shit.
I don't know.
You know what? Eddie Kingston, hands down.
I'd like to see that match.
Eddie Kingston was somebody who, like, legitimately, I think I took a lot of inspiration from when I was wrestling. So Eddie Kingston.
The guy who does not know wrestling's fake, Eddie Kingston.
Yeah.
And I love him for it too.
Yeah, Eddie Kingston.
Man, he's got to be getting close to coming back at some point. I know he had a bad leg break.
Yeah, if not him. I would have loved to have been able to do a tag match against the Briscoes. And I mean Jay and Mark. And if I got to give you a more mainstream,
yeah, this would be faster.
That's crazy work.
Remember those days, man?
Yeah,
man.
If I got all the
DVD, if you got one that was scratched, you were screwed. A
more mainstream wrestler, I guess.
Like 2 minutes away.
Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson, whatever you want to call him.
Yeah.
But I think, for me though, honestly, I mean Samoa Joe's up there too. But my dream was to go to Japan. Legitimately, it was to go to Japan and wrestle. I would have loved to go to Japan and wrestle. But if I had to, Eddie Kingston for sure.
All right, let's get to it. I was this close to just moving on.
Let me ask you a question. If you were a wrestler, who would it be? If you could have one wrestling match against somebody, who would it have been?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody safe.
If you were a wrestler and like you had a dream opponent, who would it be?
John Cena.
Matt Hardy's a good one.
I would have wrestled Matt Hardy.
That's a good one.
Or Daniel Bryan.
I'd probably want maybe somebody like Shawn Michaels or something like that.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan was always my hero as a kid.
Is this everybody included?
Macho Man.
Mm-hmm.
Macho Man.
Who Jackson? Who would you?
Macho Man, Randy Savage.
If you could have one dream match, who would you wrestle?
The cream of the crop. Hey, all right, we finally down to the introductions. So, and this will probably take 20 minutes.
Jackson says Rey Mysterio.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. They like those lucha.
Sure.
Mike said Jerry Lawler, but Jerry Lawler is kind of a hero of Mike's, I think. He knew how to get the most out of people by doing very little. That's absolutely true.
That's true.
He brought Andy Kaufman to a match, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Is this like with like all wrestlers included?
Yeah,
like,
any wrestler.
Of all time, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'd love to wrestle like Taker, Stone Cold, Rock.
I would have loved to have
them, but
I would have loved to have Dream produce a match for me and or be a manager for me though.
Yeah.
I'd have to say Taker would be my favorite. Like to wrestle against Taker, like old Taker.
Yeah, any Taker outside of this last year or so was pretty good.
Where are you at right now?
I would wrestle Andre the Giant.
He would grab your head in his hand and just squeeze.
Yeah. I don't know why I would wrestle Andre the Giant.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Plus,
Man,
he was.
I
He
would just
did
like to
some-
see you stand.
He
and
would
looking
do
up
some
at
fucked up shit to people. Do you hear about the farting in the ring and like?
Oh yeah. And Andre would do whatever he wanted to do. You know what I mean? Like,
Because who was gonna stop him from doing it?
no one. Now, okay, here's a question for you. For WrestleMania 3, do you buy Hulk Hogan's story about how he didn't know the finish of the match when he went out to the ring?
Hogan
And
knew.
Andre was going to call it in the ring?
No, Hogan knew.
Hogan always tells the story like, you know, he was so afraid that every time he asked Andre, he'd just be like, trust me, brother, I'll do the right thing. And then, like, he didn't know who was going to win. I find that hard to believe. I mean, Vince knew, and I'm sure that they all knew, but I think it's all about the aura of Andre. I think that's what they're trying to make.
He knew. You have to know. Like, there.
Yeah.
Again, I've told you this every time. There's three actors in that ring. The most important person to a ring in the ring is the referee.
Oh yeah, he's made communication. Yeah.
All right.
I'm at the.
Yeah, they just finished the national anthem, which I would think that would be something you do at the beginning of the show, but maybe not. It's different.
No, they only do it for the main card.
Oh, do they for the main event? Okay, fair enough.
Fighting before in your lifetime.
I have, but it's been a long time.
Shang-Chi's in the audience.
Hey, Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi.
It's Shang-Chi. I keep saying Shang. It's Shang.
Oh, Josh Duhamel.
Which is a play on his name, Sean.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of weird funny. Hey, there's Deathstroke.
Oh wow,
Charlize Theron.
Mm-hmm.
She's here. Hey, there's Cobra Kai, Mike. Mike said also sometimes look up the Andre shoot from Japan
Cobra
in
Kai.
1986. Forgot who the opponent was. All right, I'll have to check that out.
Jackson did the leg. What the hell was it called? The leg kick from Karate Kid.
Oh yeah, what was it?
Is that Micah Parsons?
Has a name. There's Rob.
Oh, there's Shaq. They show Micah Parsons. He did.
Yeah.
Michael Parsons was there.
Yeah, he's back on the field, I believe, this week. Michael Parsons. if I'm not
He
mistaken.
said some crazy shit about his coach. I know that.
Thank you, Mike. The crane kick. The crane kick. Thank you. I knew it was a bird. I just couldn't think of what it was. Yeah.
Miranda, if you were a wrestler, who would you pick? Who'd be your favorite person?
Again, like I don't like any of the women. And I ain't fighting a man. So what do you want me to do here?
I mean,
I was thinking about it.
Wrestling around with a few of those like Trish Stratus or
no.
Yeah, like the women I like, I ain't fighting, and the women I don't like.
Who would that be though?
It's
he's 58, so I wouldn't expect it.
It's like in Iron Man 2 when Jon Favreau decided to return to direct. What the story goes that he specifically took the job so he could like do the wrestling scene with Scarlett Johansson just so he could get his head between her legs. I don't know how true that was, but
you know
it was
what?
true. Genius. But yeah,
I bet it's true. Like,
I mean,
even the most professional freaking guys would think of a way.
Yeah.
Who would you wrestle? Like,
sucked, huh?
Ren,
Yeah.
if you were a wrestler though, like where would you?
Oh come on!
And you got to think about all the girls that now, you know, from Becky.
Now
obviously.
it would probably be like somebody like Rhea Ripley
Eric.
or.
I've heard that they've warned the crowd to refrain from throwing garbage at Jake Paul.
Well, some people might think he already is garbage, but that's just another story.
Well, they have
I have
warned
no
the crowd
opinion
in
on it.
Texas.
I'm just saying. You know.
Because
So
they've
Rhea
already
Ripley.
done that at
Who
the
else?
Texas Longhorns
Oh,
game.
would you have wrestled like
Wendy Richter.
Shut up.
Mae Young.
Mae Young, yeah, Mae Young.
She'd bump for you.
Like a champion.
Yeah, we know that.
What about Becky?
That'd be a good one.
Yeah, maybe.
Let me tell you something. These two on the top screen, you would appreciate the amount of wrestling history that those two know when you lunch with them, because
Man,
they
Brandon.
talk about like the most awesome wrestling
Matt,
stuff.
do you know
Well, Brandon used to be a wrestler. I've watched
I
it for
know.
over 30 years, and I'm sure Brandon's watched it for probably
a
close
long
to that.
time?
They
Matt,
know
do you-
everything.
do you know who you'd be a great opponent for?
Eh,
And like, I'm gonna say his name, and like people, you're gonna think I'm bullshit. No, Doink the Clown. Doink was a great. Doink was actually a really good wrestler.
Yeah, he was.
Like,
by the
really
way,
good wrestler.
Matt, if you think me and Brandon have wrestling knowledge,
Mike is on a different level.
Talk to Mike because he knows stuff about wrestling from
I know
far
he does.
beyond before I was into it.
Jackson.
He's an encyclopedia.
Oh.
Or Lane. Matt,
and
Lane.
Hornswoggle as a tag team. What would their tag
Lane
team
at
name
work
be?
knows far. Like, he was pulling out answers to trivia questions at the wrestling trivia night that I couldn't even believe.
All right, here we go. They're coming.
Hey, hey, Matt. Jackson says you and Hornswoggle tag team. You could be called the Little Dudes with Attitudes, or
I like it.
Little dudes with attitudes. I like that. Here comes Jake Paul. Mike said, I watched in the early 80s Dick the Bruiser out of Indianapolis. So, yeah.
Mhm.
Ooh, that's yeah. But he knows stuff from even before that. It's like, he showed me some old matches I've never even heard of before. It's a fun trip down memory lane for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. The last 8 years,
Yeah.
I haven't watched shit but politics.
Yeah, I mean,
Honestly.
I've watched a lot of it lately, especially since 2020 and everything that went down that year. But you have to take some time to watch some other stuff, or you'll just go crazy.
Well, yeah.
I know for a fact. But
True.
even that,
I'm
I
just
do a
saying,
lot
no.
more of that too.
No, even like podcasts and stuff. When Brandon's listening to wrestling podcasts, I'm listening to politics.
Podcast, yeah.
I
And I do
listen
that a lot of
to
work too.
the court cases, like
Yeah.
Attorney General Ken Paxton from Texas. I listened to his whole case. That was nuts.
Oh wow.
And yeah, I hope he ends up being Attorney General, not Matt Gaetz.
And for those of you who are maybe first watching the show at all, a lot of times the stuff that we talk about on politics here at the end of this podcast weekly is stuff that I've heard through podcasts and things like that. So I'm just relaying those messages to you. So
Can I take
That's
back
the-
what I said? I give this kid 8 seconds.
now, is
He
it
riding a
customary
bull?
for the main event fighters to not walk to the ring? This guy is coming down in a lowrider.
Has anyone
Because
gotten
he's
to the back of
fucking
the car yet?
special.
And of course, Logan's sitting right next to him.
Okay,
Has
two
anyone
things.
gotten to
It's
the back
not.
of the
Hold
car?
on, shush, Matt.
Is it not a
Two
lowrider?
things. It's not a lowrider.
Okay,
it's
it
a
looks like
custom
Okay.
something like they look like they cut a car. Whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Is he coming out to Phil Collins? I can feel it in
Yep.
the air tonight. That's
He sure
wild.
is.
To answer
Yeah.
your question,
Why
Eric,
is there a bird in a bird cage?
I don't know. To answer your question, Eric, is it customary for them to walk through the ring? No, not
Doesn't
really.
know.
It's the entrance. It's a spectacle. It's part of the show.
And as a wrestling fan, I can appreciate that, but I just
Yeah.
didn't know. I didn't know if he was trying to like conserve energy or something. You know?
No. Now, again, and plus that's a long walk to that fucking ring.
That is a long. I mean, it is Arlington Stadium.
So, but I want to see Mike Tyson's interest. I want to know if he does what he did before. You see the entourage that he has with him.
Well, yeah, that's just the Pauls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Mike Tyson never moved like that. Like I told you, we talked about this. Like when he came out, it was him, his corner team, and Don King. Like that's it. There's no fanfare. There's none of this. It's a black towel, that little black poncho thing that he came out with, and that's it. Like, so I'm interested to see what the rest of his entrance is.
Man, they did pack that stadium out though.
They did.
I know he's in.
It just goes to show if you have the right draw, boxing can still be, very viable.
I get that it doesn't sit that many people because they're down on the field as well.
Yeah.
But that's the most people that's been in that fucking stadium.
Well, they
even
just
for
said
that fucking team.
They said on commentary there's a second ago that they're just a little shy under the record. So I don't know what the record be in the building. It may be WWE. I'm not sure.
He was stoked about this.
Who are the biggest fighters right now in boxing?
But he was stoked.
I honestly couldn't tell you. I'd be more. I don't even know if I could even tell you UFC very well.
Is that like why they had to bring Tyson in to make this something for?
I mean, obviously, Paul's known mostly because of his social media presence. I mean, obviously his boxing record and stuff too. But
for the first minute and a half,
yeah,
guarantee it.
See, Mike said in the comments, want to see one hell of a shoot. Look up Antonio Inoki versus the great Antonio. Inoki nearly kills the guy legit.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's That's a good one. Mike's digging
Are we-
into
are
his
we-
fun facts and fantasy or
Are
fun
we
facts
talking
and
about like
trivia.
all-time great wrestling matches?
He's talking about a legit incident that took place. There was one guy almost killed another. In pro
I was going to
wrestling.
say that Taker cage match you were showing me where he injured his leg. That looked really.
Yeah, we showed Aaron and Matt the 1997 Hell in a Cell match with Mick Foley and Undertaker.
Mick Foley. Yeah,
yeah, some of that stuff, and they were taken aback. But at the time, one of the most brutal matches of all time. It still holds up today, really.
Iron Mike.
Here comes the 58-year-old Iron Mike Tyson. Again, WrestleMania 14 alum Mike Tyson for you wrestling fans out there. Turning on the Degeneration X with Shawn Michaels and Triple H to side with Stone Cold Steve Austin.
It's going to do this.
2 hours.
Well, reset it. You're going to have to.
He's coming out to DMX.
Yeah, hold on. There you go.
X going to give it to you.
Don't touch it.
It was good while it lasted for Jake. My name's Mike Tyson. I'm on Doloth, so I don't kill you, mother effer.
Well, if Netflix would like to avoid a lawsuit, it would better work for my wife.
That is a great use of that huge, giant Jumbotron, though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Oh, yeah, I forgot they had the big Jumbotron in there.
Yeah, it goes from like 20-yard line to 20-yard line.
Yeah.
It's huge. I don't know why every time they used to like hit the punt and it would hit the screen, I'd always be afraid it'd like fall on the players. I don't know. That's a morbid thought, but it's just kind of anyway. Mike said, last call for predictions. Who do you got winning? I know we talked the four of us earlier on. Aaron, do you have any thoughts on this since you came in later?
You mean between Jake Paul and Tyson?
Yeah.
Tyson's gonna win.
He said that with all the confidence in the world.
Man, let me tell you something. Tyson, he coming out with no emotion.
I said that a little bit ago. If anybody betted on Paul to win against Tyson, they're just dumb. I don't even know what to say.
I'm telling you, what happens if Jake Paul wins? How much money is lost tonight? Because all I've seen for days is Jake's losing. Jake's losing.
If Jake Paul wins, then
I'm just saying, he got that look in his eyes.
A lot of it depends on how you bet how they lose too.
He got that look in his eyes.
Because I mean, there'll be bets about what round it is, like how the loss happens, things like that. So there'll be
to answer your question, Mike. Who I want to win? Obviously, Mike. Who's probably going to win? Jake. Like I said, 27 is 27, 58 is 58. But do I want him to rattle his fucking skull? 1,000%.
Oh yeah, we're all on the same gear. He's talked so much shit on Twitter. I want to see him at least get beat.
Like Kid Rock once said, it's only cocky if you back, or it ain't cocky if you back it up. That's what he used to say.
Unless you back it up.
Yeah, so
Let's
it just
see how
depends
well
on.
it backs it up.
Listen, like Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Exactly. Yeah, this is it's going to be a big fight. We got the big fight feel. Hope everybody's enjoying it. Hopefully you're able to watch it.
This man told people he was going to eat their kids. Like Mike Tyson is a goddamn monster.
Oh my,
dude! Mike Tyson back in the day interviews insane.
Cody Big Mo,
no.
what? He's no
Is it Freeze, babe?
Yeah.
You can come up here with me and Jackson. We're watching it. The fact that Jackson is seeing this right now is bonkers. And he's rooting for Mike Tyson.
It's hanging in. It's a little choppy at times, but it's hanging in there. By the way, I'm assuming Mauro Ranallo is still on the call. Last I checked, he was earlier.
Him and Roy Jones.
Good to hear. Good Mauro Ranallo with you pro wrestling fans out there.
Now, Jackson, let me ask you a question. You said you watched clips of Mike Tyson's fight on YouTube. What'd you think? Yeah.
Mike said, "Jake wins, we riot." I mean, yeah. I just want to see it live up to all this hype. That's all.
Listen, they should have got Mills Lane in there. I'm just throwing that.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it out.
Or it was the guy who was in WCW or does the UFC fights.
The Bruce Buffer.
Bruce Buffer.
Yeah. Is the ring announcer.
Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah.
Yeah, my mom, dude. Like when I tell
Oh
you,
man, he's from Ohio. I really want him.
Naya's coming in to watch.
Yeah, I see her. So right there, now.
But he's fighting out of Puerto Rico, so.
But that's where they live.
Yeah,
that's where they live. Right?
By way of Cleveland, that's where they live now, though.
Yeah.
Or I guess
that's where they're that's where they're from.
Be the first loss from Ohio.
No, the Paul brothers are from Cleveland.
Okay.
They are.
Yes.
Oh.
Look, and I know that.
Hey,
there's a lot of famous people from Ohio, and it's kind of weird.
The Kelseys are from the fucking Ohio. The Heights out in Cleveland. I can't remember the fucking name of it. And Miz is from Parma, so there's that.
Yeah. Well, Rob Deerdeck
Rod
is from Akron.
Is from Akron.
Yeah.
LeBron James, obviously.
Yeah.
And fucking what's his face? John Lennon.
Oh yeah,
Lennon.
He's from
That's Mr. I Quit X this week.
Mm-hmm. He's from.
No, that was John Legend, is what I.
Oh,
Trust me,
John Legend. Yeah, he's
the place that was eating cats.
Like I think he's.
I cannot think of it.
What's the name of that fucking place? Yeah, Springfield.
Springfield, yeah. Of course, I mean, like I said, I didn't. I'm sure I knew he was from New York, but he definitely seems like somebody would be like right out of Brooklyn.
Who?
Tyson. He's got the New York in him. You can tell.
Yeah, dude, he used to run up in people's houses on some fisticuff shit, drug dealer houses.
Oh yeah.
He beat that dude up in the middle of the street. Dude, Tyson was a madman.
He looks like he's about to cry
Have
almost.
you ever seen any of Mike Tyson's fights before?
I've seen one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He almost looks emotional.
The one that
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Oh, he bit Holyfield's ear. Everybody's seen that part.
Well, not only that, I mean, if you're Tyson, you got to think this is probably your last fight. Period.
Not probably. This is he. If Tyson wins, it goes no further than this.
I mean, I think that was some as much as he's going to show you legit emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the interview,
emotional.
Eric, that he did with the little girl?
Bro.
Like, oh my gosh. It was
She asked him about his legacy, and his response to that.
How old are you talking?
Recent.
No, I mean the girl.
Oh, she's probably like 12 or 13.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You say, oh, okay, but you didn't hear what he said.
Well, I know that's what I'm about to ask. What did he say? Yeah. Don't let me
He
in
was
suspense.
basically like, I don't give a fuck about my legacy. Nobody's gonna care about my legacy
when he's dead. This, that, and the third. Like he's speaking facts on a situation. Like he's just being honest.
Well, I mean, just think about it. I mean, in 2 generations after you pass on, most people who are still alive are not going to remember you unless you do something like outrageously memorable.
Yeah. So like he's saying like, yeah, you can.
Here we go. Round 1 starts now. Here we go.
Oh shit! Here we go. You guys ready?
2-minute rounds.
I'm about 10 seconds behind.
8 rounds to a finish. And Jake is definitely sticking and moving, trying to stay away. Got a little bit of a hug there. But
like, hold on, guys, chill out. Like we haven't got that far yet.
Take a few shots. Oh, that was a jab by Tyson.
Okay, I'm about 30 seconds behind, apparently.
Yeah, it's about a minute 28 left.
Yet. Holy shit.
All right, you're at break him up.
Oh, Tyson backed him into a corner a little bit, but that's not going to endear Jake Paul to a lot of people. Just grabbing him and trying to. But I mean, that is good strategy on Jake Paul's part, though. I mean, you don't want to. You want Tyson to wear himself out for sure. Getting some booze. They want to see these guys just slug each other. That was a swing.
He's better than I thought.
Ooh.
Jake.
Well, Tyson's going to, Tyson's going to pick his spot too. I mean, he's not going to.
Like that's the thing. Like I said, Jake is going to. He's going to try to dance around him. You're right. Mike tire himself out. That's why he's grabbing him. when a boxer leans on you, it's more energy for you to push them off of you
True.
at the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Good point. Tyson's not throwing a lot of shots yet, but he's probably just waiting for that opportunity.
But Jake is flinching like a motherfucker. He don't want to get hit.
Well, he just took one to the gut, so
Them body shots hurt, dude.
Yeah.
The bitches add up.
Well, round 1 went by in a flash, didn't it?
I'm not gonna call that a win for Jake, though.
Boy, this may not last long at all. If round 1's already over. I mean, dang.
The power.
All right. Round 1 in. Thoughts?
Well, he lasted longer than I thought he was.
He lasted more than 12 seconds.
Dude.
Mike's a little ahead of us. He said about 15, 20 seconds.
Yes, he's back.
That's the thing with the feed itself. It's kind of hard to sync everybody up. But yeah, I'm just trying to call it out as it goes so people know kind of where we are as a reference. But yeah, I mean, from that, it definitely looked like,
some hits, so.
I mean, Tyson got a couple shots in there. I mean, Jake, it was a good jab to the side of the head. And
Jake is going to keep his distance. And he don't want to take too many of them body shots neither.
He got a good right cross there too across Tyson's face. So, yeah. I mean,
okay, it's back. No one hits it.
Tyson has a couple good
I wanted him to bite the ear. He got real close to that ear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
He's not going to bite his ear.
You hug him. You take that risk. I'm just saying.
There was a lot going on in his life at that point in time
when
he did that shit to Holyfield.
But that's one of those things that will go down in history. And
Loki, are you shitting me right there with the squeaky toy? Are you serious, bro?
Hey, it's time to play.
It froze again.
It fucking froze again. Oh my god.
It's a little choppy on my end. This is not the time for it. Come on, man. Oh, now don't put your arms down and start playing. Jake Paul was getting a little cocky there and putting his arms down, was kind of giving him his chin a little bit, like, hit me. That's that cockiness that he's going to pay for. You do that to Tyson, if he catches you, you're going to be lights out.
Oh my gosh.
You're going to get it.
You keep campaigning for this ass whooping, you're going to get elected.
You're going to get it.
Gonna get it. I like that one.
My mom used to say that shit to me all the time.
That was Kamala's campaign strategy, I think.
Try it again. Restart it, Jackson.
Oh, it froze over there.
It was the laugher way to the presidency.
Guys.
Yeah.
I root for Jake when he fights other people. Usually.
Christ.
Yeah, a lot of. Yeah, Tyson
try
has
the TV.
got the crowd behind him pretty much full force here.
Oh, it's not frozen on here.
Okay.
Man, Tyson, he's taking a lot of hits.
Well, again, Tyson's being judicious about it.
Yeah.
It's not live.
Round 2, almost over.
I think Tyson just trying to stay here.
Well, I think Jake is wanting to kind of lure him in a little bit too, but Tyson's not taking the bait. It doesn't feel like.
Tyson's trying to last 8.
Well, two rounds in.
It's not blinking anything.
I don't know why those rounds. I know they're usually like 3 minutes, I think, but they're going by quick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this fight's, even if it goes the distance, it's going to be over relatively quick.
I got back on, babe.
Nice.
Mm.
Oh, now why are we cutting through a commercial for NFL football on Netflix? Oh, they're probably
They're promoting that too because they got that coming up.
Christmas game, I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least one game. I'm not sure how many, but there's a few on Christmas Day.
It froze a freaking good. Netflix sucks. I bet I'm gonna cancel Netflix.
Chiefs Steelers on Christmas Day on Netflix.
Yep, and
she can't watch it if she cancels it. So
yeah. That's why you cancel it and it's still good. Wait till after November 25th. You can keep it for the next month.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
There you go. Yeah. We know how it works. Round 3, minute 48 to go. Oh,
I think I tried to cancel Netflix once, and the kids bitched about it too much. And I'm like, you know what? It's not worth it. Just pay for it.
I tell you
Yeah,
what,
there's a lot of stuff
I
for
tell you
kids on
what,
there, and
if
that's
this
where they
was
get
on
you.
Prime, you wouldn't have this issue. Just throwing it out there.
Shade thrown.
Mike said, "Is Jake actually going to do anything?" Well, they're throwing a few shots, but they're not always landing.
Obviously, Mike is not the easiest person to hit either.
Oh, of course not. Tyson's doing a decent job of keeping his gloves up too, which is, but he's landing a few shots to his head. Right now, I would say Jake's landing more shots than Tyson is, though, because Tyson's not throwing as many. It's almost like Tyson, in my opinion, the untrained eye, like he just wants to. He's looking for that knockout shot, but you know what I mean.
I mean, out of anybody in that ring, Tyson knows where the knockout shot is.
Oh yeah. Jake keeps keeping his hands down. He's going to get one at some point, and Jake's already got a good black shiner on his eye, I think. So Tyson got him at one point here. He lost Matt somewhere. He must have lost his internet.
I'll tell you what, the girls were more entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Paul landed more. Paul's learning to keep him at a distance.
I want to see Paul's eye. He looks a little. Tyson's starting to breathe a little heavier, though.
Again, age is a
I
factor,
know, and that's all strategy, which is not, too shabby. That's smart. Round 3 goes to Jake Paul, according to Mike, in his opinion. Which I can't deny that. I mean, he was hitting more in that round.
Mm-hmm.
But with age comes wisdom.
Well, that don't always count.
Yeah, it's not going to help you in a fucking hand-to-hand fight either.
I mean, it helps you know when to cover. But yeah, Mike was having a hard time covering on some of these replays here.
God damn it. Okay, can we? I just want to get through this. Like, can we do that?
All right, round 4.
I think the lights cut out in the ring because I can't see anything.
It's still on for me.
It's still on for me.
Round 4 just started.
I know. I was joking that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a little
It's like the Wyatt family or the Wyatt Six is about to show up.
Mm-hmm.
Take over.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah. It'd be a total Vince McMahon move, wouldn't it? Oh.
Maybe he can tag Logan in.
Yeah. He'll do a shooting star, off the
Yeah.
top turnbuckle.
I just hope if Jake doesn't make it in boxing, he doesn't end up in WWE.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know.
'Cause,
Well, if Vince was there, I'd say yes. I mean, Hunter might take a shot at him, but I don't know.
Yeah.
He's doing pretty good in boxing, I think, for a young guy right now, so he might not do that anytime.
He's just arrogant, and
Yeah.
I guess.
I think it's kind of-
Oh,
I think it's in the Paul genes to some degree.
round 4 started out pretty quick there.
Yeah. We're about 46 seconds left in round 4. This fight's already
Well,
about
it
half
just
over.
started for me. It looked good for a second.
It does feel like Tyson's maybe a little timid to start swinging too much. If Mike could just get like some of that furious, striking that he's known for, but you got to be smart about it. I get it. Jake's hanging in there longer than I thought he would. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie to you.
Jake actually doesn't look too bad.
I'd still like to get a good close-up shot of that eye.
Again, the guy is a legit boxer. Like,
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, he's not. Yeah,
I get it. He's an asshole.
I mean, Jake Paul does deserve the credit he should get here. I mean, It does make me want to see Tyson in his prime against him, though. You know what I mean? How that would have gone?
Nah, this wouldn't have been an issue. This wouldn't have been a fight.
Yeah,
this
you're
would have been
probably
over
right.
in the first round.
See, I put him in the same category as CM Punk. I just don't like him.
Who has not been on WWE television in a while, by the way, ever since that Hell in a Cell
Yeah.
match. So.
I wonder why.
Neither has Drew McIntyre.
Drew got his head split open.
Oh, did he get hurt?
Yeah, Drew got his head split open. He had staples.
Oh, yeah,
There's
yeah.
a reason why he's out.
I just figured he'd be back relatively soon, though. Just selling the match, though. I get that. Oh, nice body shot by Jake Paul on that one.
Shot, though, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, them body shots suck ass. And
right now, based on shots, if you're going by hits alone, I'm giving this
Jake
to Jake Paul.
No, Jake Paul is clearly in the lead on this.
Right. I mean,
like I said, he has the reach advantage over Tyson.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why he's having the success, too. But, the desperation or I guess you could say, the time crunch will start to show its effects here soon, too. Well, I don't know. According to that right there, their unofficial scorecard is they're tied overall right now.
I can see it.
Ooh.
What honestly are they telling him while he's sitting in the corner?
I didn't hear.
Well, I mean, like, as people that work for him.
Yeah.
Are they giving
what
him
are you going to tell him that you don't already know,
Yeah.
Don't kill the kid.
Don't eat all the ears,
They're probably telling him, what they can see from their end. Like,
right. What he can't maybe see in his perspective. Yeah.
Goose Fraba. That's what
Adrian! Oh, that was a good left hook there or whatever.
Mike Tyson tagged his ass.
Yeah, when he did it too. And Mike's almost looking like he wants that little uppercut or that quick jab.
He wants Jake to get in close.
Yeah. Now, eventually, Jake's going to have to go out to knock him or try to get him at the end here, but time will become a factor. But
he wanted that hook.
Uh-huh.
No, Mike is always moving.
Yeah. Ooh, he took a shot at there. Missed, though.
Oh. Ooh. That uppercut Mike has comes out quick.
Yeah, Mike makes a good observation. He says if Mike Tyson would stop messing around with his mouthpiece, he might mount more of an offense. Yeah. He does seem to have them gloves like right here the whole time.
Oh, he's protecting his head.
Oh, that's true too, but how much of that is him trying to...
No, that's how he always fought.
Is it? I'm just going off what Mike said.
But I know, I've seen him adjusting his mouthpiece a couple of times.
Okay. Yeah, good.
This fucker's easy.
We took a shot in the nose on that one. Yeah, I think right now, if I'm scoring this, I'd probably give this fight to Jake Paul right now. Oh, that was a shot to the throat.
Boom! God damn!
Paul didn't seem to phase him too much though.
Had
that sticking that tongue out. Round 6.
Yeah, he's breathing out of his mouth right now.
Who?
Tyson? Jake.
Oh, Jake. I'm sure Tyson is too, to a degree. Right now, they got Paul winning by 1.
Yeah, they both landed some devastating hits.
Unofficially, I should say. Yeah, Paul's definitely landing.
Yeah, that mouthpiece, whatever it's in.
I'm waiting for Tyson to tag him when he drops his hands. I know it's because he's farther away, but Jelly Oden.
Okay.
Oh, come on now. This is starting to feel like a fight that's going to go the distance. You know,
Yeah, it is.
Judge's decision.
It'll go. Oh, yeah, it'll go all 8.
Like Digger said, maybe Tyson goes the distance, but they give it to the young upstart.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Mike might have called that one on the nose. Too many mics in this. Yeah, we got Mike in comments. We got Mike in the ring.
We all like Mike in the ring.
End of round 6. Ugh.
Jake ain't going to let him get. He's not going to get close to him. Like, and it's smart boxing. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah. And he said that was the strategy. So, I mean, use your reach. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. Damn, he's sweating.
Well, wouldn't you be? I mean,
yeah, those
I'd be sweating just being within 20 feet of Tyson without gloves on.
I'd be sweating being 20 yards from Tyson.
Yeah, I was being very generous, I guess. Yeah. Round 7, 2 rounds to go. Fast and Furious. Oh, that was a stiff shot. Tyson's going to have to start taking some swings. He's going to have to. Right now, I think Paul's winning it on points.
He's
Eric, go
landed
ahead and
2 so
read
far.
Mike's next comment.
What was it?
All right, I'm done with you. I'm done with you, big dog. That's crazy work.
Magic Mike.
You got to save that mic for Dragon's Den After Dark.
I think it qualifies.
That's crazy work, bro. See you behind the screen in the silhouette. I'm turning the channel.
Turn the channel. 1 minute to go in round 7. Oh, this is man. Someone just needs to lay one right in there.
Have my feet on here. Get something to make them
Little dancing and jiving. Man. Come on.
What I do?
I'll say Mike does not look like uber fatigued or anything like that, you know. Well, I mean, he's breathing heavy there, I guess, but yeah, Mike said, if you wish, Aaron, he'll do Dragon's Den After Dark.
Hey, I've been talking about Dragon's Den After Dark for a while.
Yeah. Aaron coined that phrase.
Yeah. We talk about like the adult stuff after the kids have gone to bed, you know?
Yeah. Mike said all Paul has to do is stay away now and he's won it. Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with that. I mean, Mike's going to have to go get him. He's going to have to win this. The way I see it. It still just makes you kind of, what if, you know, Tyson was 30 years younger.
Mm-hmm.
You know. How crazy would it be if Tyson would just playing with him the whole time and then all of a sudden just all right,
That would be fucking insane.
or
All
Jake
right.
for that matter, but you know, whatever. Minute 34 to go.
Guy, please stop messing with the dog.
Jake is trying to. Now Tyke just took a big shot. Jake's trying to throw him in there though at the end here. I don't know if anybody in this arena wants to see us go to a decision though. I really don't. To Paul's credit, though, he's not running in this final round, even though we don't have to get in there from the sounds of it.
You're right here. It's coming.
He's sticking in there. Mauro Ronaldo, did you hear that?
No, what did he say?
Father Time is unbeaten for a reason, everybody.
He's not wrong.
He said it's just reality setting in. I mean, yeah, I mean, and that sucks, man. It really does. You got to give Tyson credit, though, for getting in there. You know what I mean?
8 rounds. Yeah.
8 rounds. Looks like it's going to go to a finish or a draw or whatever, or decision, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Tyson, yeah, Paul just bowed to him. Tyson wanted to touch gloves, but it was almost like Tyson wanted to do it, but was almost afraid like he might have got sucker punched if he'd have done it. I don't know, but well, I guess we'll wait for the official decision. I think Jake Paul won it though on hits though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, what a coup in the feather in the cap, I should say, for Jake Paul to beat the all-time great.
Hey,
if that's the way this goes.
One of his favorite, like, I mean, it's a guy he idolized, the guy he wanted to get in the ring. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Like, again, like I said, 27 is 27, 58 is 58. Like, it is what it is. Was it cool to see Mike Tyson up? Yes.
Of course. And considered it may be the last, obviously probably will be the last time we ever see Mike Tyson in a boxing ring.
Mm-hmm.
What record did he break? They were saying he broke a record.
Probably being the oldest boxer in a fucking wrestling ring.
Oh,
or a boxer in a
maybe
ring.
so, yeah. Well, Matt's back. Yeah. You're muted, Matt.
Okay, never mind. That's probably a good thing.
Mike said the Rocky Balboaing ended as he suspected. So, yeah, good call on your part, brother. It sounds like that's the way it's going to go. And as if you were going to write it, I mean, I guess it would make some sense.
Tyson landed 9 punches through 8 rounds, and he went 8 rounds with Jake Paul at 58 years old.
I was a lot closer than what people thought. 74, 78.
Only 9 punches? Is that real?
That's 9 punches per round.
Oh, no, that was the score.
That's a score.
That was the
not
score.
punches.
10-9, 10-9, not punches.
I was about to say that was the score.
Yeah. I was like, where are you seeing this? Yeah.
I was about to say.
No.
They had it. I'd like to see the total count, but
It was closer than what,
yeah, it was more than 9 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sierra's sad. She wanted to see Jake Paul get his ass beat.
Well, I think a lot of people did.
You ain't gonna see it until Jake Paul fights a legitimate fighter his age. It's not gonna happen.
Okay, well, fight his brother.
Logan ain't no
I'd pay
boxer.
to see that. Yes, he is.
Is he?
They both
Really?
are. Yeah. Logan is the one who fought Mayweather.
Again, well, yeah, but Mayweather. But again, I wouldn't call that.
Sierra's gonna cry her eyes out.
And they went 12 rounds.
This, I'm showing obviously my inexperience with boxing. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Where did this come
But-
from, Sierra? All right, I'll put it back.
No. I mean, look, it is what it is. We knew we figured this was gonna be the outcome. Like I said, was it cool to see Mike Tyson? Yes, it was. It was cool to see Mike in a ring again, but
yeah,
he's also 58 years old.
Just waiting for the final decision before.
Not everybody's going to be happy about this at all.
Oh no, there's going to be a lot of people who thought. Do you think it lived up to the hype? I mean,
No.
I don't know if I'd go. I mean, it was a good fight, but what people wanted to see, maybe not.
No.
So
I think there was way too much distance between them to call it a fucking boxing match for half the damn thing.
For
But
sure.
that's just-
and I think that was Jake Paul's strategy, but
I'm so glad
Yeah,
this was on
and-
Netflix
Why?
because this didn't cost anyone else any more money than but Netflix.
You know how much money Netflix made off of this?
Probably more than I made on Milk Money last week.
The amount of money they.
yep. So Jake Paul wins by unanimous decision,
Yeah.
and Tyson
Yeah.
extends his hand for a handshake, but I don't think Paul saw it. Now he shakes his hand and gives him a bit of a hug there, a little bit. I
That's
guess.
great.
Yeah. Well,
Congratulations, asshole.
congratulations to Jake Paul, and yeah, that's insane to see. So yeah.
Yeah.
Final thoughts
Boo!
on this fight, guys and gal.
Boo!
Aaron's not a fan.
But like I said, I mean, we come on. Let's be honest. It wasn't going to end any other way.
Yes, it could have.
Yes, it could have.
Jake Paul
Fight.
fought like a man and not like a mamby-pamby.
That's how boxing works.
Well, yeah, there's more strategy to it than just let's just throw hands.
Yeah.
You know, if that's the case, you get people get knocked
That's
out.
how you get beat up.
Yeah, that's how you lose,
Yeah,
bro.
If he wanted to fight Mike Tyson, he should
And
have.
he fought him.
Tyson.
He should have fought him. That's crazy work.
Yeah. Well, that's crazy, but
That's how
yeah,
it was going to end.
how it's going to end, unfortunately. So, hope you guys enjoyed the fight. Hope you guys enjoyed our reaction to it too. But with that being said, we'll try you want to at least go through some of this politics stuff, maybe not the whole thing, since we're 3 hours in.
Yeah, we got
Yeah, I'll probably be
Oh
sleeping.
my god. That
Okay.
the chick in that fight or whatever, she got her eyebrow split the fuck
I'm
open.
telling you, that was a pretty good
Jesus.
fight.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Jesus.
Poor thing. All right. Well, let's get through some of this politics stuff so we're not here all night. But like I said, I'll try my best to kind of truncate some of this.
I just sent that photo to you, Eric. I'm sorry. That's
the girl.
crazy work.
All right. Hold on. Let's see. Was it on?
It's on X. It's on
On
X.
X, okay.
It's on X.
Let me look.
Miranda, I sent it to you too.
I seen it. I seen
you
the
seen it?
fight.
Oh,
Oh.
my. Yeah, that I don't know if we should show. I don't know if we should show that on the show.
No,
but
that's-
she definitely got her eyelid split wide the heck open. That sucks.
Aaron, I'll send it to you in a text message. That's
Yeah.
crazy work, bro.
She got destroyed for sure. All right, let's get this show rolling. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Aaron.
I kind of saw the women's fight, and yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
And like what Miranda said, their fight was a lot more interesting than Tyson and Paul.
He's 58.
He's 58, exactly. Mike said, all right, Skag, it's been fun going to Crash. Thanks for the positive energy for my girl Monday. She's got this. Good night, all.
Yes, she
Absolutely.
does.
And keep us informed of how it went, buddy. That's
Seriously, Mike.
all right.
Good night.
All right, guys, let's get into the final portion of this truncated version, maybe, of the politics stuff. Since I'm trying to truncate a little bit of that, this stuff a little bit, bear with me here as I try to figure out what's the most important stuff on the fly. So, obviously, the country is still winning after the red wave that overtook the nation last week. And it never gets old how all the people who said it would never happen have now been forced to watch it happen not once, but twice. So, here's just a quick little recap of all the Democrats and celebrities and stuff saying Trump is never going to be president.
He's not going to be president. He is not, Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank.
Okay.
I guarantee it.
All right. All right.
I think if he becomes the president, he'll make it great because the states is already good.
I think that man will be president of the United States right about the time that spaceships come down filled with dinosaurs and red capes.
On that note, Tom.
Take it from me. How about that?
Cheers, Tom. And then, of course, there's Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Do you see his reaction there? I think that's the moment he decided.
Donald Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
So when you stand and deliver that State of the Union address, in no part of your mind or brain can you imagine Donald Trump standing up one day and delivering a State of the Union address?
Well, I can imagine it in a Saturday night skit. I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president.
He will never be president of the United States.
And we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket next. I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on.
Sorry to laugh.
Okay, here we are. And which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones right now, Donald Trump.
And so right now, Mr. Trump, to answer your call for political honesty, I just want to say, you're not going to be president, all right? It's been fun. It's been great.
States, exclamation point, at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
Well, who's laughing now, everybody?
Damn.
Like I said, not once, but twice. Donald Trump has now become the two-time champ when it comes to the president here for sure, and they all look like fools.
Were they saying this before he became president the first time?
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of them thought he wasn't going to be president the second time, neither. But yeah, some of the
there's a screenshot of a text message that just started to resurface of Peter Strzok saying, he promises he'll never be president in 2015. They have been going after this man
So
for
who's ready
way
for
too long.
Who's ready for the Tyson Logan Paul match now?
Shut up.
Yeah, well, that's not something we need to see now, buddy. I think that one there was.
Yeah, that boat has fucking sailed.
But the election fallout continues. Election results broken down by sex and race. The supposed racist, sexist won a majority of Latino men, a record number of black men for a Republican, and obviously did well with white men and women as well. Still way too many African Americans siding with Democrats, though, in my opinion. Don't know why, other than that they believe the lies. Don't quite understand that demographic there. Brandon, any thoughts of why that, outside of just kind of being bamboozled at this point?
At this point, yeah, that's what it is.
Clearly.
But obviously, black men were like, I seen a bunch of videos today about a bunch of black men who were more pissed off that Barack Obama basically told them they had to vote for her.
Yeah.
And they were like, bitch, don't tell me what to do.
People in general just don't like being told what to do. And Obama made that big mistake, in my opinion. Despite the total ass kicking that Kamala Harris received, somehow Kamala still got 70 million votes. It's a huge indicator of how brainwashed many in this country still are. 19 states and D.C. went to Kamala, while 31 states went to Donald Trump. Walter Mondale was a better candidate, I'm sure, and even he only won one state. It's completely mind-boggling, if you ask me. In total, the United States has 334 million people, 146 million voted, 75 million for Trump, and 71 million for Kamala. That means roughly 188 million people, more than half the country, didn't vote at all. If you ask me, that's sad. That's led to Democrats trying to say Trump winning the popular vote doesn't mean much of anything, since most of the country, saying that most of the country doesn't actually agree with him. But at the end of the day, all we have to measure is who did vote. And of those who did vote, the majority wants his agenda. And that hasn't stopped states that voted for Kamala from still wanting to abolish the Electoral College and implement a system that's known as the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact that would overturn the will of the state's populace and side with whoever wins the popular vote in elections. Well, here's someone explaining to liberals how that little strategy that the left wants to implement would have been disastrous for Kamala Harris, even more so in this election.
You know how liberals have been complaining about the Electoral College and the popular vote for the last several years?
check this out. 17 deep blue states have previously signed on to the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, which gives their state's electoral college votes not to the winner of the electoral process, but to the winner of the popular vote. I am encouraging all of the states that signed on to this pact, including Tim Walz's Minnesota, to give their electoral college votes to Donald Trump. And if you don't, you hate democracy. If these states stuck to the compact agreement that they signed, Donald Trump would have won 520 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris's 18. I wonder if these states still think this is a good idea, or if they think, maybe the electoral college is still a pretty good system. You know how liberals
So you see what they were trying to do there? You know, they want to overturn the actual, will of the people and vote with whoever wins the popular vote to subvert the electoral college. Well, that wouldn't have worked in this case whatsoever, and it would have been hilarious. Still think that was a good idea, liberals? Keep trying.
That's fucking hilarious.
Nancy Pelosi is now blaming Joe Biden for not getting out of the race sooner, despite the Democrats publicly being all for him running until his disastrous debate against Donald Trump. That's when they switched on a dime and wanted him to get out of the race.
Why is she so old?
Well, because she's been in Congress for 200 years.
And she's already filed to run again in 26 or 24.
Why?
And she'll be 86 years old when the election takes place.
Yeah, she shouldn't win.
Because she can't give up power.
Exactly. That's why Trump's pushing for term limits. But she was caught telling the truth and admitting there wasn't actually an open primary, and they installed Kamala Harris this week after, of course, in the first part of this video where she lied to the American people saying there was an open primary. She's starting to slip in her old age.
We had an open primary and she won it. Nobody else got in the race. Yes, people could have jumped in. There were some people who were sort of preparing, but she just took off with it. And actually, it was a blessing because there wasn't that much time between then and the election, and it sort of saved time. So it wasn't that we didn't have an open process. It's just that nobody got in.
Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race. The anticipation was that if the president were to step aside, that there would be an open primary. And as I say, Kamala may have, I think she would have done well in that and been stronger going forward. But we don't know that. That didn't happen. We live with what happened. And because the president endorsed Kamala Harris immediately, that really made it almost impossible to have a primary at that.
But you said there was an open primary and Kamala won it, and now you're saying they never had one. So, again, no respect for the American voter, and they just do what they want to. And this is why they partially lost, because, it's insane.
They lost for a bunch of reasons.
Yeah, they lost for a number of fucking reasons.
And that was most undemocratic of all of them. Yeah.
I wanted to touch on something because, this is something that's been coming up a lot. One of the main reasons I think that only half of America actually voted is because there is this big lie that's going around that votes don't count unless you're in one of the big states.
Or the swing states, yeah.
Yeah. That's
why
the big lie that's going around.
After this election is over and Trump's back and we're all good, that's why we have to continue to get people to vote and talk about why it's important to vote.
And the vote clearly matters. I mean, like somebody like me who lives in a blue county in a red state, my vote did go toward the popular vote that will help further Donald Trump's mandate. So it does still count. But there are times, obviously, where, depending on what state you live in, sometimes it feels like a wasted vote. I totally understand that sentiment. But at the end of the day, it does count. It's just whether or not there's other shenanigans and stuff that's going on.
And we have to figure out how people like Nancy Pelosi keep getting voted back in.
I can tell you what, no voter ID laws.
I think exactly. But until the rest of the country sees it, it's like
it's
we're
always
lying,
going to be a
'cause
problem.
that's what the
Brandon's
media
right.
tells them.
Well, hopefully it won't be a problem if Trump gets his way. He'll implement voter ID in all 50 states. If that's the case,
If
that'll be
Trump
good.
gets his way, that's
Exactly.
the problem.
And we're going to talk about that here in just a second. Chuck Schumer calls on Republicans, the former Senate Majority Leader, calls on Republicans not to go to the, quote, extreme and hold them accountable for their extreme rhetoric and tactics. F off, Chuck.
Yeah.
Now let me turn to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
I cannot
Another
stand him.
closely contested election now comes to an end. To my Republican colleagues, I offer a word of caution in good faith.
Oh, shut
Take
up.
care not to
He
misread
put cheese on a raw burger. He shouldn't have any say in
not
anything.
abandon the need for bipartisanship. After winning an election, the temptation may be to go to the extreme. We've seen that happen over the decades, and it's consistently backfired on the party in power.
The Dems just spent 8+ years waging all-out political warfare on Donald Trump and his supporters. They weaponized every single aspect of the government and private sector and turned it against us.
And
Then they even tried to
still-
assassinate Trump twice. Now they want us to be bipartisan? Yeah, go kick rocks, brother. I mean, sorry.
Good luck with that.
Get out of here. Democrats apparently, are still trying to steal the Senate races in red states, though. In this example, Wisconsin, the older millennial wants an explanation about Wisconsin's Senate race here.
All right, look, I'm going to request some help from all the election experts out there. Specifically, let's take a look at the Wisconsin U.S. Senate general election. This was as of 10:13 p.m. on November 5th on election night, and 89% had reported in. Now, at this time, Eric Hovde had 1,648,000 votes. Tammy Baldwin had 1,216,000. Now, here we are today with 99% reporting, right? So we got the remaining 10%. And now Tammy Baldwin has 1,672,000 votes, and Eric Hovde has 1,643,000. Y'all see the issue with the math there? Like, I don't really have a problem with Tammy Baldwin gaining 400,000 votes. Like, sure, that's totally possible. But you know what's not possible? What's not possible is Eric Hovde having 1,648,000 votes with 89% reporting, and then somehow having 5,000 less votes when we're finished. Because he went from 1,648,000 on election day to 1,643,000 today. So since election night, his opponent gained 400,000 votes, and he lost 5,000. That would mean that not only has every single vote they counted since November 5th been for Tammy Baldwin, but that would also mean that somehow the votes that were for Eric Hovde were changed to Tammy Baldwin. That's the only way you would lose votes. So yeah, I'd love one of you election experts to go ahead and explain that to me.
Yeah, you can't explain it to her because it's cheating. So, by the way, for all you liberals out there who want to say that Republicans think this election was on the up and up just because Trump won, no, we've been pretty consistent and think there were shenanigans this time too, as illustrated here with the presidential, the presidential race here. This is Donald Trump in red and Kamala Harris in blue. They still tried to cheat it with Kamala Harris too, but they just didn't have enough to cheat it, as illustrated by this chart in Wisconsin for the presidential race. So yeah, Trump was just clearly too big to rig this time, but Democrat ballot dumps were used here to try to cheat as well from the looks of it.
He was
So,
on a decline of a line, and then all of a sudden,
and compare that to the Wisconsin Senate race that we were just talking about with the older millennial. As you can see here, whoops, straight up. Doesn't that look familiar? Look just like 2020. So again, just all these states that have been counting for 5, 6, 7 days after the election, all these Senate races all of a sudden flipped to blue for Democrats. I'm sorry, no state votes overwhelmingly for a Republican president, then turns around and votes for Democrat senators and congressmen. Because that's exactly what happened in Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada. Most of those races were called 5 days later or more. So shenanigans still took place this time in favor of the Democrats. Democrats are now beginning to deny the election results again. So we've come full circle now. By the way, there's nothing wrong with questioning the election results, in my opinion, except Democrats who question election results more than any other party just spent 4 years saying it was a threat to democracy to do so. So here they are now denying the election this time.
Absolutely nobody is going to convince me that Donald Trump didn't steal this election, because he 100% did. You're telling me that Elon Musk, this super rich Uber guy who happens to be BFFs with fucking Trump, who also owns Starlink, the computer equipment that's going to count votes. You got a rich, corrupt fucking BFF, this tyrant, using his equipment to count votes. Are you kidding me? How stupid do they think people are?
Well, I think you're pretty stupid.
I think you are too. Look at that.
And George
hair.
Soros has been doing it for the left for years.
It's perfectly okay if a billionaire
Shut-
George Soros funds them, but when Elon Musk gets on the right side,
I'm
it's bad
sorry.
for billionaires.
Speaking of a Soros, Elon Musk started following the Soros' son. What is his name? I can't remember.
Alex, I think.
Alex, yes.
Yeah.
He started following him today, and they've had like a little exchange. It's worrying me.
Oh my, that's not good. Here's another lady who again is pushing a conspiracy theory. Believe it or not, left-wing conspiracy theory about Elon still in the election.
Allegedly, they used Starlink to tally the votes. And now you can't convince me that Elon Musk is not the dumbest person in the fucking world. Like, that sounds like a booby trap. You've never been a criminal before, have you?
And you have? You admitting to it now?
You never fucking stole an eyeliner at Walmart, have you?
Sounds like it. Yeah.
So you mean to tell me you besties with a motherfucker who tried to steal an election before?
So Elon Musk used Starlink to help Trump steal the election. That's the theory. You know what would probably solve that? You guys can join the Republicans now in demanding same-day hand-counted ballot paper ballots that require voter ID. Problem solved. So you can just jump on our bandwagon on that one. Democrat Kamala Harris advisor Jamal Simmons calls for Joe Biden to step down and make Kamala Harris the 47th president for a few months before January. And Scott Jennings on CNN could not hold back his laughter. Even Dana Bash thought this was absurd.
Is looking for. That is my question. I'll start with you.
Joe Biden's been a phenomenal president. He's lived up to so many of the promises he's made. There's one promise left that he could fulfill.
Nice.
Transitional figure. He could resign the presidency in the next 30 days. Make Kamala Harris the president of the United States.
Whoa.
It would absolve her from being able to from having to oversee the January 6th transition, right, of her own defeat, and it would make sure that it would dominate the news at a point where Democrats have to learn drama and transparency and doing things that the public want to see. Is the time. This is the moment for us to change the entire perspective of how Democrats.
Okay, this
operate.
is now jumped from an internet meme to a Sunday morning show.
Jamal's out here right now.
Congratulations.
Season of House of Cards.
I thought you were going
Yeah, this is so weak. And by the way, it's not going to happen. I don't think. I guess don't put anything past the Democrats. But why would any Democrat?
Be shocked if that happens.
Why would any Democrat want to win in that way anyway? She wouldn't win anything. It's just desperate.
It'll fuck up all his merchandise.
Yeah, but
I'm
who
being
gives a
petty.
crap?
I'm
You
being
think Trump
honest.
will-
I mean, it's
I
being
know.
petty.
I guess you could do it for being petty, but the country would not stand for that.
Plus, she could then do whatever the fuck she wants to do for the next few months to make a bigger fucking mess that he has to clean up.
God, I mean, I wouldn't be surprising on that one. Democrats now also say that you need to stay away from your family if they voted for Donald Trump. Joy Reid had a psychiatrist on her show on MSNBC, basically recommending Democrats to avoid their Trump supporting loved ones.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going to a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood. And
so that's a nice sentiment to tell people right before the holidays.
Let me ask you this, though.
Yeah.
Does this work the other way around?
Yeah, they didn't, they wouldn't like that at all. Well, they probably would. They'd like, but it still don't want anything to do with Trump supporters, probably.
I don't really care.
I mean, if you're mature enough, you should be able to get together with your family despite the differences. But I mean, I understand a lot of ideological differences there for sure in some of these cases. But isn't this what cults do, though? By the way, they isolate themselves from other ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of my line of thinking on it. We also have Kamala. Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, hold on, never mind.
Okay, go back to you. Kamala Harris. Apparently, Kamala Harris's campaign is broke and owes money to pay off her staff and donors because she overspent during her campaign. The campaign had to pay Beyonce, Oprah, and others just to get them to show up and endorse her from all the reports. None of her endorsements appear to have come because they liked her as a candidate, only if the check cleared. While Donald Trump's support was organic, they literally tried to manufacture Kamala Harris's popularity here. So yeah, Trump offers though to pay off her debt, but she was supposed to be the one to fix the economy, huh? Even though she couldn't even manage her own campaign finances, overspending. So yeah, does anyone else find it ironic in that case that she was supposed to be the one to fix the economy, but yet she went bankrupt during her campaign? Yeah. So believe everything the Democrats tell you, ladies and gentlemen. She knew what was best for the economy.
I'm still trying to figure out why her hair was so pink.
That lady, yeah.
Well, good luck with that. Nothing against pink hair necessarily, but sometimes it just seems like
wild.
Yeah. By the way, remember when they said FEMA workers refusing to help Trump supporters was a conspiracy theory and it wasn't happening? Well, here you go. FEMA has officially fired a woman for telling Relief to not help homes that had Trump signs in their front yard. So another conspiracy theory on the right has come true, and Donald Trump was absolutely correct once again. So yeah, another conspiracy theory completely true here on the right.
That's wild.
You got Charlemagne the God is now even questioning the official narrative after having Kamala Harris on his show multiple times. Now he wonders why the left is no longer calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy.
We'll say this. I'm glad everybody's having a sense of optimism because the reality is we have no choice because we're here now. Donald J. Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States of America, like it or not. And we all hope for the best for this country. That's all we can do. But don't y'all find it strange that now that he's won, they're not calling him a threat to democracy? They're not calling him a fascist. I mean, damn, on Monday.
They're not calling him anything.
They can't. On Monday, they was just calling him that. I would think that, if you really believe that, then somebody's speech would be about how America effed up and how things are about to be really bad.
He's
the most powerful man in the world now.
It just makes you wonder how much of it.
No, not now. You still got time.
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, But again, maybe could it be just because, I don't know, it was a bunch of BS?
First of all, I stopped watching. I used to watch The Breakfast Club. I did. I used to listen to it at work and shit. The lady that's on there now wasn't the lady that was originally on there. She left for reasons. She has her own show now, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
The lady they have there now, I can't remember her fucking name, but she's the most divisive.
The one who was like, he can't. That one.
Yeah, I'm trying to put this in a sense that doesn't make me sound like something I'm not.
You're probably going to get accused of it anyway, so just go out with it.
I'm being so for real. I'm being so for real.
Man.
I'm listening to this intently.
None of y'all can relate to this in the sense of what I'm about to say.
Oh,
I grew up in a black.
can.
I grew up in a black household. And I've been a part of and seen numerous arguments that played out with a black woman. You understand?
Okay.
So I know how this operates. I know how this works. In every stereotypical way, that's what she is. And it's the most infuriating thing to fucking sit through and or listen to. Because if you have a point and she doesn't agree with that point and you're right, she consistently talks over you, interrupts you. She never what's his name? He's the black senator from Texas or congressman from Texas. He's the one that told the story about Trump.
Ben Carson?
Byron Daniels.
Byron Daniels was Donald's. He was on the Breakfast Club.
From Texas, though.
I'm not sure.
He's not. I thought he was from Texas.
Yeah, Byron Donald.
Byron Donald is from Texas.
He's from Florida.
And he has a very southern drawl.
There was another guy in that. Anyway,
he's the one who told the story about Trump and the terrorist dude.
Giving the picture to the Afghanistan leader.
Yeah. He was on the Breakfast Club and rebuttaling everything they could possibly say and proving them wrong in the same aspect.
Speaking the truth. Yeah.
She did not want to hear it.
No, of course not.
And she had no real answers, but the whole strategy was for her to just yell.
I'll drown you out.
It's like, bro, we ain't getting no fucking way. There are just some people in this world, and again, this is without politics involved too. I'm sure that attitude does not fucking change.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? But there are just some people in this, no matter what, you're gonna die on that hill.
Well, Democrats better learn.
I let them fucking die. It is what
Democrats
it is.
had better look in the mirror, because if they don't realize what they're doing right now, they're going to keep losing. Because if you just keep tuning it out, the problems it's not going to fix now because people are done with it. So, and one person who pointed that out was Bill Maher on his show last week.
Sure did.
To his credit, he actually understands that his party needs to self-reflect and understand why they lost. However, a few weeks or months ago, I can't remember how long this show was on his Club Random podcast, he legitimately got everything wrong when it comes to the predictions for the upcoming election here. And here's him basically just getting every aspect of his predictions wrong.
Am I going to worry about it? First of all, I'm not going to worry about it, Phil, because he's not going to win.
And you think he's just worn it out? You think people are just going to get fatigued?
Enough. I
Just
feel
category fatigue.
I mean, it's just going to be, we're talking about a few 100,000 people, perhaps. I think it's going to be a little closer than that. First of all, she's definitely going to win the popular vote, as Democrats almost always do now. But I think she will win. I think he will, of course, go batshit insane, as he always does. He won't accept it. His followers, I think, I don't think their heart will really be in it, as it was in 2020. Some of them, there's lots of people who will always be in the bunker with Mrs. Goebbels, taking the poison, giving the poison to the children, because it's better than living in a world without National Socialism. I make an analogy, but I don't say he's a Nazi. But
you might as well.
You just quoted Hitler.
You might as well. You literally fucking did.
Just fatigue. Yes, I think it's time.
That was something Hitler said.
Wrong on all
He
counts.
said.
I mean, again, I give
say,
yeah,
real quick, that if he was done, he would have stopped campaigning after the first assassination attempt.
Yeah.
You know, if this wasn't something he was soul bound to accomplish, he would have stopped definitely after the second assassination attempt.
Yeah.
You know?
And his supporters their hearts are just not going to be in it. 75 million votes and the popular vote, Bill. Just saying.
Did he now real quick?
Same as last time.
Has he said anything about any of that?
Bill, about being wrong here? No. Now, to his credit, like I said, he is at least pointing out to his own party.
That doesn't mean anything. That does not mean anything.
I know.
That don't mean jack
Just
shit.
like to me when he says, you know, Trump, he didn't concede the election. That's a horrible thing, but yet you had no problem with them bypassing the primary process. Again, that's hypocritical to me for Bill.
I do not understand this fucking part. You
on camera gets all of it wrong.
Always, you motherfucker. Like,
now, I will say this. I think on his show a few weeks back, maybe a month or so ago before the election, he did come out and say Kamala is not going to win.
I don't care.
But
he still has not taken any accountability. No, not one fucking person who sits behind a microphone on a goddamn camera has once said, yo, real quick, we might have overblown this whole fucking thing.
I might have got it all wrong.
Like,
especially with the stuff. They've got to legitimately come out and say, yeah, we were wrong about that. We should never have said that stuff.
No,
but
not just
won't.
that. This man almost died twice. Big dog. 2 times. And not one fucking time did anybody go, maybe we shouldn't say this type of shit.
No, they said Trump should stop saying it. He brought it on himself. That's a bunch of BS. If I ever heard.
They even
look at
did as assassination attempts.
Yeah.
CNN's firing people. MSNBC's up for sale. They dug their own graves because
right into my next
they
one.
wanted to follow the narrative of Trump bad, Orange Man bad.
Here's the thing. It's not just they have no choice.
What if
but
we
to follow the
learn?
narrative? Because think about it this way. All these companies, even if you wanted to not do what you were doing, this whole anti-Trump thing, every time it was brought up, there were people who were going to quit their jobs that work at these places because you won't do it. You literally, this is the definition of letting the inmates run the fucking asylum.
Yeah.
You have no control. Because the moment that you go, okay, let's move away from this, and they go, I'm not fucking doing that. Like, we'll leave. We'll walk out. There is, oh my fucking God.
Tulsi Gabbard was on The View the other day, like just today or yesterday, very recent, trying to dispute the fact that they were trying to say that she was a Russian asset and this and that. And Joy would not even let her finish her damn thought before she'd cut her off and try to move on to the next subject.
Yeah.
They don't let anybody tell you the facts.
Because they can't.
Yeah. This leads me into the media part of this. All these lies and false
Eric.
predictions are turning
If they
viewers.
can't-
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
You
No,
were
go
the
ahead.
one. You were the one that said that no matter, you said it a couple podcasts ago where you said you try to bring up a point to any liberals at all that
Yeah.
you try to talk to.
Most of the times they'll
they
run
don't
off.
talk about facts. They try to
No.
run away from it. They don't want to know that they don't want
They'll
to talk
block
about
you.
truth. Because let me put it this way, the way that Jack Nicklaus would say, you can't handle the truth.
Jack Nicklaus' son, but yes, I got you. But speaking of truth, all of these lies and false predictions are actually now turning viewers off, apparently in droves, as MSNBC and CNN in particular ratings are tanking.
Good.
And as Miranda mentioned here, many of their shows dropped from 6 million the night of the election back to their normal lower levels of 500,000 or so. Turns out people don't like to be lied to. Who'd have thunk that? I mean, most YouTubers have higher numbers than CNN and MSNBC on their primetime shows as of right now.
Hell, it seems that's the only way you're going to get an unbiased and honest fucking opinion and or truth.
Exactly. And CNN, as Miranda mentioned, is now cutting jobs for their top stars. After cutting about 100 jobs back in July, now CNN looks to cut upwards of 600 jobs, including top stars, which seems kind of redundant to have top stars and CNN in the same sentence. But don't worry, Scott Jennings, there's plenty of room for you over on Fox News because you know his common sense takes will be some of the first to get let go at some point, unless they're trying to, have the, guise of being unbiased and have to keep him around to maybe get that off. But I highly doubt Fox News will be taking back the first official person to get let go on Friday, and that's, of course, Chris Wallace, who was obviously, trying to fight Trump in some of the presidential debates and stuff as well. So good riddance to you, Chris. Should never left Fox to begin with, but you were kind of a bit of a not.
I wonder how all that works out for y'all now. How do y'all feel now?
Yeah, exactly. And there's going to be more coming from CNN for sure. MSNBC is also in such bad straits that apparently they may be looking to be sold by Comcast as they are looking to part away from the news network following the ratings collapse. And there's rumors going around that potentially Elon Musk could buy it.
I hope he fucking does.
It's a rumor at this point, so take it for what you will.
Well, he said that X would be on TVs soon.
Yeah,
I hope he
that is
fucking
one way
does.
to do it.
I mean, not sure he'd need it otherwise than maybe to have the TV network. But I'd be all for him buying it and just abolishing it if he doesn't need the TV network and he can use X for whatever he needs.
But, you know what?
Be a good thing, though.
He could do that and then give it, offer it up, not offer it up, but give a bigger platform for some of these podcasts and shit.
Oh, absolutely. And if, like what Miranda said, where they're possibly even going to be letting, podcast hosts and stuff in the White House press corps to question stuff, that would be a good thing, in my opinion, too, because they are the news now. Whether you like it or not,
You
they
know
are.
what? I'm glad all you fucking idiots who decided to go this. Listen.
I've never heard you stand on this, Brandon.
Karma is a real fucking thing, and I don't
That's
like
my man Cook.
to bash people, whatever. I never want to put somebody else down, but you motherfucker, everything you get from this point forward, you fucking deserve because you spent. At the end of the fucking day, whether you like what he says or not, he's still a person. He still has children. He still has a fucking family. And for some of you, I don't give a shit what happens to you.
I mean, not to mention somebody was wishing that one of his daughters would get raped. I can't remember who that was.
Or worse.
Who in the hell said that?
I can't remember who
Well,
it was.
one of
I
Sorry,
have a problem with that.
No, I remember somebody saying it. I just don't remember who either.
Oh, it was. This is gonna sound terrible. It's that black lady who's bald.
Oh,
Joy
Joy Reid. Yeah,
I think
wouldn't
so.
be surprised. She's
I'm pretty
grade
sure.
A moron.
That doesn't
And
surprise
hopefully
me.
she'll be one of those who gets asked when MSNBC is possibly bought by Elon. That'd be absolutely outstanding. But in October, 13 of the 15 top cable news shows were Fox News shows, by the way. Only 2 were MSNBC's, and CNN did not even make the list. It's gotten so bad that some programming executives, like those over at ABC, are actually floating the idea of adding pro-Trump co-hosts
No.
to their shows like The View instead
No.
of just the Trump-hating so-called Republicans they have on the show.
No.
No, you don't want
No,
that.
no, fuck
they,
no.
They just shut him up anyway.
You don't get to fucking get a bailout here. No, fuck off. You spent your entire Ooh,
Come on, brother, let's go. I love it.
Hope
12
all of you,
years.
all of you, leave. You wanted to leave any fucking way.
This is not
Leave.
the fact that they want to do this. They're only doing this to try to save their own networks.
That's
because
it.
nobody else is watching. Because they're wise to the lies now, and The
God.
View and those at ABC are now desperate because The View, those hens have been in the echo chamber of lies for far too long.
I never want to see. I don't care if you used to be friends with the man, and no, fuck that. You don't get to rekindle none of that shit. Your success does not come off of his fucking back no more. It ends. Fuck that shit. You spent all that time talking shit about someone for so fucking everything that happens to you from this point forward, you fucking deserve. And like, here's the thing: all these fucking videos we've seen of all these liberals saying all this absurd shit about anybody who voted for fucking Trump, whatever, and then it's also being propped up on fucking national television. None of you, and I mean this shit from the bottom of my balls, none of you deserve any fucking thing. I don't give a go broke.
I'm enjoying every minute of this.
Yeah,
I don't give a shit.
I
what
like
happens
this,
to you.
man.
And most of these bullshit ass celebrities, I don't give a fuck how much you got paid to go out there and go, hey, she's my favorite. Fuck off. I hope you never do anything else. Ever. Ever.
Yeah.
You deserve to
But
live.
you know what? I don't have a problem with the thing Brandon said.
And this the one thing I will say. You don't get these fucking videos and outtakes of fucking Trump supporters screaming on a fucking screen.
No.
Like,
because we just go to work
why?
next day and
Because
deal
it's
with
like,
it.
all right, whatever. I gotta go. I got shit I gotta take care of.
Sorry, but I've
I've
got overtime to do.
I have other fucking worries in my life that take priority than sitting in front of my phone screaming at it because I'm upset about a dude that you have no real rationalization of hatred for, but because the TV screen fucking told you to, you bought into it.
Yeah.
You
especially for shows like The View who have Republicans on the show, but they're just basically Trump
For
hating
what?
so-called Republicans. They're not actually Republicans. They're
and then the
they're
actual
Democrats acting
Republicans
like
they get on their show, they don't even give a fucking fair shake to have a conversation with. Like,
Well, it's just like all the scientists and these doctors that are going to quit because of RF Kennedy's.
Yeah.
If they were working for the good and they didn't have anything to hide,
then they would
and they weren't trying to poison the whole fucking world, they wouldn't have any reason to run. So
I
even
want to know why.
even the people on The View are like, oh yeah, we would run too. Well,
money.
what has Robert said that is so bad for the American people? He wants to take the chemicals out of food. He wants to make food healthy again.
Yeah.
The mayor of New York said that he was almost blind because of diabetes.
On The View, he said this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was because of his food. Like, the food was killing him.
And guess what? They were trying to cut him off during that whole thing too, talking about how, well, shouldn't somebody who's experienced be doing? You're not listening to what the man's saying. You're just trying to undercut everything he's saying. That's all this View does. I mean, it's disgusting.
How is that not experience? He was going through it. How's that not experience?
Yeah. So not only that, look at him and look at the current, health secretary.
It doesn't fit your fucking narrative, bro. Like and it's not even a narrative at this point. You motherfuckers have drank so deep from this cup. You know what happened to the last group of people who drank out of a cup of Kool-Aid? They all fucking died.
Yeah. Well, to Aaron's credit about working all this overtime because he has to. Obviously, The View doesn't like to have pushback because, I mean, who wouldn't want to hear zero pushback on out-of-touch statements like Whoopi Goldberg talking about how she struggles financially like the rest of us in the middle class?
Fuck out of my face.
When you have one candidate who has been running for 12 years
who lies and changes things. I
I cannot
appreciate that people
stand
are
her.
on me too.
Yeah.
I work for a living. If I had all the money in the world, I would not be here.
Bullshit.
You lie for a living.
I'm a working person.
I'm a working person. FYI, Whoopi Goldberg's net worth is $45 million.
Fuck off.
If she had the job that any of us had on this podcast, she would not be doing The View. She wouldn't have time.
No.
Not to mention that her mansion, I'm pretty sure she lives in a mansion, probably has a few assistants and maybe servants and whatnot. She wouldn't be able to afford those on our income.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of hearing. I'm going to calm down for a second.
No, go. I'm loving it. Just go.
No, I'm tired of rich people telling me how the fucking struggle is. Fuck off.
I'm tired of hearing about the middle class. I mean, not saying that there aren't like important people and good people in the middle class, but they keep talking about that. But those are not the people that are struggling right now. It's the people that are below middle class, which all of us on this podcast are. Those that live paycheck to paycheck. That's not the middle class. And if that is the middle class, then that's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was always grown up to think that the middle class are people that I mean, yeah, they have to kind of work real hard for their living, but they can still enjoy life a little bit. Like they can go to trips to like Holiday World or, you know, to Lagoon or these amusement parks and enjoy their time, or maybe even something extravagant like Universal or Disney maybe once in their lives.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
once
what
in a
I always
lifetime.
thought the middle class was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they're telling me that they are middle class, then what the crap does that make us?
Yeah.
And they're also
Poverty.
saying that there's really nothing wrong with that, and they don't have a plan to fix it.
Yeah.
Because they really don't have a problem. That's why they have
Yeah.
to fix it too.
That's kind of that's the main reason why I didn't like. I mean, I voted for Mike Braun as our governor, mainly because one of the
And then
candidates
turned around and voted for John too, which we'll get into in a second.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I was willing to hear everybody's side, but as soon as what was her McCormick, as soon as she said that the taxes in Indiana were perfect just as they are, I was like, you lost my vote.
Yeah.
I already lost it.
Out of touch. You know,
So-
all these people, and especially those on The View for sure. Cable television is a dying medium anyway. But Fox News gaining viewership is telling to how the culture is shifting and how people are yearning for truth. Fox, while not perfect by any stretch, it's far more reliable than the propaganda that CNN and MSNBC in particular spreads on a daily basis. And the metrics show people are waking up to that very fact. So, yeah, bury it, you know, let it.
I said it before and I'll say it again. Just like with videotapes came DVDs. Then the way the DVD went out because of streaming.
Yeah.
Same thing with music. Record players.
8 tracks. Yeah.
8 tracks. Then cassettes. Then CDs.
They're all irrelevant now.
Then streaming. These are all so legacy media. Like, look at the newspaper. Damn near phased out. When's the last time you actually bought a newspaper?
Good to tell you.
I'll be honest with you. It was a couple weeks ago, and I was so disappointed in that stupid thing. I paid $1 for it, and there wasn't shit in it.
That's what I'm saying. So, but that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody, I remember when I was a kid, having a paper route was a big deal.
Yeah.
Lucrative deal. You know what I'm saying?
The thing that I don't understand about all this is I don't understand how you could detach yourself so much from reality to the point where Miranda, you asked the Democrat how they lost their election. You know what they're going to tell you? They don't know. They don't know how they lost the election.
No, they think it's racism or misogyny or something stupid like that.
That's not a real answer.
They will say it was
Give me
rigged.
A real answer. That's not real.
Yeah, some of them will say that.
They're brainwashed, but not only are they brainwashed, like for real, their brains
But my point
are
is
full
that-
of chemicals from stupid shit that they're eating and or being prescribed.
Well, some of us are like that too, but we ain't.
If they don't, to add on to what Brandon's saying, if they haven't gotten it now, they ain't gonna get it.
Well, you got to understand too, like some of these people on The View or MSNBC, Whoopi Goldberg makes $7 to $8 million a year to purposefully go out there and lie. She knows it's bullshit, but that's not the point. She's getting paid to do that. So
explain to me how you were perfectly fine with that man the first year when he said he was going to run back in 2016. You had him on your fucking show where it was all hugs, handshakes, and kisses, and you agreed with his fucking policies. None of that shit changed.
And to that same point I just made too, it's the same thing with Biden and Harris and all these people who come out and said Trump was Hitler. They know that shit wasn't real, but they were saying it anyway just to get you to vote for them. That's all it was. That's why they're not saying it now, because it serves no purpose.
It doesn't. It doesn't serve it. If she was so for real and she believed everything she said,
yeah, they'd be out screaming
in her
her
concession speech. Why wasn't none of that there then?
Yeah.
Who
They'd
the fuck
have been
calls,
screaming, "You got to stop him! You got to stop him! He's going to kill everybody!" But they're not going to do that.
who the fuck calls their opponent to congratulate him on a win?
Yeah.
But less than 24 hours ago was spewing the most vile shit about the man.
Yeah. And hopefully, like people like Charlemagne are starting to wake up to that fact. But this week, the government began to brace for the changes that Trump is planning to usher in, which is going to lead to pushback by the establishment. And that started this week. On top of CNN reports that the Pentagon is already holding secret meetings to conspire against Donald Trump, and Congress is sending every possible penny they can to Ukraine before Trump comes in. Turkey neck.
A turtle without a fucking shell.
Yeah, turkey neck Mitch McConnell. Despite leaving at the end of this term this year, pulled off a rhino establishment coup in the Senate, calling for a secret ballot vote for the new Senate majority leader, done in secret, so it's more difficult to hold them all accountable. 3 names were up for the vote, and that was, of course, John Cornyn, and we had Senator John Thune, and, of course, Senator Rick Scott, who many conservatives, including us here on the channel, would have preferred to have had, because 2 out of the 3 are definitely rhinos, no doubt about it. However, John Thune won the secret vote and will be the Senate majority leader. It appears the deep state is potentially working to obstruct Trump's agenda, much like they did in 2017. It may now be harder for Trump to get a lot done in the first 2 years. If they obstruct Trump, this is the rhino establishment in action, unless John Thune proves himself. Thune has stated that he wants to work to approve all of Trump's appointments and get Trump's agenda through. Here's him saying that after he was appointed Senate Majority Leader.
And when it comes to choosing nominees who will pass Senate confirmation?
Well, as you know, the Senate has a advise and consent role under the Constitution, so we will do everything we can to process his noms quickly, get them installed in their position so they can begin to implement his agenda.
So that's all well and good for him to say, obviously.
Yeah. Obviously.
That's what you're going to say. You're going to say the right thing.
Two are 2 different things.
Yeah. So John,
I think
creepy.
Yeah.
It's like death.
I think real quick that they're going to try to get something done to where they don't have to be voted to be confirmed.
Exactly. Which, yeah, I'm going to talk about in a second. Okay. Yeah, John Thune, though, he could be a MAGA ally or he could be a Mitch McConnell 2.0. We'll see, I guess, and I have my apprehensions. Luckily, if any vote does come down to a tie, J.D. Vance has the tie-breaking vote as vice president, so maybe there's no need to worry just yet. But the last thing we need right now is Republican infighting amongst themselves, and sadly, because Republicans are split between establishment GOP and the MAGA American First Republicans, it could be rough sledding in some aspects for Trump's agenda. It's discouraging, despite the major victories we've had as of late, but that's where we are as of right now. But let's see here. Let's move on.
Looks like
here.
That's fucking funny.
Any thoughts on Thune right there?
He looks like a retirement home.
I don't know.
They know if they let Trump do what he planned to do, it's going to make them look even more like fools. So they are going to manipulate the system as much as possible, so that way they can stop him from doing that.
Yeah, implementing sweeping change. Yeah, they want the government as it stands. They want to keep it as it is, and Trump's not going to go for that this time. I'm sorry.
I think we're giving him too much credit.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Aaron. Go ahead.
Is a secret vote a normal thing to happen?
Not supposed to be, no. But they knew that they were not going to vote for Rick Scott, who everybody wanted. So they did not want their names on the record as to who voted. I think that there may be some leaks have come out, maybe finding out who actually voted for who. But
now,
yeah.
What is the purpose of the secret vote? Is that to keep that from the American people?
Yeah.
Or is that to keep it from the president?
No, it's to keep it from
probably a little both, but definitely the American people for sure. So you can't hold them up accountable in primaries and things like that. You know, so yeah, it's a shady. It shouldn't even be a thing. There should be no such thing as a secret vote. None. Period. But this is the crap that Trump's got to deal with, unfortunately.
But like I said, I think we're giving him too much credit. I think Trump's a little more crafty than you think, especially when it comes to showing, like having these motherfuckers fall on their face.
Well, we're going to talk about here in a minute and possibly how he might be able to get that done. But on top of many plans that Trump put out via video this week, most of which you can find via his Agenda 47, which we've covered here on the podcast multiple times. But he did put out a lot of videos talking about his agenda moving forward. Trump did this week, though. He held his own fantasy football draft, basically, as Trump wasn't wasting any time as he made a massive amount of appointments this week. And any member of Congress who does not approve these appointees are directly going against the will of the American people and the mandate the American people gave Trump by voting for him overwhelmingly, and they should be primaried. Here's a list of all the appointments that Donald Trump has made so far, and as a few of these, though, were added after this list was published by Charlie Kirk a couple of days ago, including Doug Burgum has been added as Department of Interior Secretary. R.F. Kennedy Jr. was added as Secretary of Health and Human Services. Stocks for Big Pharma fell dramatically following his appointment, by the way. Kristi Noem was nominated as Secretary of Homeland Security. Caroline Leavitt was nominated as White House Press Secretary. We're going to talk about her in just a second. And, of course, we have, obviously, Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, Matt Gaetz as Attorney General.
That Matt Gaetz one is bonkers.
Yeah, we're going to go into details on a couple of these here in just a minute, and Matt Gaetz is one of them. Pete Hegseth, we're going to talk about him in a second, too, is now the Secretary of Defense. Well, he could be after all appointments and everything could be done. Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. Susie Wiles, we mentioned last week. Elise Stefanik, Ambassador of the United Nations, and Tom Homan as Border Czar. We're going to talk about in a second, too. Before we get into that, though, Caroline Leavitt, though, the White House Press Secretary now, she's a Spitfire for sure, and she'll have to be. She'll definitely have to be to go against the left-wing media press corps. Here's a clip of her on the right on CNN, not taking CNN's BS as they try to, just basically, thwart her and everything she was saying here.
It takes someone 5 minutes to Google Jake Tapper, Donald Trump, to see that Jake Tapper has consistently,
we're going to stop this interview if you're going to keep
President
attacking
Trump
my colleagues.
Adolf Hitler.
Ma'am, I'm going to stop this interview if you
I'm
continue to attack my colleagues. I would like to talk about Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who you work for.
Yes.
If you are here to speak on his behalf,
and I
am
will
willing
do
to
that.
have this conversation.
I am stating facts that your colleagues have stated in the past.
Okay,
now, as
I'm
for
sorry,
this
guys.
debate,
We're going to
the
come back out to the
expectation
panel.
for-
Caroline,
the
thank you very much for
expectation
your time. You are welcome to come back
Look
at
how
any
flustered.
point. She is welcome to come back and speak about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump will have equal time to Joe Biden when they.
You're welcome to come back as long as you say exactly what we tell you to say. Otherwise, we got to cut you off, kick you off. So,
It kind of sounded like she was about to cry. I would be honest.
Oh, yeah.
She was so mad, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
So she's not going to take that BS. And unfortunately, in the White House press room, you're not going to be able to just shut her off like that. Sorry. She's the one who runs that room. I hate to say it. Also, still no word on who the director of the FBI will be just yet, but heavy rumors suggest Kash Patel could be on the short list.
Yo,
Any
I'm
thoughts
down
on that,
for
Miranda?
one.
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anybody else off the top of my head who I'd prefer. But either way,
Dan
I heard,
Bongino, but
yeah,
I heard that I would rather he might be more fit for the Secret Service head or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But
Well,
yeah,
we
I
need
mean,
a damn good one because the last
Agent
one
K.
Agent K for sure. Also, it's worth noting that Tulsi Gabbard, who was put on a terrorist watch list simply for supporting Donald Trump, will now outrank everyone who put her on that list. The karma. So,
like I said, karma is real.
Exactly. So, of course, the left is melting down at Trump's selections, claiming everyone is unqualified because it's obvious Donald Trump has declared war against the deep state and the government bureaucracy. All of these selections are qualified, but because they are not getting their way, it's time for the crying to commence from the left. So, yeah, I mean, I got to admit, last week we talked on the channel about holding Donald Trump accountable and things that he needs to do. It's clear as day now that the stuff that we were hoping he's doing, he's actually looking to implement after all these appointments, no doubt. So I don't think there's any doubt in our minds now that Trump is going to actually go to war with these people as he needs to save this country. But let's there's been so many appointments. Let's go over a few of the most important appointments that Donald Trump wants to implement here. This is Tom Homan, who is now the new border czar, the job that Kamala Harris was supposed to do but couldn't seem to do right. If ever there was someone who will fix our border crisis, it's this man right here. He's no nonsense and tired of the BS just as much, if not more so, than the American people is when it comes to our southern border. Here is some clips of his run-ins with liberal politicians, including AOC, Jamil Jayapal, and many others here. This is absolutely gold, if you ask me.
First of all, your comments are disgusting.
I've served my country. I've served my country. I've served my country for 34 years.
I find your comments
This is out of
disgusting
control.
as well.
I've served my country for 34 years, and yes, I held a 5-year-old boy in my arms. That in back of that tractor trailer, I knelt down beside him and said a prayer for him because I knew what his last 30 minutes of his life were like, and I had a 5-year-old son at the time. What I've been trying to do my 34 years serving my nation is to save lives. So for you to sit there and insult my integrity and my love for my country and for children, that's why this whole thing needs to be fixed. And you're the member.
We agree on that.
Fix it.
We agree on that, but I disagree. But I also disagree with your characterization of immigrants as prone to criminality.
People for 3 decades on this.
Gentlemen, time is.
Look, you want to know why there's 50,000 people in detention? You want to know why we have 1 million illegal entries in the United States? You want to know why we have these issues? Because you have failed to secure the border. You have failed to work with this president to close the 3 loopholes we've asked for 2 years to close. So if you want to know why this issue exists, you need to look in the mirror. You have failed American people for not securing the borders and closing loopholes.
Mr. Holman,
Look,
please respect the chair and the authority of the chair. The time of the gentleman has expired.
I've asked you politely to let me go beyond my time, and you let other people go beyond their time, but not to Tom Holman. He don't get to go beyond his time.
Mr. Holman, we have
Look how mad she's getting.
agreement between the Republicans and the Democrats with the ranking member. We increased the time of one witness, one member of Congress who was interrupted by a protest. That is done with the approval of the ranking member. Please respect the chair's authority.
Now she's about to get real mad.
I respect the chair's authority, but the chair.
Mr. Holman.
You work for me. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer. You work for me.
Like she thinks that gavel's going to do anything.
Yeah, it's like,
What the fuck?
stop me from talking?
Of the many that you recommended
Here's
family
Miss,
separation,
shit for brains.
Tolerance.
which includes family separation.
Oh, jeez. Citizen parent gets arrested when they're with a child.
He schools her here, by the way.
Good.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from
Holman,
his
with
family.
all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum, you go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General.
Yeah, no answer for that one.
We have seen one estimate
This
that
is my
says
favorite
it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together. You better start packing now. You're damn right. Because you're going home. I got another message. Another message to the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggled enough fentanyl across this country to kill 148,000 young Americans. You have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done. Why would you?
Love this guy. So, yeah. The left is obviously melting down because they think he's going to deport U.S. citizens, yet they somehow don't understand the difference between U.S. citizens, which will not be deported, and deporting illegals. Big ass difference.
There's a big difference there.
Not to mention that lady asked, it's going to cost $88 billion. It's going to cost all this money to deport them. Hate to break it to you, it costs twice that much to house them.
He said, you can deport the family.
So, yeah. So since it costs twice that much to house them, it's actually going to be cheaper to deport them. So,
Oh, shit.
sorry. That's not the way this is going to work. We
And
got
that-
to get the job done. Yeah.
That's an upkeep thing. Like if we're paying more than $88 million, to deport them,
That's a one-time
and house
thing.
them, we have to do that every year they're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if we just spend the 88 million just to get them out of here, then we save the 88 plus million to house them.
Well, not only that, well, I think it's like around 150 billion to house the ones we currently have. So it's roughly doubled. But in the
What's
88
going to be
billion.
really
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going to be really crazy is when Elon and Vivek get a hold of all this overspending and they find out that they can actually get legal migrants in this country a lot quicker than what they have been for the last 10 years.
Longer. Yeah.
Because Trump's right. We need migrants.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
So we're going to need people to come back.
But do
and
it
the
the
legal
right
ones,
way.
the legal ones will stay right
ones.
here.
That's
Yeah.
the thing. It's like no one is saying we don't want migrants here. Like that's not it.
We've talked about that multiple times. Yeah.
Like, that's not it at all.
No.
Just do it the right way.
Mhm.
Coming from I was
hard.
born here, so I never had to experience this shit. But
course.
again, we worked with somebody who did, and watching him, the sacrifices he had to make, which again, I only can imagine could be the hardest thing you would have to do. But I remember how happy he was when he did get his citizenship and he was able to bring the rest of his family over.
Not the rest, just two of the
Well,
kids.
his two of his
Aaron
kids.
says it best, though. Aaron says if you're going to do it, then just do it the right way.
Yeah,
That's what he
do it
just
the right
said.
way.
Yeah.
That's literally what I just said. Do it the
By
right
not
way.
doing it the right way, you are automatically a criminal.
Yeah.
By the law. So that's all he
And
said.
we're trying to fix this. Like, we're not trying to fix this for just 4 years.
Next 250 years.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats and the Republicans of the last 100 years have been working against us for power and control. Like, that's
They
what
don't care
people
about
don't
the American
understand. And it's
We've
been
talked,
a
we've
whole...
talked about changing the electorate and making all these states deep blue like California so they can win elections. It's got nothing to do with the, wanting to be, humanitarian toward these asylum seekers.
No.
Nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Because here's the thing: once they were just like with this whole their narrative of Trump, once it was over, they dropped it. What the fuck do you think they were gonna do to you?
Yeah.
Once your usefulness was done, that's it.
Yep, gone.
Klaus Schwab and all those people over there at WHO, they think humans are scum. They don't want anybody to have anything. They've said it.
Speaking of Elon Musk and Vivek with the Government Efficiency Board, imagine if they free up all this extra money, we can use that money to deport more people too. So we're going to find more money to use in better places. So your narrative, it's going to cost too much, doesn't hold weight. It doesn't.
There's a Doge account on X now posting different things where they can cut spending. It is fucking
not to mention
nuts.
maybe if you don't spend $400 billion in Ukraine, maybe you can use that money for it too. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you ain't got the cash. You just don't want to spend it on that.
That one
things you should
The
spend.
one bill was to study transgenderism in a country that didn't
Doesn't
even.
do
Yes.
Yeah, it's dumb. But Trump also had a few other important ones. Most importantly, I think probably the one that's getting the most flack right now is Donald Trump appointed Matt Gaetz to be his attorney general. In 2020, Matt Gaetz was accused of sexual misconduct with a minor. And if some of the things he's been accused of are indeed true, he should absolutely face consequences. However, many allegations in the past year or so against certain people have all turned out to be all lies. And this feels just like that, in my opinion. In 2020,
Candace Owens debunks it all.
oh, yeah. In 2020, and I'm going to kind of a little bit here. The 2021, the Department of Justice opened an investigation into Matt Gaetz. In 2023, the investigation concluded, and the Merrick Garland-led Biden Department of Justice decided not to bring charges against him for this. It sounds like they would have proven it by now if it were, in fact, true. Congress has also had an investigation into him, which sounds purely political at this point. Following his AG nominations, Matt Gaetz has already resigned from Congress, and since doing so, it effectively renders those congressional investigations moot. If he's not confirmed as Attorney General by the Senate, Donald Trump could adjourn both chambers of Congress and appoint Matt Gaetz as AG via a recess appointment, as well as any other appointments that don't get confirmed that Donald Trump once. At this point, after all the lies we've seen, I'm inclined to believe Matt Gaetz did nothing wrong and the deep state don't want him there to expose their crimes.
Yeah, that's what this is.
It screams like the same people who falsely accused Donald Trump of hiring hookers to pee on a bed and Brett Kavanaugh from gang rape are now accusing Matt Gaetz of sleeping with a 17-year-old girl. That's what this sounds like.
Hold on. Time out.
Yeah.
Did you just say, no, I've never heard this. So that's the first time I've heard what you just said.
The
To
hooker thing.
pee on a bed?
That's
diabolical.
They tried to say that Donald Trump did that. And it was all BS.
Diabolical work.
But,
meanwhile, we have a president currently in office that
takes a
sniffs
shower with
children,
his daughter.
Takes a shower with his daughter, and then
baby's feet.
nibbles on children at a Halloween party.
Yeah,
but that's not weird. That's okay.
Perfectly fine.
I'm sorry, but I love everything that Aaron and Brandon say.
That's wild.
They're on one tonight. I love it.
They just Aaron, you bring up such valid middle class bullshit that I deal with.
Hey,
bullshit.
don't put me
Time
in
out.
there with middle class.
Time
I am
out.
not middle class, sir.
Time out.
I am
Yo.
lower class, and I'm proud of it. Okay, not really.
Whatever class we are, because according to Whoopi Goldberg, we don't know what class we are.
Hey,
So
Just
damn
saying.
all. Hey, hold on. I got to get this out. Damn all of that. yo, DT, that's diabolical, champ.
Hey, Aaron, I just want to point this out. Of our town, we are like upper middle class.
Yeah,
Just saying.
just throwing that out.
I've met a lot of people that
But
Yeah.
as Miranda also pointed out a little earlier, and I just mentioned here real quick, I want to go over it again. If Donald Trump doesn't get his appointments confirmed by the Congress, there does sound like there's an option to appoint these via recess appointments. So Trump may be able to get these people in, whether or not these people want them in or not.
Yeah,
So,
the reason
see
why,
how
and that's
I
the
think-
whole mandate thing. If we the people want this, they shouldn't be able to stop it.
No, they shouldn't.
Ever.
And hopefully they won't, because they understand that he's got such a mandate now. In order to do so, would go against the will of the people, and it would show.
But I think there's enough dumbasses in Congress still that he's going to have to use this,
He might.
and then it's going to be a new law that you just don't get to say
Which-
when there's a new president. We get to put in people.
And if you remember, Donald Trump said, I think maybe during one of his last rallies, said that him and Matt Gaetz had a little secret that he was going to let everybody know of after the election. The recess appointments and him being the attorney general may just, in fact, be that secret. So stay tuned. We'll keep an eye on that for you guys here for sure.
They don't
And
want Matt
I'm
Gaetz
hoping
'cause-
Rubio
Yeah.
will just him going ahead and appointing him to something else. If he screws up, he can fire him.
Yeah, a lot of people weren't thrilled about that appointment, possibly because he
But
could be a bit of a rhino. So
Yeah, but he can fire him. He's no longer a, in Senate.
yeah, so they're going to be on the hot seat from the jump. So I
And
like
Trump's
that
been
idea, too.
talking about firing people a lot lately. So I hope these assholes.
Matt
realize
Gaetz is what got me through a lot of those fucking hearings and shit, like those Senate meetings and shit. Matt Gaetz, because I just love his approach to, like, I'll let you talk, but then I'm gonna eviscerate everything you said and make you like a fucking.
And everybody
fool.
wants to talk about, well, he's a Trump loyalist. All these people are loyal to Trump. Since when, by the way, is loyalty a bad thing?
Yeah.
The left's whole MO is to try to make something that's actually a good thing, like loyalty. Because why wouldn't Trump want somebody who's loyal to him after all the backstabbing he went through last time?
Trump's golf caddy, who was 16 years old when he started working for Trump, is loyal to him. Like, that is loyalty.
That doesn't
And
mean
have
you're a
some-
fascist or anything like that. It just means you got people
No,
you can trust.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Exactly.
Would you want somebody you don't trust working for you? No.
I'm still on the bunker with the Ava Brown thing.
All of these people should be loyal to one
dumb
thing.
shit. Don't say dumb shit like that.
American people.
America. Yeah.
America and
But
the
they're-
American people.
Yeah.
That's who they should be loyal to, but they're not.
No, they're more loyal
Obviously,
to
that's
themselves.
exactly why they did the secret voting in Congress. It's because some of those dirtbags in there are going to vote against what the American people wanted.
Dastardly fiends.
Hopefully,
and I hope that there is something that allows maybe Trump to post that and be like, "This is who voted. This is who voted what."
because that kind of stuff should not be a secret from the American people.
That's why all these appointments who have to be confirmed now, all the senators and stuff who would vote against it, they will be held accountable because their names will be listed. There won't be no secret vote. So all of them should be primaried, as I mentioned. They have to be held accountable.
Who is this dude?
Oh, this is John Bolton.
He looks like a Muppet.
This is a guy that Donald Trump.
I'll never unsee him.
Yo,
as a Muppet
his
now.
head is crazy work, son. Like
This is a guy who used to work for Donald Trump in his last administration, and it was fired by him. He's
Fucking
now losing
idiot.
his mind over Tulsi Gabbard being appointed head of the DNI and, of course, of Matt Gaetz. Let's listen to him melt down here.
But it was the worst cabinet level appointment in history until they then heard about the Matt Gaetz appointment. Really, my reaction was that this is like the legend of Caligula, the Roman emperor, who wanted to nominate his horse as a Roman consul.
Oh my
You had to be a Roman senator at the time to be a consul, and it was intended to show how demeaned and degraded the Roman Senate had become. So now we're going to see whether the American Senate can stand up and reject two people who are totally unqualified, unfit professionally, and really lacking in the immoral characteristics, the character that you need to hold these jobs. I think this vote should be 100-0 against both of them.
Time out. Hold on, real quick,
Yeah.
before you say anything. You know how you can tell when somebody's lying?
What?
They blink a lot.
Yeah.
He has a very, very terrible poker face.
And
His
again,
head is crazy.
He's
work,
got a
son.
very terrible haircut.
This is one of the guys that Donald Trump
And
openly admitted
face.
that he made a mistake of hiring the wrong people when he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. So he kicked his ass to the curb, and now he's upset that people who are actually going to come in and do the job is who Donald Trump hired. That's what it is.
Eric, hold on. I know you're trying to be serious here, but my man's hairline is killing me,
I know.
bro. If you look,
Yeah, what
okay,
is
hold
this
on.
line here,
fam?
What is this?
It looks like y'all better not talk shit about Trump's hair no more.
No,
real talk.
I still don't think liberals don't get it.
Shut up, Matt. Hold on.
Yeah, hold
Look, okay, you see his ear, right?
Good.
Right. Go straight up. Okay. If you move that coif of hair, right? His hairline on some.
It's this line here that makes me go.
He looks again. That
might be a toupee, actually.
It looks like it.
might
Like
be.
they glued it on there. That's bad. You remember the cartoon Doug? The
Yeah.
You remember Roger? The
Yeah.
green fam. His hair. Real talk.
I mean,
And that mustache is diabetes. That
yeah, Wilford Brimley for sure. Oh yeah. By the way, with all these picks that Trump has selected, they are all qualified. By the way, but what has any of these so-called qualified people by the left standards that Democrats agree with that their party appointed? What have they ever done right for the American people? How is Matt Gaetz any worse than Biden's Attorney General Merrick Garland?
Holy shit.
The man that Biden used to go after his political opponent and raid a former president's home and go through his wife's underwear drawer.
My man looked like he just snorted an 8-ball of cocaine and that shit just hit his system.
Maybe it was his cocaine in the White House.
His eyes so big.
But yeah, I mean, you want to talk about unqualified though? How about Rachel Levine, an obese man who thinks he's a woman, was hired as Secretary of Health despite clearly having a mental health and eating disorder. So that was number one. Number two, how about Sam Britton? Biden appointed this non-binary cross-dressing luggage thief to his Department of Energy as head of nuclear energy before being fired. Apparently,
I can't believe this is real life.
I know. What is his timeline?
Every last one of these people look like badly drawn cartoons or I'm
gonna
kidding,
say this.
Muppets.
Yeah.
They're all a bunch of puppets.
I'm sorry if this gets us canceled. These are the people that need to be in the insane asylums that Trump talks about. Because there is something wrong with them. I don't care.
Not only that is this person a non-binary cross-dressing luggage thief because had to steal women's clothes to wear. Apparently, He is also the leader of the DC Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, which is an organization that uses religious, drag, gender, and anti-morality imagery to promote Satanism and destroy the morality of America through our children. So this is a perfectly fine appointee by Joe Biden.
What
that
did
the
you
media
just
had no
say?
problem. Yeah.
Those are good people, right?
Yeah, perfectly acceptable to the
Yo.
mainstream media. Not one objection. How
And we're
about
gonna have half a generation that is sterile because
Yeah.
of these fucking idiots.
what about Secretary Booty Juice? Biden's Secretary of Transportation, Pete
Called that
Buttigieg.
man booty juice?
Yeah, which was Biden's words, not mine, by the way. Pete Buttigieg's qualifications. Oh, he was gay and rode trains in college. That was his qualifications.
That's a double meaning, and I'm not getting into it.
Yeah, I'm not kidding, by the way. That was
He's
all
the
his
Secretary of
qualifications.
Transportation.
Yeah.
Can he get on fixing the potholes outside of Walmart? Because they've been eating my tires something fierce.
Well, in South Bend, Indiana, when he was mayor, he apparently couldn't plug their potholes. Believe me, I know. My dad lives out there. However, he was apparently good at plugging. Never mind. I won't say nothing.
You gotta, because this is all way too sexual.
This is strange coming from. He should be expert at plugging, right?
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, how does he become mayor? And
Liberal
somebody
town.
got to do better.
Liberal town in Indiana, one of the bigger ones in the state for sure.
He let
If
a
we
whole
don't
fucking
have
city.
safe elections after
Yeah.
all this,
How about
then I'm moving to Mars?
What about Joe Biden's appointee to the Supreme Court, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the woman who could not define what a woman was because she wasn't a biologist, who in her dissenting opinions has clearly shown she doesn't understand the law, but she was confirmed as Biden's SCOTUS pick. Why? Because she's a woman of color.
And see, this is what I'm talking about with the colleges. Like, who taught her this shit?
Yeah.
'Cause they all have degrees.
She had to fill a role. She knew what she could not say and what she could not say and or do to get that role.
Who Biden literally said when he was looking for a nominee to appoint to the Supreme Court, literally the first criteria he was looking for was a woman and a woman of color. He did not say anything about her qualifications. He said woman and person of color. That's all that mattered to him.
Because if he didn't do it, all that money that he wanted, he wasn't going to get.
Exactly.
But how much, like, is it the love of money that makes you this
Yep.
stupid?
Money is the root of all evil.
Absolutely.
Period.
No, the love of money is.
That's also true.
I really
The
am.
money itself is not a bad thing. It's
Yes.
just-
Yeah, it's.
Mm-hmm.
And like, why though? What do you spend it on that you need to have this much?
another yacht, another mansion. you know?
No, but why though?
Like-
But she's right. Why?
I don't know. I can't. You're asking me to explain something that's insane, and I'm a sane person.
Is it because you did it once and now you have to keep doing it, or you're going to be outed?
It's possibly an
or-
addiction type thing. Maybe
Yeah,
but,
is it,
you know, they can't
you're
stop. I don't-
chasing that high once
Maybe.
again?
Maybe.
Is that it?
But at
Uh-huh.
86 years old, Nancy Pelosi,
Yeah.
when do you give it up?
Yeah. Apparently, you know.
You can't take the shit with
But
you.
you know what?
Probably will.
But my Aunt Laverne, she was the kind of same way until she died. She would not, like, she didn't want to give up anything.
I guess, man.
You don't understand it yet, anyway.
I don't know.
Not to mention, there was another Supreme Court justice nominee that Barack Obama put in,
Oh,
Justice Elena Kagan. She only had 1 year of practicing law when Obama appointed her as his pick on the Supreme Court. So, again, you want to talk unqualified?
She is the definition of I want to speak to your manager.
She got black belt and Karen. That's this Deadpool one.
That, dude.
Also, how about Corinne Jean-Pierre, the self-proclaimed
That's copyright, Eric.
Huh? Oh, well, sorry. Hey, I didn't show the clip. Corinne Jean-Pierre, the self-proclaimed historical figure, was hired as press secretary solely on the basis that she was a DEI triple threat. She's gay, a woman, and a person of color. So,
Hey, at least she never once asked to circle back.
yeah, that was another one that wasn't really good either.
Some of these people should be glad that Martin Luther King isn't still alive to this day, because he would be appalled.
And according to his family,
that's probably why they killed him.
Hey, Malcolm X's family is suing the FBI or CIA
no,
over the death of
not
their
without
sister.
fucking not without cause. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. I mean, some would even say unqualified would be the leadership of the Democrat Party themselves. Remember, Barack Obama was a community organizer. Joe Biden is a dementia patient and a serial plagiarizer. And Kamala Harris is a DEI hire who slept her way to the top. Some would say they themselves are unqualified. So,
yeah.
Okay. Hey, I remember the time where Trump offered $25,000 to Barack Obama if he could prove that his birth certificate was real. And I'm pretty sure he's still waiting.
Joe Biden lost a fight to sand.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. So
Jesus Christ,
is he still waiting on that birth certificate, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently all of these Democrat hires that have completely shown their incompetence for years, and now the left wants to cry and complain about how Donald Trump's appointees are unqualified. Any Democrat who was complaining about Trump's appointees being unqualified gave us this shit show. So get the hell out of here.
Yeah, but they're qualified in their eyes, though.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, because they're anyway. But let's get back to actual qualified candidates. This is Pete Hegseth. Sorry, I spelled it wrong on my notes. He was named Secretary of Defense this week, but he has quite a bit of qualifications, including 20 plus years in the Army, 2 Bronze Stars, 2 war zones deployed to, including combat zones in Iraq and Afghanistan, 1 combat infantry badge, 1 expert infantry badge, 1 founded veteran organization, 4 books, 2 Ivy League college degrees, including a bachelor's at Princeton and a master's at Harvard, and he is a Fox News host. And that's what the left has completely been focusing on, the fact that he was a Fox News host, not to mention everything else I just listed here, including his long distinguished military career. Here is Joy Reid, though, lovable Joy Reid, who has no joy in her, much like Joy Behar. They need to change their names immediately. Here she is on MSNBC belittling this United States veteran.
The former and future president is moving quickly to fill the clown car and round out his cabinet before he changes his mind and fires them all. Moments ago, Trump announced that he has selected Fox Weekend morning show host, you can't make this up, Pete Hegseth, to serve as Secretary of Defense, because why not? The former and future president.
So, yeah, again, they're not even mentioning
So
the
you
fact
downplay the fact that he did all right, you're good.
Way to treat your veteran, by the way. That's amazing to me. If it's not that, they like to throw this picture around. This is a picture of Pete Hegseth shirtless at the 9/11 memorial, obviously where the Twin Towers fell. If he's not unqualified by not mentioning his actual qualifications, he's now apparently unserious because he was a Fox News host or because he's pictured here at the memorial. Full context, though, this picture here was before a swim with Navy SEALs honoring veterans for charity in the Hudson River, but the left doesn't want to mention that at all. Here's the actual video of him returning from that swim. If I can get the audio to work here.
Honor the names of the following.
Doggone it. I didn't rewind it. Here we go. Maybe. Gosh dang it. Of course it wouldn't work on cue.
Logged it up.
There we go. Maybe.
Nope,
Maybe
you still fucked up.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, here it goes. But anyway, this is him, coming back from a charity swim but because he was in his skivvies, no shirt on stuff at the 9/11 memorial, he's not something to be taken seriously, but this is a veteran obviously doing something important for charity. So, but no. The left cannot be honest.
The White House can have topless women out over.
Not just topless women at the White House, topless trans women. That wasn't even a woman.
Yes,
that was a man. So, but yeah, that's
perfectly man, baby.
Or it's okay to have certain, senators, staff having butt sex where they make laws and things like that too. Let's not forget that.
I can't handle this. That's so messed up.
We've officially crossed DD After Dark here for sure. But Pete Hegseth.
Well, it is 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. We're almost done. Pete Hegseth wants to get woke out of our military. He's more focused on killing the bad guys than he is our personnel's sexual preference or identity. Pete Hegseth took criticism for saying that women shouldn't be in combat zones. But let's listen to that quote in full context here, and let's see what you actually think he means by that.
Women in combat.
No.
Why not?
I love women service members who contribute amazingly because everything about men and women serving together makes the situation more complicated, and complication in combat means casualties are worse. And when you actually go into the hood, again, and I got response. I've got 99% positive response to this. A little bit of pushback, but when you actually break down what they did in the studies to open the door for women in combat, I mean, they just ignored them. So the Marine Corps was the only service that actually tried to fight back and say, and now obviously I'm exempting special operations, which thus far has held the line fairly well. Because if they were lowering the standard to become a Navy SEAL, just to let women inside the Navy SEALs, that's going to change the capabilities and ethos of the Navy SEALs, except for a very small example of some, female super soldier who's capable of doing it. But because of how Washington works, they're going to change the standards. They're going to push for quotas. We have numerous quotes in the book of, these standards aren't changing. They're just evolving. Okay? They're just evolving to meet the needs of today.
They're not getting tougher.
They're not getting tougher. No. So they're getting lower. Take someone like Milley. I mean, he was calling down to individual units to make sure they had female company commanders after they graduated from Ranger School. Like, what's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs doing pushing company command slots for? It's all an agenda. It's all to say, oh, we have this first, or we have this, that. So that's proliferated everywhere. The reason women started getting in combat is because of forward support companies. And they were, we were integrating a lot of the rear echelon activities into BCTs, brigade combat teams, that were now deploying forward as an entity. And so you had women truck drivers or fuel or mechanics on these convoys in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then they'd be ambushed or hit by IEDs, and suddenly now you have women in combat. That's maybe a modern reality in a 360 battlefield. That's different than intentionally saying, we're going to put women into combat roles so they will do the combat jobs of men, knowing that we've changed the standards in putting them there, which means you've changed the capability of that unit. And if you say you haven't, you're a liar, because everybody knows between bone density and lung capacity and muscle strength, men and women are just different. And so if you want to, I'm okay with the idea that you maintain the standards where they are for everybody. And if there's some, hard charging female that meets that standard, great, cool, join the infantry battalion. But that is not what's happened.
Yeah.
What has happened is the standards have lowered because the general comes by and asks a question. You know what questions are when generals ask questions. They're just a command. Lieutenant or captain or major, why aren't there more women in your unit? That means get some more women in your unit now. And that moves all the way through the training pipeline. And so I'm surprised there hasn't been more blowback on that already in the book, because I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
So the left took all of what he just said there and concluded he just doesn't want women in the military. But given what he actually said, is he wrong?
No,
he's not.
Here's the thing. Nobody had a problem with it before.
It was all about filling a quota and an agenda, as he said. And
He didn't touch on something that, as he was talking, kind of got into my mind, is that if women in the military are captured by our enemies, they are going to go through more pain and suffering than their male counterparts, because they're females. Like, you look at who we're kind of fighting right now, they completely disrespect women.
Yeah.
Completely. And you don't think that they're not going to capture a female soldier from America and not do all kinds of dastardly and foul things to them?
Yeah.
You're sadly mistaken.
And then kill them.
Before killing them.
Yeah.
But since we're going to have Tulsi in, she was a combat veteran.
But
he like what he was talking about, she was a super soldier.
She met that bar.
Yeah, she met that bar, and I think they're right. Like,
it's listening to Steven Crowder this week. He went over this too. He made a great point. He said that you got to understand too, men by their very nature want to protect women. They care about women, so they don't want to see them see any more harm than's necessary. So let's just say he even said what the left says he said. That's not like he's trying to be misogynist. It's him trying to protect those most important to us.
There was. But
he didn't say that anyway. So
I used to follow this female drill sergeant on TikTok. Now, this is before all this other shit. She was there long before all. So she hit, but she wasn't in a combat role. She was still a hell of a drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Hell, Seth, he had a female drill sergeant. She looked like somebody you just didn't want to test. I promise you. Like, she did not. Like,
but the bottom line is you don't want to just put people in positions just to put them in the position to say, oh, we checked the box off on a list that we need. That's the problem with this entire world right now.
Yes.
Management positions at jobs. Hollywood puts its people in movies, military positions. This is not how you do things properly and make it most efficient.
Definitely in your military.
Yeah, especially in your military. That's the difference between life and death sometimes. I mean, my God. Not to mention, did we or did we not just recently, see something that, women who were unqualified, when Trump took a assassination's bullet or, was in the path of one where we had Secret Service agents who were women cowering behind other agents.
And he was way taller than them, and they could not stand in front of him. It was crazy.
Yeah, the whole idea of being a Secret Service agent is to cover the target. And if you're not tall enough to cover said target, you're not doing your job properly. So you shouldn't be in that position. So, again, is he wrong? No. But, here's apparently a video of Harry Sisson, lovely Harry Sisson, the Democrat, paid shill on X and TikTok. Apparently, going on about how they made him Secretary of Defense. But the older millennial has a little bit of clap back here. So
Donald Trump just named a Fox News host as his Secretary of Defense for his incoming administration.
How long are you fucking retards going to keep acting like that's his entire CV? Because, if the only thing he'd ever done was be a media host, I'd agree he'd be unqualified. But you seem to leave out a few things, Harry, like the fact he's a 20-year veteran of the United States Army, that he served as an infantry officer in both Iraq and Afghanistan, that he was awarded the Bronze Star twice, and that in addition to his 2 decades of service in the United States military, he also went to Princeton. Oh, and then on top of that, graduated the Harvard Business School. You want to talk unqualified secretaries of defense? Let's talk about this motherfucker. Ash Carter, who was Obama's Secretary of Defense from 2015 to 2017. This fucking dude never served in the United States military, and he was a physicist. Barack Obama made a physicist who knew nothing about the military the Secretary of Defense. That's unqualified. But trying to say a guy who's now currently a Fox News host, who also served 20 years in the Army as an infantry officer, attained the rank of major, got 2 Bronze Stars for it, earned both the expert and the combat infantry badge, and also graduated from Princeton and Harvard. That guy is the guy you're trying to say is unqualified. And look, Harry, I'll give you a break on the Obama appointment because you were 12. But if you're going to be that young and you're going to be that fucking stupid, shut the fuck up.
Nailed it. For certain. So yeah, speaking of unqualified though, here's another one. Here's our current Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. This is the man who was primarily responsible for the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, was not fired, by the way, and didn't even inform the president when he had a heart procedure, despite being a vital part of the military command and being 6th in line for the presidency. This is him wearing a mask over another mask,
Hey, that double
outside,
mask, brother.
By the way. But yeah. On top of that, all those appointments, we had a couple other ones here, and then we're done. Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk were announced as the heads of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. But apparently that's not good enough for Lawrence O'Donnell on MSNBC. He tries to make it sound like Trump played Elon Musk and demoted him from the position of co-president that Trump promised Elon Musk or some BS like that.
Well, Elon Musk suffered a humiliating demotion tonight by Donald Trump. The theory that Elon Musk might become, in effect, a co-president or the real president, while Donald Trump, in effect, retires to a life of golfing, suffered a significant setback tonight.
Well, that's the first I've heard of that one.
He would give Elon Musk a job that does not exist and will last at most 18 months.
That's the plan.
And worst of all, Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, was assigned a working partner who, like Musk, has also never worked in government before, Vivek Ramaswamy, who's not even a billionaire. Elon Musk didn't even get his own press release from Donald Trump. He had to share it with Vivek Ramaswamy. Elon Musk got the first shared press release of any of Donald Trump's appointment announcements. Even the Fox host, who isn't even the richest person at Fox, got his own press.
What does that have to do with anything?
Trump announced that he would nominate Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. That's right. A Fox weekend morning host.
We got to stop this, bro.
If all goes well for the personnel in the Trump administration, unlike the last Trump administration, if all goes well,
better than you think.
Elon Musk will be the first one kicked out.
Well, here, first of all, they keep wanting to say this thing about Fox News for, Pete Hegseth. By the way, he got the role on Fox News because of his experience in the military and all this stuff.
Obviously.
That's number one. Number two, no one ever said that Elon Musk might be co-president.
Yeah,
No.
that's wild.
Musk never would even want that. He's got far better things to do long term. Trust me.
Yeah, long-term goal.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to work for the government for very long. He's got a lot of other shit going on.
Yeah.
He mentioned that Doge is only supposed to last 18 months or less. Yeah, it's not ever meant to be a permanent new government department like the media are claiming. The whole idea of Doge is to reduce the size of the federal government. And then it's over, you freaking idiot. Swear to goodness, man. You
Not
can't make
Dumb.
Here's the thing. No,
They
they
all
know
have
this.
college degrees, and they can't even fucking think.
They know this. This is just to get everybody else, all these fucking people to bitch about it. Like this,
But
what this
why?
is. I
so
have no
stupid.
fucking idea.
To make Trump out to be horrible.
No, it's the same
What
reason
does
why
that
we
guy?
asked
What do they
Matt.
have on that guy that he can't see it?
It's the same reason why we asked Matt, why does he do the shit that he does?
Yeah, like why did he dip without saying goodbye a while ago?
Yeah, he just.
Well, yeah, you could, where did he go?
He's gone.
Well,
It's
he's still
got
talking
too late
to
for him. It's way past his bedtime.
Here's the one thing they keep saying too. Elon is the smartest, very fucking smart.
Yeah.
Very smart. Do you honestly think he would let himself be put in a position to where he would be like, come on, let's be
No.
honest there.
I mean, the dude's got Starlink. He's got
outta
SpaceX.
here.
He's got Tesla. I think he's got more important things to do than run Doge for a long, permanent period of time.
But he's having fun with these fucking memes.
He's going to do his part with Vivek to help him out when he's not available and things like that. So it helps to have two people. That's why he's not the sole leader, like this guy was trying to say that he got screwed out of or something.
Yeah.
These people were brain dead. I swear to God. Anyway, last but definitely not least to
Real
end the
quick,
show.
Eric.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. Not to mention that Elon himself, I can't remember who he was being interviewed with, but it was when Trump first talked about having a group of people to go in and basically get rid of some of this nonsense. And somebody asked Elon that, and he was like, I would like to be on that team. And, I think one of the main reasons why he's on that team is because what he's have to deal with SpaceX. Like, he literally had sanctions to stop him from doing his SpaceX stuff to find out how many whales that would affect. Like, how many whales might be in the way if one of those things happens to land in the ocean.
Never
he
gave
had
a
to
shit
do
about
that
the whales
before he
until now.
launched.
Well, not only that, just all the government regulations they would put on, programs like SpaceX in order it would slow Elon down.
Never gave a shit about those whales until now.
Yeah. So I mean, that's partially why he wants to get rid of all this stuff. So like the stuff like his dream of getting to Mars might happen before he passes away. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. We need guys who are smart like this, and getting this stuff under control is the priority. And hopefully it goes that way.
Yeah, his sights are being Emperor of Mars. Like, Emperor's better.
Duh. Yeah. For real.
There's
For real.
not as much red tape.
Yeah.
Exactly. Last but not least, to end the show, Trump had officially met with Joe Biden at the White House to discuss the peaceful transition of power. However, Melania Trump denied requests to meet with Joe Biden, and who could blame her? Again, they've literally went through her underwear drawer when they raided Mar-a-Lago.
That's crazy work.
And that was on Joe Biden's Department of Justice's order. So let's be fair there.
And how many of those gross agents took some of that underwear home?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Who knows?
His face is wild.
They went through his son Barron's bedroom. Violation of privacy if there ever was one. But here's the video of Donald Trump meeting Joe Biden.
All right, let's go to this. They're meeting.
Looking forward to having like we said, a smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So welcome back.
Thank you very much. And politics is tough.
And it's, in many cases, not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe.
You're welcome.
So, yeah, Biden invited the man he and Kamala Harris claimed was Hitler to the White House, and they sat in front of a fire and discussed civilly with press. So again, how much of that was just all talk, just like Charlemagne was beginning to realize? I mean, if you believed it, how are you feeling now?
Kamala
Honestly.
said that too when she was running against Joe, when she called him a racist. It's politics.
I mean, the interactions that they had just then, that all seemed genuine. Like, and I don't think I've ever seen Trump talk to Biden like that. And he even called it what he called it. He called him J-Man.
Yeah.
Well, like a nice nickname. Like, you don't do that for somebody that you hate.
Yeah. Well, not only that, Trump even said during some of his rallies that he actually, as much as he wasn't a fan of Biden's, he said he feels like that they treated him like trash.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they did. They kicked his ass to the curb. And where did that get him? I mean, Trump's back in office now and possibly going to get his agenda pushed through even quicker and easier than last time. So yeah,
I wanted. Sorry, real quick, Eric. Sorry, I know I keep jumping in, but I wanted to say this earlier. But how many of those people who didn't vote were planning to vote for Biden, but when Kamala took that from him, they're like, "I'm not voting because I don't want to vote for Trump because I'm hardcore Democrat, but I wanted to vote for Biden and I don't trust Kamala." You know.
Yeah. Well, then all these Democrats are trying to figure out now how Biden got 10 million or 11 million more votes than Kamala did. Obviously, we discussed last week how it's probably due to the fact that they cheated and had these late ballot dumps, or could it be just like Aaron said that they just decided, nope, we don't want Kamala.
Yep.
I mean, simple as that. It could have been just that easy. It's interesting to me how, again, Biden just could not wipe the smile off his face during this entire, press meeting here and all this stuff. I'm just glad this election cycle is over, and I look forward to hopefully all of Trump's appointees getting confirmed, as we mentioned earlier, and seeing actual good things coming from our government for once in our lives. So with that, we'll end the show. But yeah, I mean, this is a surreal thing to see now, especially after all the hair being on fire about him being a dictator, and stuff like that. So if you honestly believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. Seriously.
Why is
if it's not apparent to you now, I don't know when it'll ever be. So yeah, it's crazy.
There's no hope if you can't see it now.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
It's wide out there in the open. Just open your eyes. So hopefully people will. So, well, what do you guys think about the show? What do you think? It's been a long night I think the fight obviously made it a lot longer than normal, but yeah, hopefully we'll get back to an earlier, or shorter show next week.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back to being funny me. I can't keep saying.
Dude, that was great. I want more of that out of you and Aaron, and I love when you guys get on the roll. By all means, interrupt me all you want because I can adapt.
Pisses me off so bad.
I know it'll raise your blood pressure, but again, I find it therapeutic to just let it out.
I just
I'm just sick of dealing with it. Like, I am so tired of having to play this stupid game.
Yeah.
Waiting for other people to be like, oh, wow, that's really
it's like I've seen people, that I know in my life even say stuff, well, now this is all over, we all need to come together and unite. No, maybe you not particularly in particular, or anybody we know in our personal lives, but these people on the left, Democrat politicians, even many Democrat voters online and stuff, called us Nazis, racist, dictators, fascists, sexist, bigots, the whole spiel. I will not unite with that.
No,
not to mention the lies that they told the whole time. There is no uniting with that.
That's how you feel. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't expect me to be like, oh no, we good. No, that's how you feel. That's how you feel.
Especially without an apology. And then never doing it again.
A heartfelt, deep-rooted one.
No, it's all over. It's just, all right, well, no, we should be bipartisan now, Chuck Schumer.
No, I'm
F
good.
off, brother. I'm sorry. No. I hope you
and
guys
which
get
parts are you mad about? Like, I want to know, because if it's the parts where I don't want my child being forced to learn about transgenderism and being told that they could be a girl if they felt like they should, or a cat, then I'm sorry, we can't be friends, because if that is nonsense, And the moment you start your child on puberty blockers and hormones, you are fucking up their life forever.
That's why when that psychiatrist earlier said you shouldn't go, visit family if they have Trump supporters. Normally, I would be like, if you guys have ideological differences and stuff, that's perfectly fine, and that's the way politics is. And you should just be able to come together. However, there are certain things like that, or I don't know, for example, certain. But anyway, there are certain extremes that the left has gone to now. There is no coming together with that.
The abortion is a hypothetical. If they got pregnant, this whole transgender thing is real, and it's happening so much. And it's being pushed on by the schools, by counselors, by the media, by celebrities. And if people can't see their agenda over that, then there's no hope for you.
Especially when
And I hope you don't have
98% plus is all voluntary because they just don't want it. Sorry, that's unacceptable. I can't come together. If you're just talking about the exception, which is, again, extremely rare, that's different. But no, if you just want to say we should have it because of the majority, that's not the way it should be. And most of these red states, hate to tell you, allow for those exceptions. So now you're just saying you just want to kill kids.
Yeah.
Sorry, can't do it. Won't.
No.
So if I've had loses friends or family members, I feel like that's the moral high ground, and I'm not going to see that. I answered the one above, not to you. I don't.
Indiana has a very fair abortion laws, I think.
And most of the country, there are other countries who have more strict than the United States does in most of these red states. So if you don't like it, move to someplace like England or something. It's probably worse there. So that's the way. And not only that, they want to get on to Trump about it. Oh, he'll sign a national abortion ban. It's out of his hands now. I don't know why you're bugging him about it.
Y'all can let that
he
shit
ain't
go.
doing shit.
It's
up to the states now. Same with
Figure
the Department of
something else to be
Education.
mad about, but y'all can let that one go.
Same with the Department
And you
of
know what? The nastiest thing, there are actually women posting videos on TikTok about, a more of a natural way to get it done.
That's crazy work.
You're
at the end of the day, evil's going to evil. There's nothing you can do about it.
But now you sound like you're doing it as a sport.
Yeah.
Like,
Some of it, I think, is
there
kinda
are
like a rite
ways
of
to
passage.
not get pregnant.
And
How
most
many abortions
common
have you
sense, smart women, and mostly those on the right at this point, take proper precautions, are smart enough not to do things when they shouldn't, and keep themselves from getting in that situation. Yeah, I understand things happen. I do. Like, terrible things happen. But again, that's such an extreme circumstance to where it's not the norm. And those are the exceptions that are still allowed. So your argument really doesn't hold weight anymore. It doesn't when it comes to that. So anyway, I guess we'll end the show on that happy, fine note. But anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this very long show. I know it was very long this week. Thanks to the Tyson and Paul fight. But next week we'll get back to hopefully a little bit normal show. We'll have another one, I think, next Friday night. I think everybody's okay with that. But the week of Thanksgiving we'll be off. I'll be out of town with family. Hopefully they'll all still show up. We'll see what happens. We'll go from there and see how the whole turkey day goes. But anyway, I hope you guys have a good weekend. Enjoy your weekend, and hopefully you'll come back and join us again next Friday night here as well. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe on YouTube. Don't forget to follow us on Rumble. Both links for both channels are in the description box below, depending on which one you're watching it on currently. And also, if you're watching it on Facebook, definitely hit the like and subscribe and all that good jazz too. So take care, everybody. Until next week, take care and God bless.
Good night.
Later.
Good night.